What up, ladies and gentlemen? How is it going? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Excited to be here. Excited to chat with you about Google, help you learn some things, maybe throw you a few resources, stuff that can help you get better in your classroom or in your central office or in your office or, wherever you work. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be hanging out with y'all. If you could, I'm just going to give you this first like 10 minutes or so is really to help people jump on. It takes you guys you're the punctual ones. You're the ones that are like, we're here and we're ready to learn. We know you're front row. You make all A's. I like that. I actually love that. We all love those students. So if you want to check it out, go to check out. If you want, right here at the beginning, some of the housekeeping stuff we're gonna do is if you would scan that QR code, and then it's going to have a really quick Google form. If you fill that out, it's going to email you. It's just like verifying, like it timestamps and verifies that you were here when you said you were here. And so, your principal, your PD director, whoever is, signing off on this, they probably won't ask for this, but if they do ask for this, you'll have it. Okay. So they'll you'll have it. It's better to have it than not have it. That's what I always say. So if you want to get your phone out, scan that QR code, and you're going to roll with it. Then underneath it, if you would, got a couple things if you want to. No pressure. Click the red subscribe button under the video. If you're on YouTube, Facebook, I think I'm on LinkedIn. Never streamed to LinkedIn before. So if you're on LinkedIn, let me know in the comments. That's cool. So yeah, go click the red subscribe button, click the follow, whatever. That's just nice. And that way I can hopefully give you some more resources in the future. Okay. So sorry, I got to go around my camera. I'm going to make that look a little bit bigger. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be hanging out here for a few minutes. Go in. I've also got it linked. If you're on YouTube, I've got it linked in there. Hey, Lewis, what's up? So good to see you. You're the real deal. That like, you're one of like those people that you look at and you're like, how are you just so good at like being a person? Like you're so nice to everybody and so kind and so good at communicating and building connections. And I just highly respect that about you, my guy. So thank you for joining on LinkedIn. Okay. First time, you're our first guest I've ever had on LinkedIn on a live stream. So excited to be there. So if you're just jumping in, scan the QR code with your phone. And then if you want to click subscribe, cool. If not, no big deal. We're doing I was going to do this and I had it and I was like, you know what? For the people that like specifically paid to come to this training, it's like a 6-hour training. Again, you can stay as long as you want. If you only need 3 hours, if you just want to hang out for a little bit and be like, I'm bored and bounce out, that's fine. Follow your heart. But I had this one and it was one that people could pay for. Like I've got sessions throughout the summer, like Canva, Google, stuff like that, where people can like pay and jump in and get their summer PD. And, and I was like, last night I was driving home and I was like, you know what? Like it didn't have as many people in it as some of the other ones. And I was like, why don't I just like refund those people for their single purchase and send out a thing to my email list? And I think my text, I got a text group as well. By the way, some people get mad if you send them a text at 9 a.m. But if you want, I was driving home. If you want, I was driving back and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it free. I'll make an email. I'll send it out to everybody I can on my email list. And tossed it out there. So tossed it out and thank you for jumping in. If you saw it, hey, let me know in the comments. Did you come here from the email list or from the text group, or did you just see it on YouTube? I would love to know like what brought you into this training today. If you're just jumping in, we're stalling a little bit so people can scan the QR code and sign in. That's what we're doing right now. And then we're going to jump into the lesson here in a few minutes. The trainings, walkthroughs, all of that. So okay, email list. Let's go. Oh, Dana said both. I like that. So good. Amanda, Mike, how y'all living? Sarah, just saw it on Facebook. Well, I'm glad you're here. Okay, so Lewis said, LinkedIn told me you were live and I decided to poke in and see. Well, I'm glad you're here. We're about to do like a little Google training, which you don't need it. You're a Google innovator. You don't need anything. You got this. Appreciate the stall, getting my laptop going. I got you, Sarah. I know I've done enough PDs to know we need a little bit of time to kind of get ready, get rolling. Okay. And so that's what we're going to do for a few more minutes. I see a couple people went in and they've already done it. But if after you do a little sign in with the QR code, in the comments, say your name, what you teach, and your favorite movie. Okay. Let me know. Let me see. I'm going to answer questions and watch. This is what I can do. Watch this. This is great. Okay. Mike, what up, Mike? Which Google Champion program did you apply for? Do you mean the symposium? So like because the Google Champions are innovators, trainers, and coaches. I'm an innovator and a trainer. I haven't done the coach thing yet. I need to. It's like been on my to-do list for like a year and I just haven't done it. But I applied to go to the San Francisco one. Is it San Francisco? It's not, they don't call it San Francisco. They call it something else. What is it? It's not San Francisco. It's another S. It's another place that starts with an S, but it's near San Francisco, I think. That's the one I applied for. Michelle, teach a friend, send it. Hey, by the way, if y'all want to text this or share it with anybody, go ahead and share it with them if you want to. This is, again, last night I was driving home. I was like, you know what? I want to do them for free. Cause I do a lot of summers. I do a bunch of them for free. And this one, I was a little tighter on time with like trainings and stuff. And so I was just like, let's just do it for free. And so send it to anybody you want, email it, whatever. Ashley asked, would having a computer to go along with you? Like if you're on your phone right now, you can watch it. I think it's going to be better if you have a computer. That way you can because I'm going to some of the stuff I'm going to show you and some of the stuff I'm actually going to walk through it with you. And a lot of that will depend on you guys in the comments. You're like, hey, walk through this, or can you give me an example? And so if people want a lot of examples, we'll do a lot of examples. But if you don't want to go get your computer, Ashley, almost everything I have in here has a link to me doing like a video walkthrough and tutorial of it. So if you honestly, you could just watch it and be like, okay, I want to come back to that. You can screenshot that page and then go back and get that. Let's see who we got here. Oh, Allison, Rain Man, underrated movie. We don't talk about it enough. So good. Okay. Okay. Sunnyvale. That's it. That's what I was trying to think of. Sunnyvale. That's the one. Is anybody else in here, Google Champion, wanting to go to Sunnyvale? That would be awesome. I got the chance to go to ISTE. It was like a last minute thing. And I went out there and got the chance to go. I was like, I got to beg them. I was like, please, Google, can I come to your hangout? And they were like, yeah, we'll have somebody drop out. I said, we'll have somebody drop out. Somebody dropped out. So I got to bounce in there. All right. If you're just joining us, scan the QR code with your phone, get a little sign in. You probably won't need the sign in, but it's good to have it for your, if your PD person asks. A lot of them be like, how do I know you didn't just go in the last 2 minutes and, get a certificate? Then this way you can be like, no, I signed in, and then you can leave for 6 hours and then come back and get the certificate. I'm kidding. Don't do that. That wouldn't be fun. Fun fact. So in the comments, I'm going to ask a lot of questions in the comments. I know some of you guys have bosses that are managers on a micro level. I wish we had a name for that. And so they might be like, how do I know you were in there? How do I know you're participating? If they take this link and you go back and you can see the chat. So they'll be able to go back and they can hit the video and scrub through the video and they can see the chat. They can actually search the video. I'm going to give you an application today where you could just search it and you can summarize the video and you can bounce to different parts. There's some pretty cool add-ons that we're going to be talking about today, especially with AI. Mike, Captain America Civil War. So good. Probably once every 6 months, I'll just be laying in bed and I'll see a TikTok and it'll have a clip from that movie. And then I just go watch the movie and I'll stay up till 2 a.m. watching that movie. So good. Karina. I haven't seen that one, Jennifer. I need to go watch that one. 1776. I need to check that one out. I haven't seen that one either. I know the year. It's a very important year. How do you do the QR code? Michelle, if you have your phone, I don't know, you may be watching this on your phone. If you are, I would just bounce out and do the link. So I put the link underneath it as well. It's bit.ly/Tarver check-in. Okay. And throughout this, I'm going to have stuff where it's just I'm going to have different different slides address things specifically, but also I'm going to toss in little tips. Here's a quick little tip. So right now on my screen, you see it with all the thumbnails on the left. And I want to present to you, but I don't want all those thumbnails on the left, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up here in the address bar, which, by the way, Google calls the Omni box, fun fact. And I'm going to go to where the word edit is. Do you see where it says edit? It says edit right there. I'm going to take it from the E all the way to the end of that address. I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to write the word present. Hit enter. Watch what happens to my screen. I'm now in a presentation mode. However, I can still see my tabs at the top. So usually when you hit present, it'll take your full screen. I don't want my full screen because I need to be able to see the comments on here. But whenever I do this, I can have the tabs at the top so I can bounce in and out of those tabs. So let me catch back up. The only bad thing is it takes you like back to the front of your presentation. There we go. Okay. Also, if you want access to this entire presentation, it's bit.ly/Google is fun. Okay. So it might be good if you're on your phone right now, it might be good to screenshot this. That way you can have it and you'll know how to get back to that. So anything you like, if you're on your phone for the whole thing, just screenshot it. That would be the best way to come back and do it. All right. Awesome. This is looking good. I love it. Y'all are jumping in the chat. You're talking. Yeah, I saw they extended, Mike, I saw they extended the date too. And I was thinking to myself, either like I bet you they had a bunch of people that were like, can we please extend it? Or maybe, I don't know. There could be multiple reasons. Multiple reasons went through my brain. And it was all like, whenever I do conferences, it makes me think like, it makes me think like, why would I extend it? That's why. There you go. I'm not going to go into it too much because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be aggregated. That's what a lot of podcasts I say. Either way, they want to gauge interest or they're taking some sort of inventory of people who pay attention to the forums. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Email and text. Awesome. Nicole, I hope the text went too early. Like, because I have if you're not like, if you want, actually, sorry, Tyler, start your sentence and finish your sentence. So I have like a text number thing that I can send out like group text to, and not group text, but like it sends it out as an individual text, but I can send it to mass people. And I'm always nervous sending one like before like 10 o'clock because like for me, I send it at 9 a.m., which, I think that's a reasonable time. But if you're on like the West Coast or in a different time zone, it could be really early in the morning. And actually I had one lady like really mad and she was like, it's too early. You're getting text messages. I was like, first off, your phone should be on silent, lady. And I apologized. And I sent her a $2 bill and I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm just kidding. I didn't send her anything. So, y'all jump into the chat. Let me know your name, what you teach, and your favorite movie. These things are so much better whenever you guys jump in and give your thoughts. Here's the thing too. I do not know everything about Google. I do not know everything that exists on Google. There are resources and templates and websites. There's more that I don't know than I will ever know. However, the cool thing about doing this, like the way we're doing it now, is in the chat, you guys can give your thoughts, your opinions, you can give your resource. If you have a resource, if you have made a resource that is similar to what I made, it can be better, worse, the exact same. You could have made my resource, duplicated, and put your name on it. I don't care. Okay. Put those in the chat. You can toss links in the chat. You guys can share with each other. I love these things when they become collaborative and not just like Tyler's Google monologue. And so if you have anything, if you have any thoughts, you have anything you want to put in there, toss it in. I want this to be collaborative, please. So throw it in there. All right. We've been stalling for long enough, I think, for people to get in here. Yes, Lewis is right. Community and reaching out. That's a Man of Steel. Maggie, that's good. I like Man of Steel too. You got a good list right there. Community and reaching out always helps. We are always better together than we are by ourselves. Don't matter how good you are. You're better with other people. Okay. Y'all ready? We're about to get started. If you're on a phone, go ahead and screenshot that so you have the link. Or if you are on a computer, you can just go and sign in the link. Let me make that look better. There we go. Okay. Now, so I'm going to give you a little tip, a little user hack. If you're doing any trainings this summer, if you ever are in a PD where somebody has a Google slide and they share it with you, one way to do it is, yes, you can just save it and put it in your, in your shared folder. You can put it over in there. But the problem is if that person takes away access, I've had this one open for like 5-8 years, something like that. So I probably won't make this access, but if someone else does, they make the access go away, then you will not have access to it anymore. So you can go to File, make a copy. Okay. So File, make a copy. Now it's yours. You have the presentation forever. Okay. They don't have access to delete it because it's yours. Here's another way I know people like to take notes. A lot of times when you go through and you take notes during a presentation, you'll like write down stuff that you like. Like I've got 200 something slides in here. It's ridiculous. You'll go in and you'll be like, okay, I like this slide, or I like this resource. I like this. And you'll write it down. Okay. What you could do if you wanted is once you make a copy of someone's, like say you make a copy of this presentation and then you're going through the presentation with me, but it's on yours. What you can do is if you get to a slide that doesn't apply to you or you won't use, you can delete the slide. And so it's like you're taking my 280 slide presentation and you could trim it down to 60 slides that you actually care about. So just a thought, follow your heart. I'm not your boss. Do whatever you want. Okay. All right, y'all ready? We're about to get started. Rolling in. I feel like we've put in enough time. All right. I'm going to say, let me put a little promo. There we go. Look at that. Hit the red subscribe button. If y'all haven't subscribed, if you're on YouTube, hit the red subscribe button. That would be nice. All right, that's it. That's my pitch. Here we go. Let's get into it. Okay, if you are, new to me, just to give you a little quick background, quick recap. Remember, in the comments, if you're getting here, jump in, tell us your name, what you teach, and your favorite movie. Okay, and then you guys reply to each other. Reply. It's not just about me replying. Y'all reply to each other. Have a conversation in there. Okay, y'all can have a combo in the chat. I saw a couple people talking earlier, connecting on social media. Do that. Connect with other educators. That would be my dream. Okay, I'm Dr. Tyler Tarver, Director of Leadership and Development. I have been a high school math teacher. I've been a principal. I've been at central office. I was a director of curriculum instruction, communication, technology, and personnel. And I always joke around and say I was like an assistant superintendent, but without the title or the pay raise. And so I did the role of an assistant soup at a district. And then I was a dean of a college and I loved it. And now I get to oversee a bunch of learning programs and I think it's fun and I enjoy it and it's awesome. And I love the people I work with and also get the opportunity because of, I can work, from home some. I get a lot of my stuff I can do online. So that allows me the opportunity to go and do trainings, work with schools, do speaking engagements, stuff like that. And it's fun and I love it. And I love going into a town and getting to talk to a district and meet with teachers and hear what they're passionate about, what they're struggling with. And hopefully, if they're struggling with it, hopefully I can offer some resources or templates or encouragement to help them, get through what they need to get through and overcome it and, bridge that gap for their students that they want to be. And so I've also got superintendent licensure, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Apple, Google, they're great. Canva, been messing around. Anybody in the chat, has anybody played with Canva? Let me know in the comments. Bobby, no worries. You can jump back in. I'll be here for 6 hours. So feel free to jump in or jump out whenever you want. Has anybody messed with Canva? I've been doing a ton with Canva lately, and I've used Canva for a few years, but they've started rolling out a lot of stuff with their AI, and it is phenomenal. And so yes, Lewis said it. Look at this. Canva's free for educators too. Canva is free for educators. So you can, Canva's free. Like you can get the basic version of Canva for free. Canva, not Canva, Canva for free. Okay. Now, here's the cool thing. If you're an educator, you can get the premium version for free. Okay. So pretty incredible, pretty awesome. Love Canva. So I know Canva, I'm doing a 6-hour Canva training later this month. So if you want to join, tarveracademy.com/shop, check it out. Have your district pay for it. You don't pay for it. But if you need 6 hours and you like Canva, please come to that. It'll be fun. We're doing a workshop. We're going to make some stuff. So that one you'll need to create. Or you'll be very bored just watching me create things. Dana's just starting to play with Canva. It's awesome. Here's the thing with Canva. There's so much more that it does than I know it does. Like I feel pretty good with Canva. Every time I get on there and I start like, you know what? I'm just going to explore. I'm going to Magellan this thing. I'm going to Marco Polo this thing. Is that enough explorers? Who's your favorite explorer in the chat? What explorer should I use in my reference? Okay. I'm going to go in and I'm going to search this, look around, trying to find new things that I haven't used. I always find something incredible every time I take the time to go in and bounce. Rad History said use it for posters and flyers. Been playing with presentations. They've got a really good guys. And I know this is not my Canva training, but if you come to the Canva training, we're going to definitely look at this. But in Canva, you can take like a doc, like you can say you have a Google Doc of notes. You can copy that, or your students can copy their notes. They can paste it into the docs in Canva and they can hit convert and it'll automatically create a presentation for them. Like it'll split it out. It'll make the color look good. And then they can go in and edit it and change it. But it is guys, it's a next level hack if you're an educator, for you or for your students. Okay. Said you can build your Bitmoji classroom in Canva and then use it in your class. Oh, see, you could do that. That's the thing. When you add in your personality, when you add in different elements that bring your presentations and the things you're doing to life, I think that engages students in a way that we haven't in a long time. Here I am. I'm doing a Google training and I'm sitting here and I'm promoting Canva and Google, like legit. And I hope they're friends. Like I hope those companies are friends. I've asked Canva. I was like, are y'all cool with Google? And they're like, yeah, we love Google. It's great. Okay. So I don't know. I hope Google likes them too. It is Google and Canva are like the Jordan LeBron. Okay. So you got the Jordan LeBron debate. That's Google and Canva for me. And as an educator, like everything I do, even just like I have other like YouTube channels where I like do sports cards stuff, not sports cars, sports cards. And I do that. And I use Canva and Google constantly for those. So incredible. Y'all should definitely use it, Lisa. Play with it. Okay. Great, grand, wonderful. All right. So I've got my website, tarveracademy.com. If I talk about anything, if I show any resources, all my resources should be at tarveracademy.com/resources. You got to put an email address in, which some of you got here because you put your email address in. So thank y'all so much. And if you have any friends that want to get in there, if you're like, hey, I think you can get some free resources. I've been trying, like over the past couple months, I've been trying to send out an email like once a week because I was doing like 2 emails a year. And people were like, why am I joining this email list? I'm not getting any value from it. And so once a week now, I try to send out a resource or some tips or a quick tutorial. I try to send out something for educators. Once a week is what I'm shooting for. And I've been pretty good up until last week. I was on vacation and I straight up did not. Use it for parent. Amanda uses Canva for parent newsletters. Lots of great templates. So many good templates. And I'm actually going to show y'all a resource today and remind me about the parent newsletters. It can actually make it a lot easier to do it, which I guess you could do a newsletter in Canva. You just copy it in there and then have the AI create the presentation. But we'll show you some stuff for creating that. All right, sweet. I've got a website, tarveracademy.com. I have like math videos, Google tutorials, all that. And we'll talk about a lot of that today. I'm going to throw that to you if you want those resources. I will say this. I'm kind of, like Ron Burgundy, I'm kind of a big deal. And the reason is because I'm actually friends with a lot of really powerful people. So like and anybody heard of Khan Academy in the chat? Have you heard of Khan Academy? He's a big deal. He knows Bill Gates. He charges like 70 to 100 grand for a speaking engagement. So like him and I are really close friends. And I have proof because you're like, Tyler, prove it. You're not really good friends with Khan from Khan Academy. And I'd be like, yeah, right. Look at us. Here we are kicking it. Like a couple of bros just hanging out, me and Khan. We're just friends. We're just close friends. And that's why I'm such a big deal because Khan and I are really close. If I didn't have Khan as a best friend, I probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. And I wouldn't say that. And this is called sarcasm. And I'm moving on. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. Okay. So I like to address this up front with people in how I like to present. And I do this whether it's like this, whether it's like a Canva training, Google training, Chat GPT training, no matter what training it is. I don't like it whenever a speaker gets up and just gives me a bunch of lofty ideas. Okay. Yes, I get that it's like all the stuff you're saying is like, I probably agree with, like we should care about kids and build rapport. Like I get that. And I value that type of presentation, but it always feels like something's missing from it. And whenever I go to a presentation and it's just like, here's a tutorial. I've done those before. And it feels, people just get exhausted because it's like, have y'all seen that TikTok? It's like, come with me, let's go. And it's just like running somebody through a store. Like that's what it feels like a lot. And so I don't want to do those anymore either. And so the way over the past couple of years, the way I do anything, whether it's like a keynote, whether it's a training, whatever it is, I like to do I use the golden circle. And I don't know if Simon Sinek created this, but he definitely is the one I saw it from. And it's nothing revolutionary. I think a lot of us have probably heard this in different variations, but it talks about the golden circle. And when you present something, and I think we should relate this to how we teach students as well. If a lot of you probably train teachers, train teachers, train students, whoever. The golden circle is our why, our how, and our what. our why, our how, and our what. And so whenever we interview teachers, so I've interviewed a couple hundred teachers in my career, and whenever we interview them, we had a question. It's like, why do you teach? I've heard that. Why do you teach, or why do you love what you do? And we essentially ask, what is your why? What is your why? And most teachers say that aha moment. We love seeing students just get it. They want to see it click in students. The students get the confidence, the encouragement from understanding something. And so whenever I give out these resources, I want people to remember, like, here's a resource, but here's why we do it. So it's like this presentation is going to alternate between me telling a story and relating it to something we're about to talk about. So the why, and then I'm going to tell you, here's how you can do that. Like, why should we even care about this? And I'm going to try to tell a story that relates that. Then I'm going to give you the how. You can create this digital notebook. You can create this curriculum. You can create this thing right here. You can implement this, or you can try this. Okay. Then if I have it, I'll give you a what with it. Hey, here is a digital interactive notebook. Take it, make a copy, edit it, change it, adapt it, whatever. Here is this, this starter kit for this. I'm going to try to give you the what. So on almost everything I'm talking about, I want to try to give you the why, the how, and the what. So we'll alternate between stories, resources, templates, walkthroughs. Like, the idea is that we're bouncing in and out of those frequently. Okay. And so if you're like, why are we talking about this story? It's because it's going to relate to the how and the what. And if I do too many tutorials, I'll try to break it up and talk about why that matters. Now, I know there's been a push on like social media for educators when educators are burned out and tired and frustrated, and they'll come in and they'll say, what is it? The educators will come in and they'll be like, I'm frustrated, I'm burned out. And the administrators will go, remember your why. I get why the admin says that, but also understand on a very real level the frustration of the educator as like, okay, I get that, but also that doesn't solve my problem. And so I'm a fan of remembering your why, but if I need help, give me the why, give me the how, and then give me the what. Don't just give me the why. Okay. For the love of all things. All right. Let's see a couple questions real quick. Remember, if you have any questions, toss them in the chat. Rad History said, is it going to be recorded and posted later for reference? So here's what we got. So I have it right here. It's public right now. As soon as this ends, I'm going to make it unlisted. So if you're in my email list, or if you are in my, email list, or if you are in the text group, you have that link. And so you'll still have access to it. Okay. So yes, you'll have access to it. And then, if you're not on either of those, then I'll have it on my website and somebody can buy it, but you guys get it for free. So congratulations. So you have that link. Okay. And then my dog stepped on a fish, probably the best YouTube name I've ever seen in my life. Popped up on YouTube. I'm going to run some errands right now. Will the video be available for replay? Yes, you can watch it later. Also, here's another tip, guys. If you ever do these, real quick tip. And also, if you want to hit the like button, that's cool. Let's do it. I just saw like somebody hit the like button. If you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube, feel free to hit the like button. If you're on Facebook, if you want to share this and maybe your educator friends can see it, maybe it'll help them, go for it. Okay. I'd love for this to, let's go. Let's try to get as many people in here hanging out and talking about Google as we can. So toss that, share it. And I don't know if I addressed this clearly. I mentioned it, but I need to address it. At the end of this training, I'm going to have a QR code where you can scan that and it'll send you a certificate that you attended this 6-hour training. Okay. So if you want it, at the very end, there's a QR code. You scan it with your phone, fill out the form. It's like a little quick eval, and then it'll automatically generate a certificate for you. So there's that. And if anybody asks in the chat, if you see it before I do, if you could answer that for them, let them know. That would be super, super awesome and helpful. Okay. Cool. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. Let's keep going. We'll keep rolling. In the chat, okay? Anytime I ask a question, it's not rhetorical. I want it in the chat. What's the problem you have that you want Google to solve? Is there something, whether it's maybe an email problem, say it is a slides problem, a sharing problem, a Google Classroom problem. Is there a problem you want Google to solve? Let me know in the chat. Throw it in the chat real quick. Also, if you see comments and it looks like they're answering questions that you have no idea, because there's a chance if you're on YouTube, you got behind. Like if you don't hit pause, If you hit pause, it puts you behind on us. So just hit the refresh button on YouTube and hit the refresh button on YouTube, and it should bring you up to date with where we are. Okay. So if you ever need to, just hit the refresh button. All right. In the chat, what is a problem you want Google to solve? And it could be one you know they can solve. It could be one you wish they could solve. Okay. Jacqueline said, copying over Google Classes. Usually stuff is missing. Oh, okay. I haven't had that happen, but I will show you how I move them over, and I haven't seen anything missing. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. And hopefully, if not, if I forget, once we get to Google Classroom, let me know. Google Classroom, I kind of leave near the end. And I have to do this whenever I talk to districts about, doing a training. Like, hey, come in and do a training on Google Classroom. I always have to go like, hey, we'll talk Google Classroom, but Google Classroom is really a hub where everything else runs through. The stuff Jacqueline's talking about, where it's like, where you can use the classes. Yes, that's all Google Classroom, but all the stuff you're posting in Classroom, that's usually not a Google Classroom product. That's a Forms thing. That's a Sheets thing. That's a Docs thing. Okay. Bridget said, student files, hiding working files after I've shared or pushed out files. I'm trying to think how you're asking. Student files, hiding my working files after I've shared or pushed it out. So I think you're saying that if you share something with students that you can't get to your original version. Is that what you're saying, Bridget? If not, I'm not understanding. That's on me. Sarah said, I need to know how to find things in my Drive. Shared with me, created. Oh, we're going to talk Drive. No, it doesn't sound silly. Sarah, Drive in the chat. Let Sarah know. Say, do you struggle with keeping your Google Drive organized? Let me know in the chat. I know I feel like I'm very organized. I still have trouble. It's not a you problem. A lot of people struggle with that. Rad History said, letting students track standards mastery to help drive review and remediation. Ooh, that's good. I'm going to give you some simple ways, like some basic ways. Then I'm going to think through that. That's a good question. I'm going to see if I have anything. If you see anything I kind of touch on, you're like, this might solve my problem, let me know, and then we can expand from there. All right. So we got a lot of good stuff in here. If I post an assignment, but I need to update it, I don't like the fact that you have to take the assignment out and then repost it. Yeah. If in Classroom, if you're like making a copy for each student, then yes. But if this happens a lot, what you might do is just post it as something students can view and then have them make the copies of it. Okay. And then you would just have to train your students on how to make a copy of it. It's one extra step, but if that happens a lot, that might be something you can do. Share it with me is because other people delete stuff to access all of it. And then people finding stuff in there shared with me, I know is a huge issue. Okay. Audio in Forms. It's like creating a Forms quiz, being able to record for read aloud. Hey, Sarah, we're talking about that today. I've got an add-on in here. I'm almost positive it's in here. If I don't talk about it, the add-on is called Mote, M-O-T-E. And I'll show you. This is my presentation. I can do whatever I want, I guess. So watch this. So if you do a Google form, I like to move Google Forms into the big three, by the way. I love it. Okay. So this right here, do you see this? So I'm going to ask the question. I can hit this. Hey, on this question, what you're going to do is you're going to analyze the reading. And whenever you get done reading the paragraph, you're going to break down the 3 things you see from the paragraph that match the themes of what we've been talking in class over the past week. Put that into the answer. Good luck. You got this. So right there with Mote, I've now created a really quick link that student, whenever they go through this form, they can actually click that link and they'll hear what I just said. You can do that for Google Forms questions in Google Drive. This is attached in there. So if you go, like, say you're reading a student's paper and you want to give not criticism. We would never criticize kids. We want to give constructive criticism. We want to give tips or feedback. You can actually make a comment and Mote pops up in there. This is a Google extension. It's called Mote, M-O-T-E. So that's a great question. I'm glad I can answer that one if I'm answering your question correctly. How do you assign something in a way that forces students to make their own copy? I'll show you right now. Look at this. Okay, so right here, do you see this presentation that I've got? And this works for presentations. It works for docs. It works for slides, anything Google. This is how it works. So if you've ever clicked on any of my resources, you know how when you click on one of my resources, what it does is it doesn't take you to the resource. It goes to a page and it says, do you want to make a copy of this item? Okay. This is how you do that. You ready? You go up into the top, the Omni box or the address. You go up there and you find it's going to, at some point near the end, it's going to say /edit. This one says /present. Most of them say /edit. Okay. What you do is you take it from the word edit or the word present. You take it from there to the end and you delete it. And you write the word copy. Okay. Now take that whole link. I'm going to paste it over here. Now, when you share that link with students, parents, whoever, when you share that link with them, now it will force them to make a copy. So that's exactly what you would do. Okay. So there you go. Hope that answered that question. Look at us. We're going to learn. Here's the deal. I've got a whole presentation. I don't care about what I think is important. What I care about is what you think is important. So if you see anything you want me to talk about, I'll do it unless I don't know how to do it. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see. Drive a disaster. Jennifer, my drive could always be better. We're going to talk about drive organization. Shared with me. We got an agreement there. Organize new staff on the same page and adaptive form lessons. Okay, Michelle, I'm assuming you're saying you're a department chair. You're trying to organize new staff on the same page and adaptive form lessons. We are going to talk adaptive forms today whenever we get to forms, unless obviously we talk about other stuff. So I've got an adaptive form and I've got a template you can use and I've got a walkthrough. So even if we don't get to it, and I'm going to show you how to jump to the forms section here in probably 30 seconds. Once you do that, go in there. I've got a template on adaptive forms, and in the template and on the slide, I've got a video. It's like a 15-minute video walking you through how to create that. Okay. So if I don't talk about it, then it's in there and you can watch that if you would like. Or if you're like, that's all I'm here for, then just go to that and ignore me. All right. Good deal. A lot of good stuff in here. Keep throwing it in there. Love mode. Me too, Les. It is. Oh, it's so nice. Lewis said, try searching for Untitled and Drive and then run away. It's like throwing a smoke bomb in there and running away. Yeah. Untitled documents. I'm going to show you the way I've been the most organized in my Google Drive once we get to Drive. Okay. And there's only a few tips there that I think can help, but I think if you do them through the course of the year, I think it can help. Okay. Catherine said, what is the presentation copy link? It's bit.ly/Google is fun. Let me see if I have it as a quick link. bit.ly/Google is fun. bit.ly/Google. I've actually got it linked in my resources. So if you go to Tarver Academy, I have this whole presentation. So what I do is in the chat, did any of you guys have to give Google trainings for any of your staff or teachers? If you do, what I do is I offer this presentation for you to take it and make a copy, and then you can edit it to make it a presentation. So like when I started presenting, there was a company, and I won't say their name because I forgot it, but my buddy, he used to do a lot of trainings, and they had a presentation, and like he helped make the presentation with it because he was a really good presenter. And they built out the Google. It was like a Google level 1 educator presentation. Okay. It's like a 6-hour presentation, and they built it out, him and the lady that worked for this company. And then he invited me in. He's like, hey man, I know you're getting into Google trainings, and maybe we can, so they hooked me up. I got to do like 1 or 2 trainings, through them. Like they hooked me up with them and with the school, and I did the training through them. And then like one day I had a training like a few weeks in advance. And then my boss, I was like, hey, I'm just letting you know, I've got a training coming up in a few weeks I'm doing. And he was like, no, we have a meeting that day. You cannot do that. Like I had a meeting, it popped up last minute, and I let her know, and she lost her mind. Like she was insane. I was like, good. Thank you for letting me know. You're someone I never want to work with ever again. And she was like very, very strict with that resource. Like she made it clear, like, don't use anything from that presentation. And like my buddy, he bounced. He was like, I don't want to work for somebody that treats people like that. He bounced out too. And she was like, even though he helped make most of it, she was like very rude about it. I made a point in my life after that to be like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. And so this presentation, if you're giving a presentation for your teachers, and you don't want to start from scratch, I got to actually answer your question. Google is fun. If you are going to do a presentation for fellow teachers, for your staff, anything, take this presentation, go to File, make a copy, and then take my name off of it. Delete the slides you don't want, add in new slides, but keep the stuff you think is valuable for your teachers. I want you to have this as a resource, as a starting point to where you can help make other teachers better. That is my goal. My mission is not make as much money as you can from everything you do. My wife would be like, "Are you sure?" I'm just kidding. But like, she would want me to make that my mission. My mission is to help teachers get better, because I truly believe whenever teachers get better, students get better. And when students get better, everything gets better, because you're essentially making all of our population get better. So, all right, good. Awesome. So if you want that, I've linked it right there. Deborah said that her principal wants her to give PD to the teachers, and you're taking it this summer, which is a lot. It's too much. Interactive notebooks, we've got some of those in here. AI, I've got some AI. I do a full presentation for schools on AI, but I've got some of it linked in here if you want to take it and use it as a starting point. And then reach out, and I'll give you my presentation for that too. If you want, just let me know. Any way I can help, Deborah, let me know. And if y'all are, quick question, is anybody in here? Because I said I give most everything I do for free. One of the only things I have that like people pay for is my honor roll. Is anybody in here on my Tarver Academy honor roll? Let me know in the chat. I want to say thank you for joining the honor roll. Okay. If you're in there, it's got like a monthly or a full year. And if you're in it, I really appreciate it. In there, I have a link. So like if somebody joins my honor roll, what you get is like, you get my resources, you get access to like 130 hours worth of like trainings, stuff like this. You have access to all that on the honor roll. And also in there. And now guys, okay. Thank you, Robin, Les. Thank you so much for being on the honor roll. I cannot express enough how much I appreciate that. Like that's one of the few things I do that helps like financially through all the stuff I give out on here. So thank you for being on the honor roll. That really means a lot to me. I cannot tell you enough how much that means to me. And I don't know if you know this, but if you have it, if you're on my honor roll, y'all, you get access to all my presentations. You can call this a pitch. I didn't plan on doing this right now, but now we're talking about it. And then we'll keep getting into all the stuff. This is free. You can leave if you don't want it. Just kidding. But if you're in the honor roll, it's tarveracademy.com/honor roll. If you join, so like here's all the stuff. Those are you get access to all the summer PDs I'm doing. Then you get access. These are all my templates. And then the difference is because a lot of my templates I think almost all these are free as well. tarveracademy.com/resources. But what I give extra in the honor roll is I give walkthroughs on those resources, on most of them, on how to do it. Diane, if you want to join the honor roll, it's tarveracademy.com/honor roll. And then these are all full trainings. So these are all trainings that I've done, and you get access to all of them. I think it ends up being like 130, 150 hours, something like that. So if you ever want to go in, you can watch, like this is a training for principals in central office. I've got docs, sheets, slides, YouTube creator. If you want to make money online, I've got a training on that. So these are all trainings you get access to. But the reason we're here right now is because if you want to get into trainings, speaking, getting paid to do this for districts, or maybe you're a facilitator and you want to do this for your district, this is a link to all of my presentations. So like the Baller Teacher, that's my keynote I do. This is another keynote I do on authentic leadership. I've got Canva in the classroom, diversity, building authentic community. This one's on video, cultural equity, Enneagrams in education, Google, lots of Google stuff, leading millennials. Like these are all presentations for trainings that I do for schools or at conferences. And if you join the honor roll, you get access to all of those. But this presentation, you guys got it today. So it's bit.ly/Google is fun. So if you want that. So there you go. That's my pitch for honor roll. I might pitch it later. It depends on if it gets brought up. But if you join the honor roll, you get access to all, like 98% of what I give teachers and educators is free. Here's a resource, here's a template, here's trainings. 98 to 99% is free. This is the 1% that is not free. And where I added that value is you get deeper walkthroughs. You get all of my trainings because I have some that are free. This one's free, but you also get access to all the trainings. So there you go. Okay, moving on from the honor roll. Carrie said, Beth, I do follow the digital footprint, but I was wondering if there's a way that takes less time. I must have missed what Beth said, but I've got a template in here on digital footprints. So it's like a training you can give students on digital footprints. It's got videos, personal application questions, all that. So just search this presentation for that. So if you want, like, if you know how to search a presentation, just hit like Command F and it'll search. Okay. I talk too fast. I need to slow down. How are you guys? Are y'all good? Do you have a discount code? Yeah, if you have a discount code, toss it in. I'm trying to remember if I have one. There's one I used to have. Ask me later if you want. I had one that used to. Oh, what is it? Maybe. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I have it in here. One sec. Pause. See if I have that promo code for the honor roll. I used to have one for it was like premium maybe. I don't think I see it in here. Okay. I'll find that later. No big deal. Okay. Carrie said, I'm asking, is there a way to see if students are just copy and pasting from one copy to another student's document? Okay. So yeah, there is, yes, Lewis said it. Version history. You can go in and we're going to talk version history in a second. You can see if a student just plopped it in there. There's another add-on and it's called, what is it, guys? I think it's called Backdraft. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's Backdraft. And it's a Google Chrome extension that if you can take a doc, it can use Backdraft and it'll show you how draft back. Thank you, Dana. Draft back. That's it. You go in and what it does is it shows you how that document was built in real time. And so a lot of teachers will use this to where, like, if you're like, I think a student just copy pasted this, you can go to their doc, use draft back. And then what it does is it'll show you how it was built. And you can see if they just went and pasted it in there and then started changing words around so they didn't get caught. Okay. So thank y'all. Great question. Hopefully that answered it. Okay. Let me take honor roll off there. If you want to join the honor roll, I would love it. Oh, I took away the comments, not the banner. There we go. Okay. Sweet. Actually, I'm going to put a banner up of, there we go. Sweet. All right. If you're just joining us, hit the subscribe, hit the follow. I would love it. Okay. Jumping here. Now, here's the deal. I know 6 hours sounds like a long time, but if I dive into stuff, like if you guys really care about YouTube or you really want to jump into Google Classroom, if you want to walk through something, that'll add 10 minutes here, 20 minutes here. If I like get in on a story or get in on a thought or a why, and I lean into that, cool. Premium. Okay, great. So if you guys want to jump on the honor roll, if you type in the promo code premium, it cuts the price in half for the year. So thank you so much, Catherine, for trying that. Okay, dope. If there's something I don't talk about that you're like, man, I really wish he would have talked about Jamboard more. I really want to get in on Jamboard. This right here, this is a navigation screen. This is a navigation screen where you can jump to one of the slides in this presentation. So say you're like, I just want to talk about YouTube. Once you click that, it jumps to the YouTube. And I've got an hour and a half training here on YouTube. Okay. And it just focuses on YouTube. So it's going to go much more in depth than I am going to today. And then it takes you to all the YouTube slides. Okay. Oh, now I got to go all the way. But we're not going to cut back. One sec. We're going to go this way, then go back. Whoopi said, if I'm already an honor roll member, can I use premium for that? Maybe. You know what you could do? Wait until it's about to run out and then cancel it and then sign back up with premium. I didn't even know the premium code still works. So that's good. So there you go. There's all this. You can go in, jump to any of these things. This is a navigation for you. Okay. This right here. So these two right here, this slide is not here because it's important links for you right now. It could be, But the reason I put this slide and this slide in here is because this is essentially a resource for you to put in for your students. Okay. This is, so Tracy asked, is subscribe the same as following? Yes. On Facebook, it's follow. What this is doing right now is I am live streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn all at the same time. So I can see all of your comments in one place. I use an app called StreamYard. StreamYard allows me to do that. So I can push to all three at the same time, and I can see all of your comments in one place. So if I say subscribe, that's for people that are on YouTube, which would be cool. Subscribe, hit like. I don't know why I did this. I'm dumb. If you're on Facebook, you want to hit the like button, share, follow. That would be super cool. Share, maybe other teachers can see it. These two slides right here. What I recommend to teachers is take these slides and you can go and copy paste them whenever you are assigning something new to students. So for instance, let's say you're right here. Okay. These are slides. You can take these slides and I'm going to select them both and then I'm going to hit copy. So Command C if you're on a Mac, Control C if you're on something else. I'm going to go right here and I want to create a new presentation. And I'm going to title it, because we title our presentations here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be, 1.3 multi-step equations. 1.3 multi-step equations. There you go. Okay, let's get rid of those themes. So here's what I do. This is what I encourage teachers to do. Very often in the chat, does it feel like you ever become like all of your students' personal assistant? Like it's like every 10 seconds you're like, where's that? They're asking like, where's that website? How do I get you that link? Where's that resource? What's the link to that website that we've been going to every single day for 3 weeks? It's like you become their personal, and it's like you answer these same questions over and over and over. And you essentially become their, how do I attach multiple files in Google Docs? Mega Brit said every 5 seconds. Seriously. So why I recommend doing this is because you're not just saying, just Google it. You know what I mean? Like, how do I attach a 2 documents in Google Classroom? If you say, Google it, that's what they're going to tell their parents. Why do you have a D in there? Every time I ask a question, she says, Google it. This is what I recommend. It's like, what's that phrase? Like you lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. It's like a middle ground between pointing, hey, the water's over there. And then like having to dunk their head and baptize them in the water every 3 seconds. So what I recommend to teachers is make those the resources, the tutorials, the templates, the things they need, the websites, make it accessible, but don't make it to where you're having to make it a 1 sentence, make it to where you say it so much they make fun of you. You ready? So watch, I paste this. Somebody said they have a resource room. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So I tell teachers every presentation, every slideshow, every time you go and put these in there for students, go in and make it so accessible they're ridiculous for not seeing it. Does that make sense? So then I go here. So then look, I've created a new lesson. We're going to go. This is a shared document for all my students. It's on multi-step equations. That's the title slide. You know what slides 2 and 3 are? Important links. This is our, this is a, fantastic math. A link to all the websites we use frequently in our class. It's a link to everything that they need to know to get to. These are tips and slides that I think help, but you could always delete those and edit. This is yours. Once you make a copy, they're yours. You can edit them. So you can edit these. You can delete things. You can go here. These are walkthroughs, all that. This is like a directory for your students to get to those websites that they need to get to. So if you're ever students, how do I get to that website? You would say, it's slide number 2. It's slide number 2. Slide number 2. Get to the point where other kids, it's great when you get to the point of telling students something to where other students correct them. Have you ever had that happen? Where it's like, Other students like, dude, it's slide number 2. Like everybody knows this. Like we've been saying it for 6 weeks. Then slide 3, these are Google help videos. And so I've got like several hundred Google tutorials, but it's like almost overwhelming to think that they exist. Like there are too many of them out there. So what you can do here is this is a slide of like different things that students have issues with Google Classroom, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Slides, Google Meet, YouTube. These are all links to tutorial videos. So like how to convert to Excel. Like these are all tips. Like, or not tips. These are like 1 to 2 minute walkthroughs of all those. And these are the ones that I find that students run into issues with the most. And so what I tell them is, student asks, hey, how do I like share this document in an email? You said you want me to share it. How do I do that? What you could say is check slide 3. And it's right here. Share a doc in an email. Check slide 3. So it's to make it accessible for you to tell your students to go there. And then if it's not on there, like if they look at it and they're like, it's not on there, then you help them. But this, I think these 2 slides, they can be a go-to for like 90% of the things your students have issues with. And so feel free to take those, copy them, edit them, adjust them, whatever. Okay. Make that easy for you. All right. And I'm going to show you how to, like, if you don't want to put that in every single presentation, in the chat, this will help me for all of today. What LMS do you guys use? Are y'all Google Classroom? Are you Schoology? Are you, was it Canvas? I always I almost say Canva whenever I say Canvas. What do you guys use? Are we Blackboard? What is your LMS you use for your district? Lewis just said it. The great tip. Watch this. This is what Lewis is saying. So as you update this, so let's create I'm going to do a new one. Watch this option. This is what Lewis is talking about. Thank you, Lewis. 10 points to Gryffindor. You ready? Watch this. When I hit paste, oh, no, I pasted Fantastic Math. I'm going to copy these 2 slides. Now I'm going to paste them here. Watch this. Do you see the options it gives me? Match the styles in the presentation. So that'll keep like the background white because I had it in a white presentation. Keep original styles. You could do this. And if you do this, what it does is it brings in all the templates that I've created that you just got access to. I'll show you. Watch. Oh, sorry, Ravenclaw. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Thank you. That'll come in handy. All right. Then this is what he's talking about. Link and keep original styles. If you do this, now let's say, 2 months later, you add a new link. Like, okay, we've got a new website or a new resource that we're using. When you add that in there, guess what it's going to do? It's going to update all the old ones. It updates across all of them. It's like a spider web that updates against all of them. Boom. There you go. So go in, take that, do that tip. Thank you, Lewis. 10 points to Ravenclaw. That's awesome. Okay. In the chat, this is actually really important. What house are you guys in? Harry Potter house. Let me know in the chat. Canvas, when you're doing stuff with Henderson State. Yeah, Canvas. A lot of colleges like to use Canvas. I like Google Classroom because I think it's easy and it's integrated with everything. Deborah, thank you so much. Yeah, if y'all do tarveracademy.com/honor roll, where you can get access to every presentation I've ever done. If you want to make copies, all my summer trainings, everything, use premium. It cuts it down. It cuts it in half for the year. And so, and get your district to pay for it if you can, or save the receipt, like, cause it gets you a receipt, take that and try to get reimbursed. And it's literally the best investment a district can make, in my opinion, because I'm very biased because it's my own stuff. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw. Lewis said Jedi or Sith. Well, that's easy to tell because Sith never speak in ultimatums, and so you can always tell whenever somebody speaks in an ultimatum. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple more tips for making a cheat sheet once we get to it. I think it's actually pretty early on in the presentation. So awesome. Okay, next. In the chat, tell me this. How many summer trainings do you have left? Okay, how many hours do you have like, oh, all I've got is back to school week, or I've got 2 days. Like, do you try to knock out all your summer PD as early as possible, like early in June if you can? Or do you do it like later in July? Do you try to give yourself a month? Are you scattered? Melissa said she's done with them. Oh, good. Isn't that a nice feeling? You're not required to do anything, Jacqueline? Oh, my goodness. Sign me up. Well, I say that. Some summer PDs are absolute waste of time. You guys know that. Some of them I get stuff out of that saves me time throughout the year. Whenever I was the director of curriculum instruction, we had meetings, and the state of Arkansas, you had to get 60 hours in the summer. That was required for teachers. Okay. You took 60 hours, which is 10 days. Okay. 4 of those days were the back to school week. So we covered those. So our teachers had to do 6 days throughout the summer. Okay. And I remember I was sitting at a PPC meeting. Was it PPC? Is that what it's called? It's been a while. Their teachers, and their teacher representative was like, we heard that the state of Arkansas just reduced it from 60 down to 36. So can we actually get an extra, what is that? An extra 5 days off? I don't even know how many days. 36 would be 4 days off. So can we take those 4 days off? And I told him, I said, yes, we can, but that is district, like you're contracted to work those days. You're being paid for those days. So if you want to complain to your PD person, your principal on that, find out if those days count towards your contract days. Then you might not want to ask not to do PD, because then you don't get paid for those days. And I was like, we can do it, but we're going to have to decrease your salary by like $6,000 a year. So not great. You only have to get 5. Oh man, that's nice. Deborah only has to get them every 5 years. 3 PD days before school starts, but don't count since we're required to be there in our 186. So different states have different requirements. Michelle, I'm going to pop Michelle's comment out. I love this. You're a para, but you love to learn and be the best you can to help your head teacher and your students. I love that attitude. Like that's my last point when I do my keynote is like, always be learning. It's like, if we can emulate learning and like accepting new things and trying to move, our students see that. They're having to learn something new that they don't want to know every like 20 to 30 minutes, 20 to 45 minutes. So the more we can have a mentality of like, I might not want to do this, but I'm going to have a good attitude, I'm going to learn, I think that makes a big difference with students. So Michelle, 10 points to whatever house you said you're in. Seriously. Felicia said, paras are the bomb. They're the keys to successful school. Yes, they are. Our district went to what is it called? Flex mod schedule. And it's where students get a lot of free time during the day if they're doing well in their classes. And it's like they're in class essentially one less class period a day, and then that's scattered throughout the week. And paras were the ones supervising and helping students through those times. And if the para was good, that was some of the most useful time for students throughout the day, because they were able to help and focus and encourage them. And so it makes, like, no matter what your role is, however, in your mind, big or small, you perceive you're like, oh, I'm just a teacher, I'm not a principal, or I'm just a principal, I'm not a superintendent, or I'm a para, or lunch lady, or whatever it is your role is. I have seen those people from every position be some of the most impactful people in their district. So if you take on a mentality that like, I'm going to learn, I'm going to grow, and I'm going to help others get better, that will integrate across every single position you come in contact with, students and adults. So if you have any summer PD stuff left, or if you want to use it for this is a template you can have. And if you don't, maybe you can copy it and make it for next year. So this is a template you can have. And what I encourage teachers to do is, if you go into a new training or a PD, or if you're using this stuff like this session right here, a lot of times it can feel like you're, what do we say, drinking out of a fire hydrant. It's too much stuff to remember. This I made in an order to help disseminate that level of information. So you would put in name of the presenter, the date, the session, all of that. That's just for reference later. And you can link to the presenter's name, all that. And again, this is a doc. So if you're in that PD with another educator that you're friends with, share it with them and y'all collaborate at the same time. And also you can write notes to each other and nobody can see it. Looks like you're taking notes. If you have a team and you're in a PD and you're like, this could help my team, share this with your team members. Try to spread this thing out. And the idea is that it's shareable. Personal goal for the session. I always like for people to type that in there at the beginning. Like if I'm doing a training and people have this, I always like them to do this. That way I can make sure I hit their personal goal for that session. I can help them hit that goal. And then this is the notes box. And you're like, that's a pretty small box. Remember, it's a doc. It expands. So your notes section expands. And then you've got links to different stuff that you get that's helpful. Biggest takeaways. And then this is what I think is really important. How does this apply to me? Okay. And then next steps. Okay. These are next steps. And say it's like, share this with Matt. And then I can go in and I can make a comment. And then do y'all know how to share something with somebody directly so they get notified? Because if I said share this with Matt and then hope that he sees it, that's, it's like throwing a message in a bottle and putting in the ocean. But if I do the @ symbol, like I'm tagging somebody on Instagram, then I can actually pull up my contacts and it will assign it. Hey, bro, love you, man. And then I can go in, I can assign it, and it will email, share, and give them access. And I can change his access. I can edit or comment. Let's make him the editor. Boom. So that's a really quick way to share that. That's another tip in Google. Whenever I was in charge of PD for our district, used to teachers, when they were telling us what PD they want to do in the summer, they would write on a piece of paper, hand it to their principal during the exit interview, and then I would get it in my office like halfway through June. The problem with that is sometimes teachers, like, they have to get requirements based on state, like this many tech hours, this many, mental health hours, all these different things. And so what we started doing was I built a Google form with Autocrat where teachers filled out what they were doing through that. And it emailed a sheet to me, them, and the principal. This is how we communicated. If I would see it, as soon as they filled it out, I could see it. I would go in, I would mark on it, I would make a comment, and I would assign it like, hey, you've got to switch these 6 hours out with tech hours because you're required to by the state. And I would tag them on it, and we would literally communicate through the comments. Super great way to collaborate and communicate in a document. So there you go. You can take this PD notes template if you want it. Also, in the chat, do you guys do PLCs? Do you do, are you PLCs? Are you, what is it? Team meetings, grade level, subject? Do you have vertical teams? What are the meetings that you meet with most frequently? Weekly or bi-weekly or monthly with your district? Let me know in the chat. PLCs. Okay, Carrie, they do PLCs. We did PLCs when I was a teacher. It's like we did PLCs, and you do it like they train you to at first, and then like after like a couple of years, it just turns into something else. This right here, this is a team meeting agenda. I'm going to show you a couple tips inside here. You may already have it in the chat. Do y'all have a agenda for your team? Let me know in the chat. Do you have an agenda for your team? If not, here's one you can make for your team right now. And remember, delete my name off of it and pretend like you made it. You're like, oh, I was on vacation and I thought, you know what? We needed a team and agenda. Okay. Lewis said, what's a PLC? It's, oh my goodness. Is it professional learning community? Isn't that what it's called? Or is it? Yeah, professional learning community. Isn't that what that stands for? It's been so long since I've said it out loud. I have no idea. Okay. So if you want, you can take this. This is just my little promo thing for me. Just delete it. Then you can insert your school, team, all that. It's got the important links stuff like we do. You know how we do. There we go. Somebody said we just make it up as we go. In PLCs, they talk a lot about norms and standards. And so what this is this is where you can put out norms and standards. So you can always like go back to it. And a lot of people like to read their norms and standards. Like, all right, guys, remember, we don't talk over other people. We don't talk negative about students. We don't pose a problem unless we have two potential solutions, whatever your meeting norms are. And then this is like a checklist over to the left. Then this would be what you would fill out. So I did kind of like the big three stuff where you go in and you would say our main three goals. We want to figure out, what is it? Preview day. We want to discuss this article. And then you could actually link to it. If you're in charge of it, maybe it's good. You could all collaborate on this and build out the agenda together, or one person could be in charge of it. And then you can go and link to whatever it is, watch this video. And then, you can link all out. That's what I like about all this stuff is you can link to it. And that's what the good thing about digital stuff. This is where you would take notes, and it fills up pretty quick, but you can make the text smaller if you want. And then I like this. This is before next meeting. So it gives people what they need to do going into next meeting. Okay. Now, let's say you don't have one of these for your district. Okay. So you went in and you made a copy. I want to show you a little tip you can do. Okay. So what you can do, and we'll call this, best team meeting agenda, and then just delete horizontal. Okay. But that's all my stuff. So there you go. And then you put the school year 2023, 24. Okay. Now, here's a cool thing. We talked earlier about Drive and how everything gets lost in our Drive. It's unorganized, all that stuff. Here's what you can do. You can make this, you can share it with your team, but then your team's like, well, how do we get to it? And every week you're trying to find it and you're searching your Drive. It's like an Easter egg hunt. What you can do is in your calendar, you can go in, you can click here, and let's say you meet on Fridays from 1 to 2, and you can say team meeting. You can go here and you can actually attach that to that team meeting. So there's my team meeting. It's now attached, and I can add all of my team members, and I can have it repeat weekly on Friday, and I can tag all of my team members. And then I can say, okay, so now every week you're going to see that calendar invite pop up, and you're going to be linked directly to, watch this. So I'm going to go ahead and send it. My buddy Matt's going to be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm sorry. Sorry, Matt. You're getting all these. All right. So now it's a team meeting. I can click on the calendar. My agenda is directly linked in there, and I don't have to search for it. My team didn't have to search for it. We know we're on the same one, because at some point, inevitably, you're going to end up with like 8 different team meeting agendas. So that is going to happen. Okay. We're about to do our first break because I got to go to the restroom. In the chat, let me leave a banner. In the chat, I'm going to say 2-minute break. A 2-minute break, and I'll be right back. You can go in the chat, go get some water, get some more coffee. I'll BRB. See you in a second. Y'all are great. What up? Welcome back. Sorry about that. That's the thing, coffee and water. It leads to frequent breaks. So, okay. So 1-to-1 doesn't equal fun to fun. In the chat, let me know, what is your 1-to-1 situation look like? Do all of your students have Chromebooks? Do they have iPads? Do you have stations? What does your device situation look like? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. If you're doing this for PD hours, just so you know, we're going to do 6 hours. And the way we have it set up, we started at 9 and we're going to end at 3. And that's 6 hours straight. We'll do a couple of little small breaks, and we'll probably do like around noon. I'll probably do like a 10 to 15 minute break. And just like you would if it was, you know, an in-person training. So, but it counts for 6 because, you know, 6 hours. We're going to do that. You can always, you can watch it later on YouTube and slow it down. That counts as the extra time. Just kidding. Okay. Chromebooks. Okay. Most of y'all are one-to-one with Chromebooks. Awesome. Carrie said not one-to-one computer carts in the room. Okay. So, but there's not enough for everybody. That would make it hard. I mean, as long as you have one that you can present from, you can do a lot, I think. And then obviously whenever students have them, it's great. Okay. So most of us are one-on-one with Chromebooks. Great. Okay. One of the things that I found whenever we started rolling Chromebooks out at our district to all of our teachers is they just like automatically assume like, oh, kids are going to have laptops. It's going to make my lessons more fun and more interesting. It doesn't. Just because you're one-to-one doesn't mean it's, I say, not fun to fun. It rhymes. It doesn't automatically mean kids are going to like it. Kids don't just like technology. They like what they can do with technology. They like that they can watch YouTube. They like that they can create something. They like that they can play videos or watch videos. Okay. They need to know how to, and Felicia said it right here. I'll toss her comment up. They need to know how to implement. They need to know how to implement. Okay. So one of the things I'm just going to go and tell you. Okay. So we rolled out, like it was a big deal. When I was in charge of the technology for our district, like it was a big push. Like we had to get like $100,000 to get enough Chromebooks for every student in our, like up to like, it was like 3rd through 12th grade. And then under that we did iPads, but we were rolling them out and it was a lot of work. And we pitched all this stuff. We're like, this is what it's going to do. Students are going to learn how to use technology. They're going to learn how to do all these things and they'll have access. We can personalize. And it was all this stuff. And then about 2 months after school started, I was like doing walkthroughs and I walked into a teacher. She's a good teacher. I walked into her classroom and all of the Chromebooks were sitting there closed, stacked up in the middle of their groups. And they were writing with pencil and paper and she was presenting. And again, there's a place for that, but it felt like that was the norm in that classroom. And what I found out is you have to have purpose behind using this stuff. And you have to be willing, even more than that for teachers, you have to be willing to mess up. As a teacher, you have to be willing to make mistakes. And here's the deal though. We as teachers, it's like we have been trained like failure's bad. We don't fail. Failing means you repeat the grade. Like we all probably did pretty well in school. And then we, started working at a school. One of the things that we need to do as educators is we need to be willing to try new things. Okay. And Lewis was there. He was with me at it. So if you'll remember, he'll remember. A lot of you guys might not remember. So there's this concept that I want to talk about. It's called the fail bell. So whenever we got to go to the innovator training in New York, there were like 42 of us and they split us up into groups of 6. And so we were all these circular tables. I think they were circular, all these tables all around the room. And we're sitting there and we got selected because we had a project we wanted to do using Google that would help our students or our community or education. And we're all working on our project that week. And when Google gets up to talk, you sit there and you're like, wow, this is Google. They're going to say something really big. Like they're going to tell me how great they are and how we can be great and all this stuff. And what they did is they stood up there and they showed a slide. And the slide had like, I don't know, 10 or 15 different programs that Google had launched that were failures. I'm talking Google Glass. You know those glasses that we're all going to wear that none of us wear? Google Glass. Google launched their own TV one time. There was like, what is it? Like all these different things that Google had launched at tanked. What was it? Google? Is it Google? Not Google. Is it Google Plus or Google Hangouts? What was the thing that was going to replace Facebook? Do y'all remember? What was that? Let me know in the chat. Not Google Hangouts. Google Hangouts is video. It was Google. Was it Google Plus? Google. It like turned into groups and then like it never really took off, but it was supposed to be their social media. Let me know in the chat. Was it okay? Google Plus. And they were like, this is going to replace. It was a big deal. They put a lot of money, millions of dollars behind it, and it tanked and failed. And Google's up here showing us all the stuff they did that failed, okay? And we're sitting there like, why are you showing us all this stuff that you did that was trash? Like you guys, like you don't, when you think of Google, you don't think of failure. You don't think like, oh, well, that's kind of a failure. Like they do pretty well stock options wise, you know? And so they're up there and they said, the reason we are successful is because of our failures. The reason we have programs that do well and that help people and that move things forward and that people want to be a part of and use is because we take chances on this stuff. And yes, we've made things that were failures. We made public failures. We've made things that that were trash. In retrospect, not trash, but didn't work in retrospect. But because we did those things, they led to this, or we learned this and built this, or we learned this and we moved in this direction. You have to fail. Catherine said it, you have to fail upwards. And I have a chapter, this is not a pitch for my book, but it's available on Amazon. What's up? Baller Teacher Playbook. There's a chapter called Failure Isn't Final. And we as teachers, we view failure it's such this thing that you never want to even like, you don't want to step your toes. You don't want to get wet from the pool of failure. Okay. You don't want to dip in. You don't want to dive in. But that's the thing. If we can, yes, you can have some help with Google Sheets. Whenever you take chances on this stuff, whenever you take chances, I'm going to give you a lot of templates, a lot of resources. Try them. And here's the thing. When you pitch it to your students, don't pose yourself as this expert, this person who never makes a mistake, like every history teacher we ever had in high school. Don't pose yourself. Say, hey, guys, you know what we're going to try for a week? We're going to try these digital notebooks, and we're going to see if they work. And you're going to let me know what you like about them, what you don't, if we can adjust them, or if we need to give up on them. We're going to try these things. Have this mindset of being okay to fail. So back to the innovator thing. We're sitting at these tables. We're working on our projects all week. And they gave us, after they gave us this talk, they gave us these little bells. You know those little bells that ring, like ring for service, ding, 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 ding. You put them in there. You toss them in there. And we tossed them in the middle of our tables. Everybody's table had them. Anytime throughout that week, if we realize that our project should be, like we need to make a hard pivot, like we're in Friends. You remember the show Friends? Like we need to make a hard pivot. We need to adjust it. We need to drop it because it already exists, or we can come up with something better. If what we're working on is a failure and we need to pivot to something else, what we would do is we would ring that bell. And in the room, anytime during the week, if we heard a bell being rang at any table, we were all supposed to cheer. We're supposed to cheer and yell and get excited because that meant that someone put their pride aside. They realized they could do something better, and they dropped what they were doing and they did it better. One of the things I always say when I work with teams and groups in my team, and anytime I give talks on leadership, my view is I always have the best idea in the room until I hear a better idea. And then I'm going to leave mine like I never had it. We have to be willing to adjust and adapt. And if you present that to your students, I think they're going to have the mentality where they're going to be willing to try and do things as well. So go for it. Next, keys to modern teaching. In the chat, what do you think are some of the keys to modern teaching? Throw that in there. Throw in the chat. What are some keys to modern teaching? Throw that in the chat. What are the keys to modern teaching? These are the three things I feel like can help teachers. And pretty much I tried to layer this entire thing with that. Efficiency. I think that we don't ever have enough time. Like it's never like your boss comes in and goes, hey, we're just going to take this program away. Give you an extra 20 minutes a day. Thank you so much. Efficiency, communication, and community. A lot of the stuff we're doing, I try to hit. Everything is either to try to help you save time, help you communicate better or more efficiently, or to build community with your students. Okay. So that's what we're going to try to do. Flexibility, productive struggle, adaptability. All these are great. All these are awesome. Being willing to learn with the kids and not teach. Man, I like that. That's good. Okay. This is a quote. Whenever we'd interview people, this is always like our second to last question. I would go, all right. And I'm interviewing somebody. I'd say, in the words of James Comer, no significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. What does this quote mean to you with regards to education? And most teachers said the same thing. If we don't have a significant connection with students, they're not going to care. Like they might do the work. They might not do the work, but they're not going to care like they would if we had a rapport and we know our students. You're going to be a better, even if your student doesn't respond, if you're going to know your teacher better, or if you're going to know your students better, you're going to help them learn even better. Okay. So in the chat, is anybody a Google level 1 educator? Anybody a Google level 1 educator, level 2 educator, trainer, innovator, anybody? Throw it in the chat. Throw it in the chat. I'm just drinking water so I can guarantee we take another break. That's how I know we're going to take breaks and I don't forget. Okay, so we got a couple people that are, a couple people that are level 1s, a couple people that, and not yet. You can say not yet. And you're like, why do I even get it? Like every time I post like this resource on my TikTok, people are like, why should I get that? And I'm like, because it shows your students you're willing to grow and learn. You're like, yeah, Carrie, there is. Seriously, it's awesome. Not a coach. Lewis, I'm same thing. I'm not a coach either. I need to go get that. Tammy, good to see you, Tammy. Not yet. I like it. All right, renewing this summer. I might not be this anymore. I need to figure out if I need to renew. Okay, here's what you got. You ready? If you want to be a level 1 educator, this is a resource. If you click on it. So my buddy Eric Kurtz, he's an awesome educator. He's out of Ohio. Does a lot of amazing things for teachers, especially in the Google world. He made a checklist for all the skills you need if you want to pass the level 1 exam. Now, I say all. You don't have to know all of this to pass the exam. Okay, you don't have to know all of it. But if you do know all of these, you will pass the exam without question. Okay? Now, he made the list and I reached out to him and was like, Eric, hey, are you cool if I like go in and like make a copy of your list and then make video tutorials of all of it to help people? He was like, absolutely, go for it. Yes, that's true. Lewis said it. Scenario-based coming back. So right now it's all multiple choice, but they actually announced it at ISTE at the Google Hangout. Google said we're bringing back scenario-based testing. So keep that in mind. So if you don't like that, go ahead and take the test really quick. Okay. So if you do want to take it, you want to go through and check and see if you're ready for it. You can go into this template that I have on that slide, and it's also available at tarveracademy.com/resources. Go to File, make a copy, and then what you can do is you can be like, okay, create a doc. I know how to do that. Share, I know how to do that. Oh, how to collaborate using docs. I don't. You can click it. It'll go to a video, and you can learn how to do it in like a minute. Okay? There you go. And it's me walking you through how to do that. So that's the idea, is that you can use this. It's got all this stuff. Yes, if you're showing up or you don't have it, because I noticed there's not a lot of people in the presentation, which is fine. A lot of y'all may have, you may have screenshot it and you're going to come back to it later. It's bit.ly/Google is fun. Okay. Let me go to the presentation and I'm going to pin that. Okay. Wow. He's scrolling. Scrolling. Wow. It's catching up. Hold on a second. I got to catch up to where we are. Okay. Let me pin this link at the top. There we go. Okay. So now I've got that link pinned at the top. Awesome. Awesome. Why am I saying awesome? Like awesome, like what I did is awesome. Sorry. So there's the link to the presentation if you want access to it. All right. That is slide 25. Sarah went ahead and made a copy. All right. You did it. That's awesome. Make a copy, delete the stuff you don't care about, and you can have it. Or you can add this in there. If you click right here, this is what I'm going to show you in the Google Drive stuff. Nope, I'm going to wait. I'm going to save for Google Drive. I'm not going to bounce around. Okay. So there's level 1. I'm working on level 2. So I got the checklist from Eric, and I kind of paused on it. I think I've done a lot of these. I need to put them in there. But here's the level 2 one, and I'm starting to work on it. So if you want to work on the level 2 stuff, there you go. Okay, cool. All right, and then innovator and trainer. Once you get level 1 and 2, you can apply to be a trainer. I don't think you have to have level 1 and 2. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you have to have level 1 and 2 to be an innovator. You might. It doesn't hurt. All right. Anything I have, by the way, if you ever need any of the resources, anything like that, just to show you, tarveracademy.com/resources. Put your email or a friend's email. Doesn't matter. Put somebody's email in here, and it takes you to a Google Doc. And these are all of the templates and resources. Not all the resources, but these are all the templates. Yeah, Perry made a copy. Make them copies. That way you have it no matter what happens. You do have to have a level 2 for innovator. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. This is all the templates. And I need to make some more. I've been meaning to make some more. So in the chat, maybe at the end of the day, y'all let me know what templates you want me to make more of. You don't need level 1 to get level 2? Really? I thought you had to have level 1 to be level 2. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Now, y'all ready? We're about to get into some stuff. Coach and trainer, you have to have both. Oh, got it. Okay, let's see what you're saying now. Okay. Has anyone in the chat, has anybody played with ChatGPT or Google Bard? In the chat, tell me ChatGPT or Bard or both or neither. Let me know. Have you messed around with chat? This is probably like the coolest thing we're going to talk about today, in my opinion. And that's why I put it at the beginning. Let me know in the chat. Okay, both. Good. Yes, no, yes. Couple yeses, a couple no's. It is a life. It saves me so. We talk about being efficient and communication. It is so nice for efficiency. No, not yet. Okay. Bard got updated today. Works in Spanish now. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, that's awesome. All right, so I'm gonna show you a couple things that it can do, and then give you some ideas for using it. 1 for yourself and 2 for your students. So I've got a lot more than this. I do like a training. It's like a 3-hour training, and I actually did a video if you ever want, like if you want your district to buy you, I've done a 3-hour PD. If you've got PD hours you're looking to fill, I've got it. tarveracademy.com/shop. Get your district to buy that. It's like $30. And I've got a 3-hour training on it. And I just pretty much went through a ton of prompts and things you can do with your district. So bard.google.com. Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so what it is AI, Bard, ChatGPT. So if I use one or the other, I'm talking about both. They're the same pretty much. But ChatGPT is owned by Microsoft. Bard is owned by Google. So there you go. So here's what it is. What you're doing is it is an AI to where it's not just a Google search. It is literally reading and responding to what you have asked. Okay. So for instance, if you're a student, say, write a 500-word essay on the influence of the Norman invasion on the English language. Cite at least 5 sources in APA format. All right, let's see if it does it. Here we go. Now, again, this is all equally amazing and equally terrifying. So I think it's important that we learn how to be good on this and train our students how to use it well. All right, so there it goes. It cited them in APA format. It wrote it. It's more like a bullet point, so it's not essay format. Okay, rewrite that in essay format. See if it'll do it. And it pretty much can create and do things based on whatever you ask. Thank you for doing that. Woo Pig Susie. I like that name, by the way. That's a great name. Okay. Sarah said the district can't use Bard. That stinks. What about ChatGPT? They didn't rewrite it. And sure, here's an essay. It doesn't look like essay format to me. Doesn't matter. I essentially did this and built it out in seconds. What took me when I was in 12th grade, and this was my project I had to write 12 pages on for a research paper for English, it took me like 30 hours to do because I had to go to the public library and open up a bunch of Encyclopedia Britannicas. All right. Now, Bard's great. And for that, you're like, oh, wow, that's great, but also terrifying because how does that help? How does that help? That actually hurts my students because they're just writing the paper with that. Your students are already their students already know about this. What you need to do is whether you want to allow them to use AI, ChatGPT or Bard, whether you want them to use it or not, you need to let them know. Like, hey, we're going to use it, but we're only going to use it for these reasons. Or, hey, you can't use it at all. Like whatever your policy is, you're going to be faster at making a policy than your district. They move slow on everything. So you need to have a policy for your classroom on it. Yeah, a lot of schools won't. Jermaine said a lot of schools won't let them use Bard for them. Then it's ChatGPT, okay? Then Honestly, that's frustrating to me when it is. Honestly, they're going to, I'm so sorry. I get frustrated at districts that are behind and don't see the value in technology that can help you be better at your job and help students get better. Okay. Felicia said it, train it to use it efficiently, both as a student and a teacher. We're going to talk through ways you can use it positively. But guess what? A lot of districts blocked YouTube for years because they didn't see, oh, this is the greatest learning tool in the history of mankind. And they blocked it because whatever. Okay. Yeah. And it's not like kids don't use their data. Kids are going to be using it anyway. So you need to have something. Okay. Here we go. Y'all ready? Here's a way you can use it for your students. Okay. Have your students write a research paper and you can let them know beforehand. This is how we're going to do it. Okay. You can have them write a research paper and then you give them the prompt. Check the following research paper and identify 5 ways to improve it from the perspective of a high school teacher. Okay. Nope. That's the training. Here we go. So I'm going to paste that. Then I'm going to paste a research paper on group versus independent learning. Paste that, hit enter. You can have your students write the paper and this can do the first round of like potential improvements, like things they can do to make it better. Sure, here are 5 ways to improve the research paper from the perspective of a high school teacher. Provide more specific examples. Define the terms group learning and independent learning more clearly. Provide more evidence. Support your claims. Strengthen the conclusion and proofread it for grammar. This could go in. Like, that's an awesome way for you to have your students, instead of passing it and trading it, having a teenager or a middle school kid proof a draft, or you spending 10 hours reading and proofing all these papers. Let this do it and individualize it per student. You can have it go in and do that. How about this? Grade the following research paper based on a 10-point scale. Grade for the following, and you can have if you have a rubric, you can attach the rubric, copy paste, following criteria. Grammar, flow. What are other, in the chat, what are other things you would grade on a research paper? I'm not even good at this. Concise argument. I don't know. That doesn't fit. That's probably not good. Let's see. Sources. What else? What's some other stuff we can grade on? Throw it in the chat. I'm hitting a blank. Let's see. Grammar, flow. Let's see. Main points. I don't know. That's whatever. Let's just do that one. Okay. Paste that paper. Okay. Ooh. I guess that'd be under sources, wouldn't it? Factual data. Content. Let's do that. Overall content. Hey, Google, stop. Stop. My Google thought I said something. All right, here we go. We're just going to do these. Let's see what happens. Let's see if he'll grade it for me. Sometimes you got to reword this stuff to get the right answer you want, the right output. So it did my grammar is a 7 out of 10. My flow is an 8. Sources, overall content, 8. Overall grade, 7.5 out of 10. You could use this to do your grading for you. Like I was a history major in college who taught math. I never wanted to teach English because it seemed like it was so time consuming to grade all those papers. And that may be selfish of me on my time. But I just think that this could do a lot for you. If you have a rubric, you can do that. Here's some other cool. This is a fun one. You ready? Plan a road trip from Little Rock to, what is it, Sunnyvale? Let's say I want to do a road trip. Stop at highly rated restaurants. I can't spell restaurants, just so y'all know. I just can't. Too many vowels. Highly rated restaurants. Also stop at any key landmarks. Give hotel recommendations. Or that are $250 or less a night. Please put in a table format. Okay, let's see if it does it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Let's try it out. This is great for a family road. I use this for like life. I use this to plan, organize, clean up, do stuff. Okay. Ooh, that's weird the way they did that. Possible road itinerary. Okay. It's got me stopping in Eureka Springs. It's got a bunch of stuff there. Even gave me, an inn at Eureka Springs. If I went to Eureka Springs, I'd stay at that haunted hotel. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let me try that again. But this time I'm going to say don't put it in table format. There we go. Let's see what it says if I don't put it in table format. See if it does it that weird way. Like, because usually when it does that, then it pops into a table, but it didn't. Maybe it's because there was a link. Nope, did the same way. Melissa said you can also use revisions from Bard to model peer revision and feedback. Yes, you can. That's the thing, guys. There's so many ways you can use this and leverage this to help your students get better. And I think that, we're just touching the surface. So here's another one. This is a fun one. You ready? Pose yourself as Benjamin Franklin. Give Benjamin Franklin's thoughts on the current state of American politics. Also list 3 changes he would propose to make things better. Here's the cool thing. How is this for like an essay a history teacher could do that's like, take this and then they give their thoughts on it. Look at this. He put it in a letter format. Deeply troubled by the state of American politics. Partisanship and gridlock is unprecedented in my lifetime. This is crazy. This is what it does. It's not just making it up. It is, but it's pulling from everything Benjamin Franklin ever did. It's like you have an expert that goes in and analyzes everything this guy ever said and then applies it to something. How about this? Pose yourself as Benjamin Franklin. This is a fun activity to do with students. Give his thoughts on, let's see. Give his thoughts on, let's see, our current president. On President Joe Biden. List 3 things he would like and 3 things he would dislike about his leadership. You could add this to, like, literally insert dead political figure and insert current political figure. There was one guy who he was a writer for some big time news place, and he built it up to where he was having a conversation. It was like he was interviewing Jonathan Swift through AI. Okay. So like you can go and think of have your students come up with this stuff. Like they can do it, pick out the people they want to analyze from. As long as that person has a lot of information on the internet, they could do it. Like I did this. So they just passed a LEARNS Act in Arkansas. And I have not I've talked about what I've read from it, but I haven't given here are the things I love and things I hate, because there's stuff I love and hate in it. But you could go in and you could say, pose yourself as Tyler Tarver. Actually, I don't want to give criticism on the LEARNS Act because then they might not let me speak at anything. So let's do pose yourself as Tyler Tarver of Tarver Academy. Give 3 things he thinks I should work on as a teacher this summer to be better in the fall. And it works sometimes, but it might not. I have a lot of stuff on the internet, so maybe it does. I post way too much. See, it didn't have enough. Every now and then it will pull from my stuff, but every now and then it doesn't. Let's see. Tara said, can it create parent emails? Write a parent email. Write a parent email from a teacher. Dr. Tarver. I forget that I'm a doctor sometimes. Have it tell them he's excited about having their student this year in class. Let them know I'm available by email. Make it exciting. Use a quote from John Maxwell. There you go. Let's see if it does it. Here we go, Tara. Can it create a parent email? Dear parent, I'm writing you to express my excitement about having your student, and you put their name in my classes here. I've been following blank's progress through the year. Throughout the year, I don't know if you've been doing that, if you're having it for the first time. And I'm very impressed with their work ethic. Okay, so I did it as a parent email like through the middle of the year. And I didn't word it very well. I wasn't specific enough. I'd like to leave you with a quote from John Maxwell. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. So there you go. You can do this. And here's what I'll do too. If you write an email, I've done this before. I'll write an email and then I'll go into Bard and I'll say, make this sound smarter or clean this up or, connect this. And it'll go in and it'll make that email sound way, way better. So that's great. Great question. How can we teach students not to just use it to create their answers for assignments? Coming from a history teacher, I want them to use it, but responsibly. I think you need to be open and honest with them. And you need to be clear. Be like, hey, guys, I know that you know about this. If you're one of the few people that don't, let me show you what this can do. And you show them that hey, if you do this and you do paste it in here, that is cheating. That is cheating. Okay. You can go in. You have to be clear with them on it. You have to be clear with them on what cheating is and isn't. And I put a link in here. It's called GPT-0. You can copy paste stuff they write into there, and it gives you the likelihood that it was done by AI. And so, but then there's other apps that can get around that. So the best thing to do is be clear with the students on what's plagiarism, what's not, and what the consequences are. It's just like if they copy off a friend or if they get a notebook from a kid that took the class the year before. You have to be clear. Students today don't know what plagiarism is. The internet is used and it's like such a copy paste culture, especially at their age. They don't know what is and isn't plagiarism. When I was a principal, I had a teacher come to me and say that they had a student. This is 10, 12 years ago, probably closer to 10 years ago. I had a teacher come to me and she's like, hey, the student copy pasted the answer from Google. I'm going to have to give them a 0, but I know you got to talk to them as well because they get I don't know, it was in school or something. It's like, okay, I'll talk to her. And it was a student that never gets in trouble ever. She's great student. So I called her in my office and I was like, hey, we're going to have to give you a 0 on your assignment because you cheated, you plagiarized that assignment. And also you got to do half a day ISS. She was like, but I didn't plagiarize. And I was like, oh no, please don't lie to me on this. Yes, you did. She's like, no, I didn't. She was sincere. She's a good kid. We always had good rapport. She was like, no, I didn't plagiarize. And I was like, let me show you. And I typed the question in and I was like, look at this. Everything you wrote is exactly like the first response from Google. I was like, you just copy pasted it over in there. She goes, I didn't plagiarize because I typed it all myself. I didn't copy paste it. She did not know, as a 10th grader who was smart, she did not know that plagiarism wasn't plagiarizing is don't copy paste. She thought she could type it with her own hands and it didn't count. We have to be clear with these students on what plagiarism is. I had a student that was at our college that transferred to another college. He reached out to me because he got in trouble for using ChatGPT. He said, I used it as a research tool for my paper. And I was like, did you use it as a research tool or did you use it to write the paper? He goes, well, I used it to write the paper, but they don't have a policy against it. I was like, well, academic dishonesty is usually a broad term, but since AI is different and it's actually creating it, we have to be clear on what our policies are. So be clear with your students on the policies and telling them what plagiarism is and isn't. Okay. Let's see if I have any other examples in here we can roll with. Here's some other ones. Tell me why I'm wrong. This is a fun one. Have the students write a paper and then say, tell me why I'm wrong. Go to Facebook and find your very opinionated aunt. Copy what she wrote and say, tell me why I'm wrong, paste it in there, and then copy paste that as a response. I'm kidding. You don't do that. But if you want to, do it. Translate. But Lewis said now it does it in Spanish. That's incredible. Make it sound simpler or smarter. I told you I did it for email. Make this email sound smarter. And it amplifies my email, makes me sound better. Or I don't know any extensions off the top of my head that do this, but there's extensions, or you can just copy paste. Go to a web page. Let's go New York Times. Let's see if I can even get this. They might have it blocked. Okay, FDA approves this. No, I don't. Just let me have it. Okay. Never mind. I didn't have to do it. So this is an add-on I'm going to show you in a minute. Instead of copy pasting and posting in there, instead of going to their stuff or signing up, Merlin, which is an extension that uses AI, it goes in and it literally summarizes the whole thing for me. There we go. Now I can read that entire thing, copy it, and then I can paste it in whatever I want and see the summary. So you could go in and do a ton of this stuff. And I'm going to show y'all Merlin. Merlin's got cool stuff. That's that's like the least cool thing it does. And it's still really cool. Here's another prompt. Create a lesson plan for a 45-minute lesson on solving multi-step equations, making an 9th grade level attached to Arkansas State standards. Give supplementary videos and resources for students if they need extra help after class. Here we go. Y'all ready? And I found there's some stuff that Bard's better at, and there's some stuff that ChatGPT is better at. Jermaine, yeah, it's called Merlin. I'm going to show y'all that in a second. We're actually got a whole section. What? Okay, sorry. We're switching over. It said it can't do it. I probably worded it weird. So we're going to switch to ChatGPT. Let me switch it up. Sorry, I know it's a Google training and Bard is Google, but if it don't work, we'll find the program that does. Yes, Lewis said it can also code for you. Yes, it can. It can literally create websites for you. Do code, analyze, find mistakes. It can do a ton of stuff in there. Guys, the more I use this, the more I'm using it for almost everything to make my life easier. I'm going to show you some stuff it does with Gmail as well once we get to the Gmail section. I don't know why. Sometimes it gets clunky. Let's stop there. Exit. Okay. Well, trying to show something cool to my friends and y'all are ruining it. Come on, ChatGPT. Sometimes it gets very, is it Cure Words? Is that the one that summarizes the pages? So it did work for Sarah. Okay, great. I don't know why it didn't work for me. Let's try Bard again. One more time. Sometimes you got to word it different. Come on, give me the lesson plan. It's worked before. Don't embarrass me. I'm not programmed. Yes, you are. You're programmed to do anything you put your mind to. Okay, something's happening right now. Am I still on the internet? Let's do a new chat. Well, okay, it works. I promise. It's very, very impressive whenever it's loading. I don't know why my stuff's not loading up. Maybe they know I'm doing a training and they want to embarrass me. Okay. Here, this is what I want you to do in the chat. Y'all ready? I'm about to go. I got to do another quick break. I want you to, just like a 1 or 2 minute break, in the chat, write a potential prompt you can use as a teacher. Okay, go. So do that, and I'll be right back. Do a potential. Yes, ChatGPT is free. Once it loads up, okay, there we go. I'm gonna let it load. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Put a chat in there. Okay, thank you for the break real quick. Okay, so look, it started doing it finally. So lesson plans, solving multi-step, 8th grade, Arkansas State standards that attach those in there. Materials, procedure for 5 minutes, 30 minutes. We got lesson plans. Look at this. Okay, so let's see what you guys popped in, okay? Bar's not allowed. You know what? Some districts, they don't see the value in being able to save you time. Write an email from a teacher to a parent about failing grades. Yep. Write an email from a teacher to a parent about failing grades. Give 3 tips on how they can help them improve at home. So you write this informational text at a lower lexile level and include a glossary and key understanding. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we do the email real quick. And here's the thing too, like don't forget, it can pull and expand on a lot of this stuff. Write a lesson plan on the proper use of Chrome carts in the elementary class. Oh, I like that. Write an email welcoming parents and students to the new school year. Excellent. Write a lesson plan on the difference between fossil fuel and biofuel. Like this is one of my favorite. Like I've been telling people all summer, like this is, if you can learn something that can help you be better at your job, save time, communicate, learn, Bard, ChatGPT, all this, learn it. I'm serious. It can save you so much time. So much time. So convenient. And here's my thing. If I, as an adult, use something a lot, I think it's important that we allow students to get the chances to get reps with it, because that's something they're probably going to use when they become an adult as well. So here, I don't know if parents are going to react to you giving them advice, but there it is. And again, you can edit and adjust. Ooh, that's good. Write a summary. All these are great. Hey, Lewis, thank you so much. Hopefully we get to hang out again in Sunnyvale. All right, Google, accept us both. Let's do this. Okay, sweet. All right, so there you go. That's Bard, ChatGPT, same thing. Use it, learn it, make your life easier. Make your life easier. Oh, what do we got here? Acting as an expert in English literature, write a summary analysis of Lord of the Rings. So this would be one that you could do with students. Let me put it in. We try it on Bard first. I always try Bard first because I love Google. Come on, little buddy. There we go. Lord of the Rings. Summarized it, locked it up. So nice. You could even do this if you had notes or a presentation. You could go in and say, develop 3, open response questions based on this. Okay, I'm an 11th grade student who wants to go to college. List 10 things I can do right now to afford college and be successful once I get there. Great question. We can allow students to use this to adapt to their personal life and get better at what they're doing, or get better at what they need to do. Give them advice. It's like an assistant. It's a personal assistant. Right there. 10 things they can do right now to get ready. Let's see what else. So I got a couple more prompts. Education should not be free for everyone. From pre-K to higher ed. Tell me why I'm wrong. That's a great prompt. Here's my current lesson plan for an 8th grade photosynthesis lesson. You can copy paste the lesson plan and then it can add to it. So if you need to create a lesson plan from scratch, boom, ask it for it. It'll give you a starting point. Then you can also, if you already have lesson plans, you can toss them in there and say, improve this, make this better. That way you're not just doing the same thing. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself on the break there, but in the how many M's does comments need? In the comments, come up with an example prompt we can try. Okay, so if you want a water break, go ahead. I'm going to stay here just because I just took a quick break. We'll do another break here in a minute. Okay, sweet. Thank you guys. Throw in some prompts, get some ideas from people in the chat. I've got prompts in there. You can take prompts, use those. Okay. If you're just joining us, if you bounced in, you're saying hi, you just saw the email, just got the text. If you would like, if you're on YouTube, please hit the red subscribe button. If you're on Facebook, feel free to share this so that your fellow teacher friends can see it if they want to be on here and learn and grow with us. I am going to give a certificate at the end of this. It'll be at 3, so it's 6 hours. You can stay as long as you want or not. Or it's, I'm not your boss. Do whatever you want. But I'm going to be here from 9 to 6, just talking through Google stuff, answering questions, giving resources. Yeah, there you go. Hit subscribe if you want. Hit the like button if you want. Share it with your friends. Send the link. Give it to anybody you think that it might help. You can forward my email that I sent out. You can forward that to anybody you want if you got it through email, if you're on my email list. If you want to get on my email list, tarveracademy.com/resources. Okay? Ooh, write a week's worth of team building activities for middle school students that takes no longer than 30 minutes per day. Boom. Do that. That's a good one. That's a good prompt too. Okay? All right, so this next one. This is an activity. And so what I did was I made an activity for teachers that they give their students. And the idea was, let me get rid of this. A lot of students find it hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. According to Tinto, which is what I based the video on, Tinto had a research study in the 90s, and it was built around why do students finish college? Like, why are students successful in school? And there's only 2 reasons students finish school. It's either because they have academic goals, like I want to finish 3rd grade, or I want to make all A's this 9 weeks, or I want to graduate high school, or I want to graduate college, I want to be a doctor. They have academic goals, or they have a social connection. Okay, the reason we have so many clubs in high school, so many groups, so many organizations is because that social connection, those subgroups, is a community that students need that helps them be successful. Okay, so using this, I made a video of me talking to students about how they're successful. And it was geared more towards like remote learning, but I think it can be applied to anything. So if you want to do this activity with them, there's a good chance they'll have remote learning at some point in their life, or they'll be a virtual, worker. Ideally, this helps them. Okay. Oh, Missy, thank you for sending it to your staff last night. Let's go. Shadow Ridge. All right. If anybody else wants to forward it, go ahead and people can jump in. If you want to forward or share it, that would be cool. And if you're on YouTube, I actually have on Facebook. You can go there. I have a Facebook page. Just search Tyler Tarver. I think it's fb.com.
Here's what I found.
Calm down. Oh, just search Tarver Academy. fb.com/Tyler's okay. And it's my Facebook page. And it's on there streaming live as well. If you want to share it on Facebook, feel free. No pressure. All right. With this, the idea is you give students this video. It's like a 13-minute video. I try to make it very like vloggy, very, I try to make it engaging for students. I try to make it, what grades is this for? This is probably for, I think it might be a little too fast paced for like 3rd grade and below. I would think 4th grade and up, it would be easily applicable to. And so there you go. You can give it as an assignment. You can toss it in, and they can do it on their own, or you can watch it together and do it. But I try to make it fun, like very much something they might watch on YouTube already. And then I gave some things. I got interactive PDF. So you can give this and make a copy for all your students. And so there you go. That links to the video. It's got a little video agenda. In your opinion, what factors are more difficult in person, blah, 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 according to Tinto. And then they could fill it out. Like you could print these off. Again, the links don't work as well if you print it off. But you could print it off if you wanted to, or you could, share it with them and make a copy. And then I also have a Google Doc. If you'd rather them just fill in the doc, you could go here, make a copy, put it in Google Classroom, and just make a copy for everybody. So the students could walk through. It walks them through everything. Okay. And the idea is that they build those connections. Like they have somebody holding them accountable. They have clear goals. They know who their community and their people are, but then they also know what they want to accomplish. And so that's kind of the idea of what this was. Did I spell accountable wrong? Oh, no, that's right. Okay, good. Don't tell me how to correct myself, Google. Okay, there you go. Hope you like it. There's a resource if you want it. Okay, now we talked earlier about, where we had the 2 slides and we put the slides in. We're like, this is for your students. This will help your students, if they want to, if they have an issue with Google or whatever. So I made some cheat sheets. And the idea for these cheat sheets is that this is a resource for you to give your students so that they can not have to ask you about everything. All right. So I made one for you. So let's look at the teacher one, then I'll show you the student one, then I'll show you how I would put that in my classroom. So this first one's a Google cheat sheet for teachers. It'll make a copy. Again, remember this. This is me giving you permission, okay? I just burped. I hope you didn't hear that. I was trying to burp inside of my head, but it did like a grumble. Apologize. Have y'all seen the Grimace Shake thing on TikTok? It's weird. Samuel, is this being recorded? Yes. So this is streaming on YouTube, and this video will be available afterwards. I've got a bunch of other trainings I've done. This one's the only one I've opened up publicly, but I've got a bunch of other trainings I've done this summer, and I've got some ones I'm doing later summer, Canva, ChatGPT, all that. Those are all at tarveracademy.com/shop. If your district will allow you to do them there. Or if you're on the honor roll, they get everything. Honor roll gets every training I've ever done. It's like 150 hours. So yes, this one's recorded. This link will be available. I'm going to make it unlisted after this. So you have to be on the email list to have gotten it, or the text thread. And that's what I sent it through. So, or you can just save the link if you're in here right now. Okay. You shared the cheat. Thank you, Missy. Thank you for sharing it with, like, here's the thing. Like when we find resources, it's fun to like get them and use them. It is encouraging to me as the person who makes the resource and wants it to help as many teachers as possible. When you take it and share it, that means a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 10 points to Gryffindor. You win. Thank you so much. If y'all want to share these things, forward stuff, go for it. Forward the email list. Tell people to join the email list. I try to send out stuff every week for teachers. This is a Google cheat sheet for teachers. If you like, what it is these are video tutorials for classroom, docs, sheets, slides, forms, Meet. These are the things that I think teachers run into issues with most frequently. And so I found the videos. They're all little quick walkthroughs and tutorials where you can do that, okay? I've got YouTube. I've got some YouTube channels that I recommend. And then these are some, I need to update. I need to make I'm writing that down. Google Cheat Sheet 2.0. Google Cheat Sheet 2.0. I need to make an update because I've got so many more resources that I've done since then. So I'm going to make a cheat sheet for teachers. I'm going to update it. But here it is right now. Walkthroughs, all this. This is for you guys. Follow your heart. Okay. So if you want, Missy, here's the thing you can do. You can take this cheat sheet and you can delete my name and just like put your name on it and pretend like you made it. I'm okay with that. My goal is for you guys to look amazing with all your fellow teachers and your students. That's my goal. And you don't have to be like, you don't have to be humble. Don't be like, well, actually, Tyler made it and I changed the blah, blah, blah. No. You did it. Okay. You changed the title. So take credit. All right. My goal is for you guys to look awesome. That's my goal. So there's that. There's a Google cheat sheet for teachers. If you want to share that with your staff, fellow teachers, your team, whoever, or if you just want to use it for yourself. All right. This right here, this is a cheat sheet for students. Okay. Now I've got this in a few different versions, depending on how you want to present it to your students. Okay. So this right here, it links out to the website. So I've got it on my website. It's under Google Student Cheat Sheet. Okay. So if you go to my website, it's Google Student Cheat Sheet. This right here. Sarah said, if my admin thinks I made this, I'd be summoned to make so much more. Yeah. And you'll get paid for all of it, right? We always get additional stipends and raises for our extra work. That's how education works. Just kidding. But seriously, like take it, make it yours. I want y'all to look dope. All right. These are videos for students. This is how to act in an online class, video, phone video tips. And because we randomly popped in this. Thank you so much for talking to them. I appreciate that. Seriously, share this. Y'all, if you're on Facebook, share this thing, repost it, share it with whoever you want. This is a cheat sheet for students. These are issues that students have with these things. Resources for students on YouTube, YouTube channel recommendations, other stuff you should know. And these are all tips and things I've made for students. It's all on my website, Google Student Cheat Sheet. Okay. If you want to take the link, you can paste it in there. Look, here's what I would do. Go to Classroom. If you're in Canvas, if you're in Schoology, whatever, we're going to go in. We're going to go here. We're going to classwork. I'm going to go to create. And this is a material, not an assignment. Google Cheat Sheet. Check this before you ask me for help, or else you'll be expelled. JK, but for real. Okay. Then I'm going to add the link. I want to put this under year-long resources. Hit post. Now, when my students have issues and they're like, how do I attach a document? How do I share this? How do I make that an Excel file? You'll say, check the cheat sheet. check the cheat sheet. Every time they ask, check the cheat sheet. Put it in here. They go to the Google cheat sheet and they check it there. Let them have a little bit of responsibility and ownership over the stuff they're having to do, okay? If you do that, it's going to make your life so much easier. It's going to save you so much time, okay? It's going to save you so much time. So go in, do that. Do this so much and say check the cheat sheet so much that whenever a student asks, other students are like literally chanting, check the cheat sheet. Like you want them to do that, not you have to answer all those. Okay. I've also got it as, so I've got it as a website, but I've also got it as, oh, that's right here. No, that's the website as well. I thought I've already linked it. Okay, here it is. I've also got it as a doc. So if you go here, you can see the Google Doc of it, or you can make a copy of it for yourself. So these, same thing, but in a Google Doc format. So whatever format you prefer, use that. Okay. And again, remember, change, if you're sharing this with your students and you don't want to say Tarver Academy all over it, that's fine. Change that Tarver Academy and put it your logo, your classroom, your name. Make it, build the community in your class through this, okay? But you can link to it as a doc, put it in there as a Google Doc. Again, I've got a game. I don't even know why I have that there. Okay, so go in, do all that, make it yours, okay? There's a cheat sheet. I also have one for parents. You can have that, but parents never check this. Honestly, I made this because like the cheat sheet got really popular for a minute. And then the Today Show reached out and they were like, we think it'd be even better if it was geared towards parents. And I was like, okay. So I literally created this to go on the Today Show. And then they ended up changing their minds. And they were like, well, we actually just did an educator one. So no, never mind. I'm like, okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. Okay, Jermaine, no problem. Check in later. Make sure you save the link. I want you to have this, be able to go and watch it at your own pace. Oh, and Jermaine, check Merlin because actually I'm going to share you this quick tip. Jermaine, before you leave. I can't do it on the one we're in now. Let me do this. Actually, I can. Let's go to YouTube. Watch this. Let me find a training I've done real quick. After this, I want to show you. So here is an hour-long training I did on YouTube. You ready? If you download the Merlin extension, watch what you can do. So yes, I can see the chat replay right here, or I can go to summarize this video. This is an extension. What it does is it's going to read, like after this video, you could do this for this 6-hour training and it'll literally timestamp and show you where everything is. YouTube Premium. It's got like all this stuff and it'll jump to it in the training. Like it goes everywhere in there, like click it, boom. You can expand and see more breakdowns. It literally creates a bullet points. You could even do this. This is incredible. I know I was trying to save it, but I couldn't save it, okay? This extension, this AI extension, not only will it read the video and give you a breakdown of all this stuff, you can say, let's chat. And you could say, what are the 3 main tips from this video? You can literally ask and the AI will read the video. And oh, it did it. Look, YouTube Premium, investing in YouTube Music. And wow, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Okay, how about this? You ready? You could take a video and say, create 3 multiple choice questions from this video. Hope it doesn't do YouTube. It does YouTube Premium. Okay, I don't know why it's like stuck on the YouTube Premium thing. Let me redo it. Summarize the video. Okay, I don't know why it's doing it. Let's go to a different video. It's weird. Sometimes I get stuck on little things. Let's do, okay, here we go. Here's a PD I did, 3 hours on Google Drive. Summarize and do this. Create the summary. You could do that to this video. Remember, in the future, do that to this video, do a breakdown, and jump to what you actually want to talk about, what you want to learn about. Create the summary. Take your time. I'm just wasting time singing a song. All right, we're going to get to Merlin more, but I think it is a big time extension for teachers, especially in this. Look, here we go. Now it did it. There's the full thing. Goes through the whole video, breakdown of everything. Boom. All this. Let's chat. Create 3 open response questions from this video. Think of how you could do this with your students. You can have it create their. Oh, apparently I've asked it too many questions today, so it won't work today. Thanks a lot, Merlin. Okay, great. Usually you get like 50 a day, I think, but apparently I've hit my max. I will probably start paying for that because it's that helpful. But you can build out those things using Merlin if you've never used it. It's awesome. We'll talk about it a little more in a minute. Okay, so let's talk about Google Chrome. It syncs apps, remembers your passwords, believes in your dreams. Go ahead and sign in to Chrome. Don't use Firefox. Don't use Safari. Use this. Okay, quick tip you can use in Chrome. Right here, these three dots looks like a slender snowman. If you click on that, you could go in and you can go to incognito window. What that would do is it would create a window that is separate from yours, that if somebody signs into their account, they go to websites, whatever, as soon as you X out of that window, it forgets all of it. So like when I present at different schools and I have to sign into someone else's computer to present, I create an incognito window. That way, when I log in all my accounts, as soon as I X out of it, it forgets all of it. I don't have to worry about somebody having access to my stuff. Where can this come in handy for you as a teacher? Whenever you are teaching students and they're coming up to present on your computer, they don't log into their stuff. Have you ever had a student in the chat? Have you ever had a student come up to your computer to present something, and then for the next like 6 months, it tries to sign you in as that student? And you're like, what is this? I don't want this. I don't want to see all their emails. I don't want all this. Incognito window. Go to the 3 dots. You can't see it on mine because it won't show the pop-ups, but I've got a screenshot of it. So that's a way around that. Some schools block this because students would go in and it doesn't save the history. So I get that one. I'll think it's ridiculous if they block YouTube or ChatGPT, but this one I get why they block. It's a safety issue. Okay. Cool. Everybody there? Y'all feel good? All right, next. This one. In the chat, let me know, have you ever tried to sign into something and you've been signing into like something, or you've been messing around in your Google Drive and you click on something and it's like, sorry, you don't have access. You no longer have access. Have y'all in the chat, have you ever had that happen where it will like restrict your access because it says you're signed into a different account? Does that happen to anybody? It happened to me for years, and it was so frustrating because I'd be in my account, but I would be switching between my personal account and my work account. And so it was like, you don't have access to something. Yes, I do. This is me. Here's the reason that's happening. It's because right here, y'all see this little drop down? The problem is that is where you're switching between your accounts. Don't do that anymore. Do not switch between your accounts right here. Go up right here to your Chrome. You can't see it drop down, but you see this little circle where I am right there? Click on that and switch. Switch between Chrome accounts. Then you won't have this issue. Don't switch between Drive accounts or Gmail accounts. Change your Gmail stuff in Chrome and you'll have new tabs. That will prevent this from ever happening again. I haven't had it happen in years, and I switch between my accounts all the time. All the time. Okay? Cool. So there's another little tip. In the chat, if you have ever pinned tabs, say pin tab squad. Say pin tab squad. Carrie, where is that? It's up here in your Chrome, like up here in the Chrome area. It should be right up there above it. It should be like a little circle. It'll have either your face or it'll have a letter. Yeah, it's a little circle. And that's if you're signed into Chrome, it'll be right up there. If it doesn't, it might actually say sign in. If it says sign in, you need to sign into your Chrome account, your Google account. It'll be up there above, not this one, above it, right here. If you're in the Pin Tab Squad, say Pin Tab Squad. Say it in the chat. Pin Tab Squad. Good to see you guys. Pin Tab Squad. Okay. So this is Pin Tab Squad, okay? Whenever you go throughout your day, in the chat, what is a website that you use frequently throughout your day? Throw it in the chat. Like you go to this website often. Gmail.com. What else? Google Drive, Google Classroom, Canvas, Canva. What is stuff that you use frequently throughout the day? What is a website? Pen Type Squad. I don't know why I say that, but I like it. Pen Type Squad wannabe. I like it, Lauren. That's great. Go Guardian, Skyward, Google Drive. Okay, great. TAC. Awesome. Canva. Let's do Canva. You ready? Let's say I go to Canva all the time. Here's the deal. Do you ever open up tabs at the top and like you have stuff happen throughout the day and you end up opening up so many tabs and it gets so crowded up here in your tabs? Here's what you can do. You can actually pin tabs of websites that you use frequently. So let's say I use Canva all the time during the day. I don't need it to take up this much space, but I need it to stay up here. I can go up to my tab. I can right click. You can't see my drop down because this screen won't share that. Right click and then hit pin. So if you want to try that, try it right now with this presentation. If you're on your computer, go to the tab, right click and go to pin. See that? It just shrank it and moved it over here. It shrank it and moved it over to the left. It gives me, like right here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tabs, and that is smaller than the one tab. You can pin the tabs of the websites. Like I've got YouTube Music, I've got Gmail, I've got Drive, I've got Calendar, I've got ChatGPT, and I've got Canva pinned. These are all things I use multiple times throughout the day. Pin those tabs. And if you're like, Tyler, who am I, Beyonce? Why am I going to put a ring on this? Look at this. I can't X out of this tab. Check this out. Say you're like, okay, I don't need to pin this tab anymore. You can right click, unpin tab, and boom, it becomes unpinned. All right. Now, here's the thing. Group. Okay, Nicole, great. Gary, let's talk this. Nicole prefers to group tab it. In that way, you can have 5 and it opens and closes based on it. I know a lot of people that will group tab based on the class period or the subject. So like my third year teaching, I taught geometry and I taught, no, let's do my fourth year. So fourth year teaching, I taught algebra 1, I taught algebra 2, and I taught honors algebra 2. Those all 3 had different things I needed to address, but I did that multiple times throughout the day. Okay. So what you can do is you can take, say these 3 things are all 3 things that I'm using for algebra 1. So I can click on the first tab and then I'm going to hold the shift button and it's going to select all the tabs in between. So I've just selected all 3 of these tabs. Then I'm going to right click and I want to add these tabs to a new group. And I'm going to call it algebra 1. I can change the color, make it red. I don't know why. Is anybody else that teach math? Do you just think algebra is supposed to be red? I feel like it is. Maybe it's because of the book. Hit enter. Now look, I have a group tab that I can expand or collapse based on that. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Nicole has a student tab and a me tab and a policy tab. Those are 3 good tabs to have. Whatever your organization is, you can tab this. I've got tabs on the screen you can't see because I've got a split screen. On the screen you can't see, I've got a tab for education TikToks. So when I make education TikToks, I use one of my resources. I show them how to make it, and then I show them how to get to it. That's like 3 websites. Click, click, click. Link in my bio, resources, blah, 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 all that. It goes there. And so I have all those tabs. I can just click that. It expands it. I can make the videos, and then I can collapse it. So that is a nice little time saver for you, not have to search stuff. Okay. Now, I don't know if your school does this, but what our school did whenever I was an admin, what we would do is we would, at the end of the day, like 8 p.m. every day, we would shut down every computer in the district. It would automatically shut down. And then when teachers came in every day, they had to start up their computer. And the reason we did that is because at night, when those were shut off, is when we would install updates for them automatically, and they didn't have to do any updates on their computer. They didn't have to install updates on all the programs. We would install them. And then as soon as they turned the computer on, it automatically updated it. Now, a lot of teachers didn't like this because they would have all their tabs saved up here, and then they would lose them all every day. I'm going to show you how to fix that. Y'all ready? What you need to do is you need to go to your 3 dots, looks like an ant with all the legs ripped off, and go to settings. Go to the 3 dots and go to settings. Then you want to go to on startup. See on the left it says on startup? Then you want to select continue where you left off. Continue where you left off. What that's going to do is anytime you shut down your computer, when you X out of Chrome, whatever, as soon as you click and turn it on, it's going to automatically bring back all of your tabs that you had when you closed it out. You could also, if you're like, I don't want to start where I started over, but I do have specific tabs that I like to start with my day with, all that stuff, you can have it to open to a specific set of pages if you want to. So that's that option if you want to use it. Cool. And then I can right click here and I can ungroup. No more group. No new friends. Hey, look, there's us. Look how young we were. Is that for all devices logged into that account? It is if you do if you want to start all your pages from a certain thing, like the third option where it was like start, it would do it. But if not, you would need to do it for each device. Okay, so each device would need that. Jennifer, you say your district has what blocked that you can do on startup? If that's the case, email your tech person, say, what are you doing? Stop it. Just stop it. Okay? Just stop it. If you're behind on comments, don't forget to hit refresh or scrub forward. I don't know why it's like back on that slide for mine. That's weird. Oh, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, I'm just going to get out of there. It's tripping me out. Okay. Sweet. Next one, bookmarks bar. Does anybody, okay, in the chat, what is the problem with this bookmarks bar? What is the problem with it? Why do you not use it very much? I'll tell you, I got my guess. You tell me yours. Samantha said that their school has automatically started up on Google in your school page and we can't change it. Ask them to let you change it because that's ridiculous. Stop it. Like what? Like that's, my goodness. It's too cluttered, Tracy. Exactly. It's clunky. How about this? Does this happen to you guys? You go to add those different things that you want on the bar and Tara said it. It fills up too quickly. Like you have like 3 things and then boom, you're out of room. Like it's like literally it's like you can get 7 things and then your bar is it's too full. And so, sorry, stretching it out. It's a long time to do a 6-hour monologue. Okay, here's my tip to you. Y'all ready? Here's the tip. Whenever you go save a site, so let's say I want to save, let's say I want to go save tarveracademy.com/resources, okay? Let's say I want to save it, so I'm going to go up here to my Omnibox, and I'm going to hit the star. You ready? I hit the star. I'm going to add it in there. That's a long name. Look at this. Like, I don't have room as it is, and now I've got this super long name in here, wherever it went. I don't even see where it went. Where did I save it to? Oh, I saved it into a group. I need to save it to bookmarks bar. Save. Look at this. That's so long. It takes so much room. Here's the trick. You ready? When you save it, delete the name. Go in and rename them. Delete the name. Hit save. Then what it does, see this up here on my bookmarks bar? All I did was I know this is Bard. I know this is StreamYard. I know this is YouTube. I know this is TikTok. So I know all these websites. I know all of these from the icon. If you can remember what the icons are, you can go straight there. Okay? So go there. Now, here's the only negative thing. Y'all ready? Here's the only negative thing. Look at this. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got like 20 different sites right here. Okay. The only negative is look, you see this little right here? That's a Google slide. Let's say you have 5 different lesson plans and you've got them all built in Google Slides. If you delete the name on it, what it's going to do is it is going to look the same because the slides icon is the same. So here's what I recommend. Look at this. You can have folders and you can have a longer name here. Say you have lesson plans or you have something that you need to do this, make a short folder and then you can put the drop down in there. So I've got all this, like these are affiliates. Like, look at all these are book. This is like a lifesaver for navigating all the stuff I have across the internet. Okay. You can't see me do the drop downs, but I wish you could. Up there at the top, you can see where it has like Be Creatives, Monday BP, all this stuff. When you click it, it does a drop down and you can do it. Okay. Now, you can also drag and drop. So like, let's say I created this post one. I can click that and I can drag it. And again, my screen doesn't show me all of it, but you can, like somebody said in there, you can drag and drop that into one of those folders. So drag and drop, clean them up, shorten them, make your bookmarks bar, save you time. Okay. Next one. If you ever X out of a tab, say you X out of my presentation, but you want to bring it back. Oh no, I X out of the presentation. Command Shift T or Control Shift T, depending on your device, recovers the tab automatically. So if you ever X out of it, Command Shift T or Control Shift T. Okay. I love the folders too. I've been using folders. I've been really, what is it? Bullish. I've been bullish on folders for a while now. Bullish on folders. Okay. Then, okay, next. Merlin. Okay. We talked about Merlin a little bit earlier. How do I make a folder for the bookmarks bar? Great question. Sorry. What you would do is you would go in and you would just right click up here, anywhere on the bookmarks bar. I don't know if you can see where I'm moving my cursor in the upper right. Right click and then add folder. You can't see my drop down. Cool. Right click and then go to add folder and you can do that. So right click, add folder and you're in. Good question, Tracy. Okay. Now, Merlin. This is a Chrome extension. I've got it linked here. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. It is awesome. I've been singing its praises for a while now. Here's what it can do for you. And again, I think I've used my max amount of Merlin for the day. But let's say I go to google.com and I ask, what is, my son's been on here. He's asking my son just searches math stuff. He's very smart. And then, look, it did it. Oh, sweet. So what Merlin does is when you Google search something, what it's doing is matching up keywords to websites, and it's pulling the websites. What Merlin does is Merlin off to the right, you can see what it says. It reads all the websites, and then it actually answers your question. Okay? Here we go. Like if I said, who is Tyler Tarver of Tarver Academy? I wonder if this will work. I've never tried this. It's super narcissistic. So it did all this. This is what it pulled from a work website. This is what it did. And then I can do like I did on the YouTube video. Let's chat. What is his expertise? Oh, never mind. I can't ask there. It'll do the search, but I can't ask through there. All right, cool. Thanks, Merlin. Trying to brag about you and get you downloads, and you're ruining it. So Merlin does that for Google search. It does the breakdown for YouTube videos, and it does something really cool with Gmail that I'm going to show you here in a minute. Okay, and we're almost there. Gmail. Let's talk Gmail. On a scale of 1 to 10 in the chat, how much does your Gmail like frustrate you or stress you out? Let me know in the chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much does your Gmail stress you out? Let me know. And you can, not in the summer, maybe summer it's less. Yes, it's Merlin AI. Yes, it is. Lizette, good question. How much does it stress you out? 9, 7, 7. Is a 10 bad? 10 is bad. 10 would be bad. Would you be a 10, Nicole? So much. 0. I don't use Gmail. Fair enough. Okay. Well, do you not use email? I'll tell you this, if I had to use Outlook or something else, that would stress me out at a 10. I had to use Outlook for a company. I was like, this is ridiculous. I don't want to do this. It's like you have a better program sitting there and we have to use Outlook. So hopefully you don't have to use that. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to show you a few things that you can do with Gmail to help save you some time and save you some frustration. Okay. The first one, and all these are links. All these are, Lizette, they blocked it. Request it. Request that they do it. Okay. Jennifer. Okay. Jennifer said, I delete everything so I don't get stressed. Then I ask others when I can't find stuff. Don't delete it. I'm going to show you a way to set it up right now where you won't get stressed by seeing a bunch of stuff. but you don't have to delete it. Okay, you ready? So here's my recommendation. Go to your Gmail. Okay. Now, in your Gmail, go here, go to settings in the upper right-hand corner, and then go to unread first. Can y'all see that? Unread first. Set it up as, yes, Mega Brit set it, read and unread. It is the only way to go, in my opinion. Some people like folders and all this stuff. That's fine. Do it if you want to. This one is the one. If you're using default where it's just it comes in and it's chronological, use this, unread first. What that does is any email you have not read, any email that comes in, hey, if this is you guys signing up for my, if that's y'all signing up for Tarver Academy Honor Roll, thank you so much. If anybody wants to sign up, tarveracademy.com/honor roll. And you get, people used premium. It's a discount code. So you get like half off. It's like 40 something bucks. So there you go. Look at this. So unread, boom. Unread, everything else. So whoever said, who is it? Jennifer deletes. Don't delete. After you check it. So like what right here, these people are going to offer me something for my YouTube channel. It's some whatever spam thing. So I go here. I look at it. I'm like, I can either reply to it or I can be like, okay, I'm good. Look what happens. Do y'all see how it's like shaded like this? Watch this. Hit refresh. It goes down here into my everything else. And it's out of my view. Look, I don't have to see this stuff. I didn't mean to do that. I don't have to see this stuff. It goes in there. I can clean it up. And then when you check all your emails under unread, it'll say, woohoo, you're all caught up. And it's a good feeling. It's such a good feeling. Okay. So I recommend to everybody do unread first as how you check your Gmail. Okay. All right, here we go. Next, mark as unread first, unsubscribe. Does anybody get spam email, not spam, but like emails from like Target or Walmart or companies or me maybe where it goes in, my buddy declined that team meeting. That's good. That's good. Delete it. All right. So like, here we go. Here's a Google one. Google sends this out as like a mass update email. If you don't want it, start unsubscribing. This is the way to trim down all those emails you get that you haven't checked in 200 years. It's because you've been alive that long. You're immortal. So we go here. As you get them, don't go back and search for them, but as you get these emails, up here at the top where it says who it's from, do you see where it says unsubscribe? Google has made it a lot easier to unsubscribe. So just click that, and then you would hit unsubscribe. Start doing that now. As you get those emails and you're like, I don't need this. I don't need this. Do it. Do it. Do it. Perry, I do not recommend deleting any emails ever. I don't delete it, or I don't recommend it, because you never know when you need to find that email or need that documentation or need that proof of something. I recommend marking them as unread. That's what I recommend. I don't ever tell people to delete them. My old basketball coach, he used to delete everything. And then one time he needed proof that he replied to something or did something. He couldn't prove it because he deleted them. Don't delete them. Don't delete your emails unless you're a drug dealer. Okay. And then don't be a drug dealer. Okay. Now, that's how you easily unsubscribe from stuff. Okay. When I check my emails, I just go into my Gmail email. And then do you see these little arrows in the upper right? I get into my flow. I click it. Because if I bounce out and see like the subject, if I see all this, I'm going to want to skip around to the stuff that I want. Okay. So if I go here, I can go here and then I just hit over and I'll just go through my unread. I'll just go to, how do we make that show? What show are we talking about? What did I say? What did I say? I don't know what I said. Apologize if I said something. Go here and you just hit over. Check them. Bitly. I could unsubscribe. Here's the thing too I found though. Even when you unsubscribe from stuff, I've noticed I still get emails from them. If you get emails from a company after you've unsubscribed, go to these three dots and go to block. Just block them. Stop playing that game. If they don't make it easy to unsubscribe, block them fools like Dikembe Mutombo. Get out of here. Giannis, pack it. Send it packing. They out. Thank you so much. Okay? So there you go. Next one, unsubscribe, unsend. Here's another setting for your Gmail. Y'all ready? Go into the gear in the upper right. Go to see all settings. Go, it's like the third or fourth one down. It says undo send. Y'all see where it says undo send? It gives you a buffer time. After you send an email, it gives you a buffer time to where you can bring that email back, bring it back into your life and evaluate, check it, make sure you've tagged everybody you need on it, and then you can send it back out. Okay. Yes. If it doesn't show, if unsubscribe doesn't show and you don't want to receive it anymore, block them. Okay. Block them. Or if you have mark as unread, what I'll do is like, say there's some email threads I get that I don't want to get that often. I'm good. I don't want to delete these, but I don't want them to pop up. What I do is like here, let me find something. You can go to the email and you can go to the three dots and you can go to filter messages like this. And then like say every email from that company, I can go to create filter and I can have it mark as read. So what it'll do is say I get a lot of emails from like a listserv, but I don't ever check them, but I still want to get them in case I want to search for something. I'll mark them as read automatically. So anytime I get an email from that listserv, it'll automatically mark it as read and it'll funnel it out of my stuff. That's the way you can do it where you don't delete it, but you can still keep it. Okay. Okay, cool. Yes. And Catherine said it, but it's still searchable when you need to find it. Exactly. You can mark it as read and it's searchable whenever you need to find it. Awesome. Unsend. Let me show you what that looks like. So I hit compose. Let's say I'm writing to my buddy Matt, who I've already sent like 8 things to. Hey, I love you. Sorry for all the emails. I'm doing a training. Hey, watch this. I'm going to hit send. Look at the lower left-hand corner of my screen after I hit send. Let me move this. Look at the lower left-hand corner of my screen. Do you see that? It's giving me 30 seconds to undo this message. I can go, oh, wait, I forgot to tag so-and-so on this. Or, oh, I don't want to send this. I hit undo. It brings my message back and lets me reevaluate and then send. I call this to save my job. So like you write a really hasty email because you're frustrated at your principal. You can click on send, do that, pull it back, go, never mind, I'm not going to send it. It's a dangerous game we play, but it's something you could do if you wanted to. Okay, cool. Also, templates. In the chat, has anybody ever used a template in Gmail? Let me know in the chat if you've used templates. Here in about 18 minutes, we're going to do like a 20-minute lunch break, okay? So here in 18 minutes, we'll take a 20-minute lunch break, but I want to get a few more things through Gmail. Or Tara said it, or if you accidentally hit enter and it sends it before you're ready. I've done that on accident. I've hit something and it accidentally sent it, okay? So it allows you to unsend it and then do that. Here we go. I'm going to show you templates. In the chat, tell me this. What is an email you have to send frequently throughout the year? What is an email you have to send frequently throughout the year? Let me know in the chat. Let me know, okay? Now, is it student absences? Is it truancy? Is it missed assignments? What is something that you send frequently throughout the year that you're like, I don't want to keep rewriting this email 100 times? All right. Here's what you can do. With templates, you can go to compose. And then I can just go down here to these 3 dots. Y'all see my 3 dots? Looks like a CrossFit snowman. Click on that. Go to templates. I'm missing assignments. Classroom. Let's do classroom discipline. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. Boom. Hello, parent or guardian. I wanted to inform you that Johnny has acted out of line that occurred today. I essentially made a Mad Lib for discipline. Your child chose to stab someone, and they'll get 3 days ISS. Chill out. Then I can hit send. It literally built the email for me. I filled in 3 things, and I can hit send. Okay? So you can go in and build these templates and attach them. I'm going to show you how to create them. You ready? Actually, I'll show you how to create them. So let's say this was my template. To do this, all I got to do is go to the 3 dots, templates, save draft as a template. And I'm just saving it as a new template, okay? So I can go in and do it. IEP meetings, missing assignments, weekly emails to parents, behavior log, parent communication. All of that You can create templates that are one click, and then you can add or delete a couple things and send it off. Okay. Now, if you don't see that option, let me show you how to turn that option on, because some people don't have it turned on automatically. Go to the gear, go to see all settings, and then think to yourself, what am I? That's right. You're advanced. Click on the advanced tab over there and enable templates. Okay. Settings, advanced, enable. Then you can go in and add templates for things that you send frequently throughout the year. Okay. Cool. If you want, I've got some example templates on slide 52. You can go in and get these example templates. Thanks, Tara. I appreciate it. That's my goal, is to come up. I need to expand. I need to really sit down and come up with some other nicknames for it. So Mega Brit, I've actually got a slide in here on Google Keep for message you send frequently. This way you could just copy paste those as templates in there, and you don't have to go jump over to another platform. Okay. So I've got some example ones here: student discipline, student absence, Google Help. Like if they have Google Help, that cheat sheet stuff, you can have it go through here. Google Classroom help, password. Oh my goodness. Students forgetting passwords. Dear goodness. We can make a template for that. Okay. There you go. If you want it, I've got all those templates right there. You can start with those. All right. Now, y'all ready for this? I don't think you're ready. Bump this jelly. You ready? That's Beyonce. This next extension, that Merlin extension, I want to show you what it can do for your Gmail life. This has been a time saver for me in a big way. Let me show you what that Merlin extension. It feels like I'm being promoted by Merlin. I'm not. You saw that. They blocked my stuff. Here we go. You ready? Okay. Hey, to the 8 of you that joined the honor roll, thank you very much. I appreciate you 1,000%. Thank you for joining that. I will try my best to make it worth way more than whatever you or your school paid for it. Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So here we go. Let's do this. So I just got a new truck. So it's the first time I've ever got a new truck. Got it yesterday. I'm really excited about it. So please join the honor roll so I can pay for it. Just kidding. Diane, I have it linked at the top of the YouTube. It's bit.ly/Google is fun. Okay. So if you go to that YouTube video up here at the top, I've got it pinned up here. You click it, you can get the presentation. Okay. Cool. So here we go. I'm going to show you what Merlin does. So I got this email from SiriusXM. I click reply. You ready? I'm clicking reply. Look down here. Do you see down here at the bottom? It gives me some prompts. I can say yes. It's going to read my previous emails. Let me make this bigger. It's going to read my previous emails, and it's going to reply. Oh, it's out of stuff. No. And Merlin's trying to get me to pay it money. I'll do it. I'll pay you money, Merlin. How much do you cost? $15 a month. I don't know if I can do that. That's pricey. I just bought a truck. It's really expensive. I might go upgrade, but okay, fine. Merlin don't want to work. I'll give you another extension. It's called Ghostwrite. Y'all ready? Ghostwrite. I go here, agree, and tell them thank you. Then I hit write. Here's what it's going to do. Oh, goodness, everything needs an update. Okay, let's try it again. For the third time, I'm going to go to Ghostwrite. Ghostwrite is the name of it. Merlin is a good one. It's built in at the bottom. Ghostwrite is another one. Go to thank them and tell them I'm in. Hit right. It's going to go ahead and build. It's going to read your previous emails and build a reply in a professional manner, casual, whatever. Look at this. It literally built a reply. Insert. I have a reply. Thank you for the info, blah, blah, blah. You can do this to parent emails. You can do this to whatever. Anybody that hits you up, you can reply to it and go in and do that. It is awesome. It is an awesome feature. Merlin, Ghostwrite. You can go in and do automatic replies. You can give it details of what you want it to say. I highly recommend it. I think it's been my biggest time saver with Gmail since Unread. Now, this is where it pops up. This is what it normally looks like whenever you don't run out of your stuff you've used it for. Okay. So give parameters for it. You can tell it what to do. You can do automatic replies, all of that. Now, I want to show you how intricate this thing gets. Okay. Someone sent me, and I asked her permission to use this. Miss G asked me one day, she sent an email. She was like, I really love your TikToks. I've been having some issues with Google Sheets. I'm trying to create how to find Tracy. So what you do is just search Google for just search Ghostwrite Chrome extension. And it'll be like the first link. Or I've got it linked in there. I've got Ghostwrite and Merlin linked in my presentation. So you can click the link on there and it'll go to the download the extension. So she asked me, she said, look at this. I need the answer. I need the answer selected in column F to dictate a monetary amount that would appear in column G. She was asking for my help on Google Sheets. And I just gotten this Merlin extension. I was like, let me give it a shot with Merlin. So I hit short reply. And I thought it would just fill in the email and I could add it in. Look what it did. It read her email, read her spreadsheet, and it created the formula for her automatically. AI built this response email for me. Everything in red, it built all that. It found the answer. It replied. And it's such a time saver. If someone asks you, hey, how do I blah, 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 add this, do this. How do I do this, or this? Hold on, Finn. I'm doing a training, buddy. Sorry, man. Love you. What it'll do is it'll actually figure out how to do it and it'll show them. So all those teachers that are asking you how to do everything, you can hit the reply and it'll build out an email explaining to them how to do it. It is such a mega time saver. And here's the link to Ghostwrite. Okay, so 56 is the link for Ghostwrite, and it goes to the extension. You just download it. It's free. And then Merlin, but they hit their max. Boo. Thanks, Merlin. Goodness gracious. All right. Here's another quick tutorial on how to sort by email and filters if you want more in depth on that. And then if you're a label person, I'm not a big label person, but if you want to learn how to label and organize that way, here it is on slide 58. We're not going to do the break because we're going to go do a lunch break here in 8 minutes. So I'll flip back to that slide here in a minute. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Google Drive. In the chat, on a scale of 1 to 100, how much does your Google Drive stress you out? How much does your Google Drive stress you out? 1 to 100, let me know. Okay, so Google Drive is pretty much just storage. It's where you're storing all the stuff that you're doing. Now, with that, 5,000%. I feel that, I promise. 2, I'm pretty organized. 75. Here's the thing. My drive is pretty organized, and spoiler alert, I never go in and organize my Google Drive. I don't, but it's pretty organized. So I'm going to show you a couple tips on how to organize it throughout the year, okay? So right now, let's go to Drive right here. So in my Google Drive, here's my Google Drive. I've got a bunch of folders. I've got it organized, okay? Here's what I recommend. If you have zero organization so far, let's say this is the cluster of random folders and docs. What I would recommend, and if you're doing this at home right now, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and select all of your folders or every document you have, okay? Right-click on it, move to, and then create a folder called Archive or Stuff or Everything or The Old Me. I don't care. Create a folder and put everything in that folder, okay? Everything that's not organized, put in that folder, okay? And you're like, well, Tyler, but I use some of that stuff sometimes. I'm getting there, okay? Stay with me. We're putting it all in a folder so that we're not overwhelmed when we come in here, okay? Because what do you do most of the time when you need to find something? If you go into your drive and it's not organized, what do? You go up here and you search, Pythagorean theorem. You search it and you find the Google form, okay? And then you go to the Google form. All right, and then you open it up and then you just start the cycle of always searching for what you need. This is how you fix it. You ready? You've put everything in there. When you search, you'll still see stuff that pops up in there. But here's what you do. Throughout the year, as you go in, as you're going in and you're doing this stuff, as you're finding these docs, as you're finding these forms, as you're hitting the stuff that you need to organize that you actually use, because here's the deal. Most of what you have in your Google Drive, you're never going to use again. You're never going to use it again. But as you use it throughout the year, that's when we are going to start organizing. So right now, we're putting it all in a folder. Everything that's not organized, we're sticking in a folder. And then as you go throughout your school year, you're going to slowly organize stuff as you use it. So this time next year, your Google Drive is going to be organized. It's going to be labeled. It's going to be great. And you did it as you went, okay? Here's how you do it. There's two ways I organize on the go, on the fly. The first one is as I go into the document. So right here, I'm in this document. Up here in the top, you see where the title is? It's going to have a folder or it's going to have like the Google Drive symbol. Sorry, I'm not trying to do Illuminati, so you don't think that I'm like in the Illuminati. So it's a folder or a triangle of Google Drive. You click on that. If it's the Google Drive one, it means that it was shared with you and it's not added to your drive and you need to add it into your drive. This is how you add it in there, okay? This is how you organize it. You click on that folder, you go into your drive, and now you sort it or you create, like right here. Say I don't have a folder yet. I'm going to create a folder, geometry. Oh my goodness. Geometry. I hit the plus sign. You know what? This is a resource. So resources. Hit a check mark. I'm creating folders in folders as I go. Oh, I just saved it on accident. I meant to create a folder inside of it. My bad. So let me go find geometry. And I'm going to readjust it because I got out of it before I got where I wanted. Let's see if this is the right one. Geometry, resources, and this will be Google Forms. Boom. Move. You have now sorted and created 3 folders directly from the resource itself. That is how you get organized with the Google Drive. As you use these things, sort and save them. If you want, do it right now. Take my presentation, go to the presentation. It's linked at the top of the chat. Click on the folder, save this as Tarver Academy presentations, whatever. I don't care. Save it. Remember, and if you joined the Tarver Academy Honor Roll, take all those presentations that I give you in there, those free presentations, add those into the folders right now. Don't leave it there. You can use my honor roll, like tarveracademy.com/honor roll, shout out plug, as a resource, or you can go in and do that. By the way, thank you to the people that supported me, tarveracademy.com/honor roll. I appreciate you. You're amazing. I'm putting the banner up in case anybody else wants to join. Promo code is premium if you want to get half off. But, you know, whatever. Again, 99% of what I do is free. So hit subscribe. But if not, it's on the honor roll. Sorry. Little plug, mini plug. Okay. Awesome. That's one way. So I sort there. Then here's the other way I sort. Discount code is premium. Type in the word premium. Okay. And didn't everybody say that worked for them? Whenever they typed it in, it'll give you like half off. It'll cut in half for the whole year. So do it as a full year and then just do half off. Okay. I'm looking around, trying to find something that's not inappropriate for me to, these are all like speaking stuff. Let me see if I can find something that gave me, actually, I'll just send myself an email. We'll do this. Compose, Tyler, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to attach a doc, attach a screenshot of this. Okay, I'll attach this picture. This works for docs, sheets, slides, all of it. Dana said it works. So premium works. If you type in premium on tarveracademy.com/honor-roll, do the full year and it cuts it in half. Send. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? So I sort the documents, the slides, the sheets, the docs, the forms. I organize it when I'm in there. Also, I organize it as I receive them in my Gmail. See right here? I just received this via Gmail. I want to, oh, this is an important photo. I need to save it. I click on this. I click on that. I go to organize. I can put it in a folder. I can create a folder. I can create 3 folders. I can organize my drive. I have an organized Google Drive. I never go to my Google Drive to organize it. I organize it straight from Gmail. I organize it directly from the document. That's where I organize it. Last thing I want to show you in Google Drive, and then we're going to do a little lunch break real quick. in Google Drive, go in and I'm sorry, where am I? Oh, organizing. Go to your drive. Once you get a lot of folders, you're going to realize that you only use like 5 folders. Even though it's good to have 100, you only use 5 or 6. So what you do is you go to the folder, because I don't like to scroll and wait on it to load. I go to the folder, I go to rename, and then before the name, I'm going to put either an emoji, I'm going to put an asterisk, an underline, or a number. I'm going to put one of those things. That's going to help it pop to the top. These right here, 1, 2, 3, these 7 things right here. Thank you, Missy. Thank you for joining the honor roll. That means a lot to me. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you so much. You have no idea how cool that is, especially when they do a free training. It helps. It's very cool of you. And I wanted to make it worthwhile. I promise. I want to make it worthwhile. And they get access to every training. I'm doing a Canva training later this summer. I've got some Google, personalizing Google stuff. Like I've got 3 or 4 more live trainings, and then you get access to 150 hours of free trainings. TarverAcademy.com/honor roll. Use the code. And Amy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for using it. The code is premium. It gives you half off for the year. Thank you so much. Y'all are amazing. I'd really appreciate it. And I'm looking at ways this year to add you even more value. I'm looking at doing a live conference. And this, I've never told anybody this. I'm looking at doing a live conference next year. And if you're in the honor roll, you get to go for free. That's what I'm trying to do. Just spoiler alert. So there you go. All right. What you would do is you have these folders are folders that I use the most, and then everything else is alphabetical. It keeps you from having to scroll. So put an emoji, an asterisk, an underline, or a number at the beginning of all of those, and you're going to get to see them at the top. There you go. Those are some quick Google Drive tips. Okay, we're going to do like a 20-minute lunch break, and so I'll just put it right here. 20-minute lunch break. Okay, see you back soon. At like, what is it? What time is it? 12. So 12:20 Central Time. Please subscribe if you want. Okay, I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick. If not, I'll probably pass out from exhaustion. So, can you put a picture on the folder in Drive? No, but you can change the color. So you're emailing your boss and 6 levels above her, ask if our teachers can get CUs. Yes, and I'm Missy. At the end of the training, I'm doing a certificate. They fill it out. It's an evaluation. And so I've got a certificate at the end they can forward to their principal. So thank you so much, Missy, for doing that. I really, really appreciate you a lot. Okay. All right. Sweet. I'm going to do an I'll be back. I want to show y'all one last tip. I'll be back. And I want to show you how to insert a GIF into a presentation very quickly. Y'all ready? Here's Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, I'll be back. All you have to do, click on the image, drag it to the tab, drag it down, and drop it. And now you've inserted a photo or a GIF into this. 5th largest school in the United States. Missy, I'll fly out there and give you a hug if that's appropriate, and say thank you if you forward that to them. Thank you so much. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go do a lunch break. I'll see y'all in 17 minutes, I guess now. Sorry. Actually, no, we're not gonna do it. 12:23. 20 minutes. Get your full 20-minute break. I'll see you guys soon. Y'all are wonderful. Be right back. Stay sweet. Never stop learning. I'll see you in a sec. I'm gonna go grab some food so I don't pass out. Later. See you in a sec. What up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope your lunch break was lovely. And if you're still eating it, I know it was a quick one, but I did that because you're at home. You can go grab your food and chill and watch TV. Well, this is TV-ish. Well, I guess you could put this on TV. Follow your heart. Melissa, thank you so much for subscribing. If any of you guys want to subscribe to my YouTube channel or like the Facebook page, whatever you're watching it on, would really appreciate it. But no pressure. Follow your heart. Okay, so we talked about Drive. Talked about Google Drive. In the chat, let me know. What did you eat for lunch? Tell me. I had a turkey sandwich, and my family made bacon without me. And so there were all the burnt pieces that no one wanted to eat. I ate those. So I had turkey sandwich with burnt bacon. So what'd you have for lunch? Let me know in the chat. Okay. So Google Drive, somebody just asked about, I think it was, who was it? Tracy. Tracy asked about, can you put a photo there where the folder is? No, you cannot. But they do allow you to color code. So you can right click, change color, and you can adjust the color coding of there, just like you can in, just like you can in Google Calendar. You can change those colors. Same here. Okay. Now, from here, you can still add a little bit of like spice to it. Let's add a little spice to it by putting emojis on there. BLT with fresh tomato. Oh my goodness. Bridget, I hope you're savoring that. I hope you didn't eat it all. I hope, Bridget Thompson. So your name's Bridget Thompson. You had a BLT. Question. If your middle name, can your middle name be Luis? If your middle name's Luis, your initials are BLT. Like, what if that was a rule? Like, whatever your initials are, you had to, okay, I'm sorry. We're getting into somewhere weird. PB&J. My name's Paul Bradley Johnson. I eat PB&Js. Just think about it, guys. We pick foods based on our initials. I think that would be great. Think about it. No pressure. Okay. Hot tea and a cherry tart. Wow. It's classy. I like it. Chipotle. Always a good choice. Felicia, so you're watching this up in the car. How do you put an emoji on a folder name? Good question. Okay, I'll show you right now. Samantha, join me with the turkey sandwich. That's what's up. Turkey sandwich, never go wrong. That was like my first year of teaching. That's what I had for lunch every day with turkey sandwich. So did Cecilia. Look at us. 3 peas in a pod. We should start a podcast called Turkey Sandwich Squad. Okay. How do we put an emoji there? This is how I do it. I'm sure there's other ways. This is what I do. So let's say right here, I want to rename. So I need to get that emoji. So what I do is I have a website I go to called, what is it? It's called Emojipedia, I think. I thought I had it linked up here. Guess not. We'll try here. Emojipedia. Okay. So this Emojipedia, it's like Wikipedia, but with emoji. And so what you do is you just search whatever you want. So you want to, pizza. You can go here and then you click on the pizza. Sorry, my camera's in the way. And then I hit copy right here. So there's this copy. Boop. Copy. And then you just paste it in. Just like that. That's how you would do that. Emojipedia. Emoji. Did I spell millennial wrong? Yeah, I definitely did. So that's my next book. It's called Millennial Leader. And yeah, I need to learn how to spell it. It's like restaurant, or apparently I just can't spell it right. It's my brain. My brain said no, thank you. Not taking that one. All right, cool. So we're gonna keep moving. We got till 3 o'clock Central Time. So it's like over 2.5 hours of me chatting with you. Okay. So Google Docs, I don't have a ton of stuff on Google Docs because it's pretty, it's Microsoft Word-ish. It's pretty basic. You write in it, you do it. Now, granted, I did do like an hour, well, not an hour, but a 45-minute training here. How long is that? Yeah, like 30 minutes. So I got a 30-minute training here. If you want to watch that, like if I go too fast or if I say a bunch of stuff, you're like, I'm bored of this dude. You can watch it later. So there you go. I'll make that bigger. Now, I do want to show you a couple features I think you might like. Sorry. Turkey sandwich fighting back. Right click in the text box. Really? Hold on. We got to try this. Oh, look at that. Tara, did y'all see what Tara just said? Okay. Thank you, Tara. That's awesome. I've never used that before. So you go here. Sorry. So in the box, you right click, go to emoji and symbols, and you can pick emojis. directly from there. Look at that. I just deleted Tarver. That's awesome. Okay, thank you, Tara. That's fantastic. See, this is why we're better together. Emojis. I have the hiccups. Yeah, I have the hiccups. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm so sorry. Tara said the kids taught me that. The kids will teach us more than we ever want to know. That's for sure. Catherine said Velveeta shells and cheese like a 10-year-old. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I say. Okay, I do want to show you a couple things. Sorry, I really legitimately, I haven't had hiccups in like 8 years. Hold on a second. Do you ever get grounds in your coffee? You're like, is that grounds or is that a bug? We're not taking chances, but we are taking coffee. Okay, so here is, what was I saying? Oh, Google. Okay, so here's some quick tips from Google Docs. Okay, yep, I definitely still got hiccups. Okay, so the first one, and this helps with untitled documents. Does anybody else have a ton of untitled documents? Go to, let's say I want to title this, King Arthur. Now, once you put that title in the doc, I'll make that a little bigger. Once you put that at the title in the doc, if you want to quickly name your document, you can actually go up here to where it says untitled document. All you have to do is click. Watch. All I'm doing is clicking. I'm not typing. Oh, there you go. It fills it. So for Google Forms, and I think it even does it in Sheets, but I know it does in Docs. Whenever you put a title on there and then you click the untitled document, it's going to auto-populate it from that. So it's a quick way to label your documents. What in the world? Hiccups. Wow. Okay. This is what we're dealing with right now is hiccups. Okay. So that's one quick one. Now, I want to show you another one. This is a pretty, I don't know if you guys have used this, but you're going to go to Tools. You're going to go to Voice Typing. Tools, Voice Typing. See this? Now, watch what happens that I have that on. I can actually go in and I can actually have my eyes closed and I can have my hands free and I can have it write whatever I want as anytime I want to say it. I can write in open response questions. I can write an essay. I can give thoughts. I can have a student sitting on the front row of class and they turn this on because they don't type fast enough to take notes with me. And this can help them take notes. And now, I don't know if there are any English teachers in here, but you're probably irritated that I have not put any punctuation in here. So let's do that, period. Isn't that nice? Question mark. I think so, exclamation point. Next paragraph. Can we do something here on the next paragraph? No, let me try new paragraph. Period, new paragraph. Period, next line. Hold on, I don't know what it just did. I don't know what just happened. That was crazy. Let's try it again. We're going to figure this out. Voice typing. Here we go again on our own. Oh, it's at the beginning. Here I go again on my own. New paragraph. Can it go into the new paragraph? Start a new line. Is it a new line? Nope. Okay, I don't know how to go to the next paragraph. I swear that used to work. I don't know what it is. New paragraph. Period. New paragraph. There we go. Maybe I have to do punctuation. Oh, no, it went back. I saw it jump down there and then it went back. Period. New paragraph. Now it is. Okay, it worked. So new paragraph, but I had to put punctuation in it. This is really good if you have students who have to write a lot for like an assignment, like in a short amount of time, but they don't have time to. So it might be really helpful for them. Or if you have students that speak a different language, they can do it in their native language, and then you can do Google Translate and convert it over, or ChatGPT, or Bard, and you can convert it over. Okay, so that's a super convenient one you can use. Period. I love that feature. I wrote one time I was driving to Jonesboro. This is when I was in my specialist at U of A. I wrote like a 42-page paper on facilities by just talking into it. And I did it like while I was driving. But it did that a lot quicker, but then I had to go back and proofread it, which now I would just take what I wrote and I would put it into ChatGPT and I would say, clean this up, and it would clean it up. I don't think, is that cheating in your eyes? Is that cheating? If I write the whole paper and then I just say clean this up, is that cheating? Let me know, period. Let's try it. Let's see if we can do this. Period. Let's try, like, take what we just did. It's all garbage right now. Let's go to Bard. Fix the grammatical errors in this. Errors. And help it flow better. Okay. See, look at this. It took what I did, and I have all these next and new paragraphs, but it cleaned it up. Look at that. I love that feature. I wrote a 42-page paper. Look at this. It makes it make more sense. So Bridget said it depends on what is being assessed. Tammy's plugging her ears. But that's the thing, though. Like, it depends on what we're trying to train them on. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on what our goal is. If we're trying to teach, if we're trying to show mastery of, the content, I would think this might be sufficient. Oh, it even did quotations on clean this up. That's nice. So there you go. It just depends. Are we doing for mastery, or we're doing it to learn how to write? So different options. Okay. Now there's one more feature in Google Docs I want to show you. I'm going to try to hold my breath to get rid of these hiccups. I'm going to pull up that Google checklist that we had earlier. You ready? Okay. I don't know if it worked or not. Wow. Seriously, I haven't had hiccups in 8 years, and I get it during a live training. Goodness gracious. Hiccups. I'm sorry. I'm not burping. It's hiccups. You're thinking to yourself, I wish this dude would say hiccups 400 times in a training. Did it. Okay. So here are all of our stuff. Here's all this doc. Now, this doc, as you can imagine, took me a while to make. Now, in the chat, have you ever used version history?
Here's what I found.
No, Joe. Have you ever used version history on any of your docs? Anything? Let me know. Now, watch what it can do. So what you can do, go in here. They've moved it. It used to be over here in the middle. Now it's in the upper right. It looks like a little circle with an arrow. Click on that. What it does is it shows you every stop on the journey that made this document. So we can go here, 2021, it looked like this. We can go here, July 6, 2020, it looked like this. May 7th, it looked like this. Yeah, Tara said it, especially when a third grade erase everything, or your co-teacher erases everything. Melissa said it's not cheating to have someone else edit. It's not. Like, literally, I'm going to use this. So I wrote a book, Baller Teacher Playbook. I don't have it, so I can't try to shove it. Actually, I have it over there, but I'm not going to go get it. So I wrote that book, published it, and I had a buddy edit it. Now I could just write it all out, and then I could have ChatGPT do it and clean it up and help the flow. Like, I don't know. What are your thoughts? I think it's a big conversation. And then I know a lot of people that aren't using it for that stuff because who owns the copyright? I know it's being created, but who owns the copyright? You or the company that owns the program? So one person wrote an entire children's book and had AI create the photos, and they published it. So who owns that? A nickel for every hiccup. Okay, Brad, I'll take you up on it. Nickel for every hiccup. Deal. I'll take it. I'm going to get rich. Okay. So with version history, you can go in and look, Tammy's in here. I was one nickel. Tammy's in here. Pre-Tammy. So you share with somebody all this. Here's the cool thing. You said like a third grader's erased it, and I'm going to show you in a little bit. We're going to do that when we get to sheets. You can actually go in and see that it looks like 3 collinear points. You can click on that. You can actually convert it back into the version it was before. So we can hit restore this version and it'll go back into what it was before. Okay. You can also rename it. Like I can name this. Usually they're named based on the date, but I can name it based on like the class period or the month or whatever it is. I can remove the name. So I can do this. Boom. Name is removed. It's back to the date. Or, and this is cool. Let's say I share this with Tammy. Tammy's great. Not Tammy Gilmore. She's great. But let's say another Tammy. Evil Tammy is who we'll call her. I share this with Evil Tammy. And Tammy's like, I love that lesson plan you have. It's so great. We share it with me. And I'm like, sure. But I accidentally give her editing access. And she goes in and she just destroys it. Makes it look like just absolute garbage. I could go in and look at it before I gave it to her, like I wanted it to be. Then what I could do is instead of like converting it back and then I change her access and now she can just view it. What I can do is actually I can make a copy. So what it would do is it generates a new document. It takes what it was at that point, creates a new document and sticks it somewhere else, and nobody else has to have access with it. It's just yours. Let Tammy ride that burning chariot off the cliff. Let her Thelma and Louise that document out into the wild blue yonder, okay? And then you can go in and take your document the way you wanted it, and that's the one you can use. So that's a really cool feature. Love version history. Underrated. Okay, cool. Look at us. We're learning. Delete that. Okay, I've got a couple other things in here if you want. Of course, Tammy, you would never. Tammy, you're the best. That team agenda template I gave you earlier, that was in Google Slides. I know a lot of people that also do them in Google Docs, which is totally cool. And so you can go in and do that. I'm gonna make another I'm gonna make a resource for somebody. Team meeting, doc, team meeting. I'm gonna put that down. Okay. Tag people directly in docs. We already talked about that earlier, about you just put the @ symbol and it brings up your it tags people and like notifies them that you want their attention on something. So, okay, cool. Slides. Okay. Slides is, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm guilty. I'm guilty of underrating how awesome slides can be in the classroom. Okay. Whenever I teach, I still get the chance to teach some college classes. And whenever I'm teaching, I taught a marketing for entrepreneurs class. What I'm about to show you, this little collaboration thing, super simple, super easy. And it is how I teach now. I'll just be honest. It's how I teach. So I'll show you some examples. So what you do is you go in and you give the class a blank document. You can make it. I don't even do this. So like I broke it up into sections for this example. And then you can be like, this table, you do slide 2, you do slide 3, depending on the amount of guidance you want to give them. I got to the point where I would literally just create a blank slide and I'd tell them, I would go, all right, go in and put something you learned from last night's videos ad you watched. So I'd like make a playlist of the videos. Most of them are mine. If I didn't have one, I'd add in somebody else. But I'd make a playlist of videos. And it's a flipped classroom. I would send it home with them as a playlist in Google Classroom. And I'd tell them to take notes and watch all the videos. And so they have like 20 minutes worth of work, depending on how long the videos are. They're taking notes. And someone is teaching them the lesson for the first time. Okay, not me in the classroom. Someone else is. Someone else is taking care of that. It's like having a co-teacher. And it's the greatest teachers on earth that are on YouTube. Okay. And they would watch it and take notes. And then when they came into class, I'd make them submit a picture of their notes to prove that they actually did it. And then what I would do is I go, okay, guys, in 20 minutes, we're going to take turns presenting on the stuff from last night. I'm going to give everyone access to this slideshow. You're all going to jump in, pick something, anything from last night's video series, and you're going to create a slide and you're going to present it to the class. Go. And then I start walking around and helping them. Students just go in and they start creating slides. It expands. They're building the presentation. Then they stand up. They're explaining it. I'm asking questions. I'm asking the class questions. I'm addressing things that they don't address that they need to address from it. Like I'm filling in all the gaps, okay? Filling in all the gaps from what they're doing. This is my favorite way to teach because the students are doing most of the work. Back when I used to teach high school, every day I'm standing up there and I'm working problems, I'm doing lessons, I'm asking questions, but it's mostly me explaining how to do stuff and doing the work, and the students are taking notes. One of my favorite quotes that I've ever heard with education is, whoever's doing the work is doing the learning. When you flip it around and make them do the work, they're going to do more of the learning. I learned so much about Algebra 2 when I started teaching it, way more than I did when I was a student in Algebra 2. So try your best to find ways to make the students do the work, okay? So you'd share this with them, share in classroom, give them all editing access, and then hopefully they come back and they start presenting. Ooh, that's a good idea. Melissa just said, you can color code the slides and each group gets a certain color. Absolutely. You could go in and be like, background, color, green, done. You could go in and say, okay, and then like have green group, orange group, everything you want. Like you can go in and do all that. That's fantastic. I love that idea, Melissa. Thank you. Thank you. That's a great idea. Okay. So I'll show you an example. This is one I taught at college. It was like an intro basics of algebra class in college. I gave them the playlist, and I actually gave them these two slides. It had the title, and it had like the instructions, and then I shared it with them. And then they went in and they would make it. They use a lot of, they make them, that's the trick. You can make them label their slides up here or in the speaker notes. A lot of people will label their slides there. So they'll put their name in there so you know who it is. There you go. A lot of memes. Lots of memes with them Gen Zs. Meme city. That's still weird. So then they would get to go up and they'd have to explain that to the class. And I would ask questions. I would talk through it. I would fill in the gaps. That's it. It's a great, great way to have your students do the work, which I think leads to them doing more of the learning. Okay, I got a resource for you guys. I hope you like this. So, wow, what happened to my arm? So I have a resource for you. Back to school, in the chat, what do you have any like icebreakers or activities or anything like that that you do the first day back to school? Let me know in the comments. I'm drinking a lot of water and coffee, so we're probably going to take a break soon, but you can take a break anytime you want because I can't see your face. Okay, so I've got one for you. We're actually going to do this together, okay? So let me see. That's if you want to make your own copy. I'm going to do this one for us as a group. Now I'm going to go to, so here it is right here. That's the one from the last training I did. We are actually going to go in and we're going to do version history, and we're going to find a version of this that is like set back to the way it was. See if I can find one that was, I think all of them have different trainings I've done. Nah, that's okay. We'll just go in. I wanted to restore it and let you see it. We're just going to go in and delete these. Okay. So this is what it looks like. This is what it looked like. This is something you can do, and it helps your students. One, you get to know your students a little bit. Two, they get to know each other a little bit. And three, it has them get comfortable with doing collaborative Google Slides. So if you start doing that more where they're collaborating on slides, this gives them the chance to do that and kind of work through the frustrations whenever they don't also have to present mastery or curriculum, okay? So here we go. Let me get the link to this. Share. Okay, I'm going to toss this in the chat so you will have the link to it. So just click that on the chat, or if you're already in there, click on that edit by us all on slide 68. Okay. Samantha, how did it go when you used it? Did you like it? Did it help them at all? Did it give them a chance to kind of vibe with this type of, oh gosh, that's not what I want. I want to do highlight. I'm not, don't judge. Don't judge. There we go. That's what I was going for. Okay. So go in. I want you guys to go in and follow the instructions right now and create one. Create a slide, add to that, okay? Oh, somebody's already in there? Somebody's doing it. Okay, go in and create a slide. Follow the instructions, okay? Go for it. I'll give you a minute. It's going to sit here. I would play music, but at one of my ChatGPT virtual trainings I did, I played like a 5-minute video on somebody talking about AI, and it like blocked my stream saying that I was copyright infringing. Joseph said, I just got here, so can I watch this later and start at the beginning? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you can. Yeah, you should be able to just make sure you have the link. I don't know if you came through my email list or my text list, but I'm going to make it unlisted afterwards, so you can't just like find it on YouTube. But if you're on those lists, I sent out the email last night, so you'll have it. But you can just copy the link right now on the YouTube channel, and you'll have it. Oh, good, Samantha. I'm glad. That's what I would want. I love that you made it your own. Like, that's my goal is like when I make a resource, I want you guys to edit it, make it applicable to you and your students, make it even better. That's my goal. If you find a way I can make my stuff better, holla at your boy, because I love making stuff better, unless I don't have time. Okay, give you guys a minute. Look at that. Y'all are doing it. Look at that. About 8 or 9 of you guys are in there already. You're putting your name in. You're building your slides. You're doing it. You're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Go into the link. I put it in the chat on YouTube if you want to just click it there. Or you can go to that slide, 60-something, whatever it was, on the presentation. Of course, Joseph. Thank y'all. Jump in and make your slides, everybody. Doing great. This is nice because I'm not talking for a second. I'm like sick of my own voice. I know y'all got to be tired of me. So one of the things I like about this presentation, about this, the way this is presented, you're just giving them 2 slides and it's numbered and it has instructions. So like on slide 2, it shows them how to add a new slide. It tells them what to do. And here's the thing. A lot of times your students are going to default to being like, how do I add a slide? How do I put my name? How do I do an image? All this stuff. They're going to ask you. Then what you would tell them as you're walking around is read the instructions. And if you don't know how to do it, that's a link to a video. So all those links, all that stuff right there, those are all links to how to do the thing that it's asking them to do. So what you're doing is you're subtly telling your students, look, I'm going to guide you, but I'm not going to hold your hand and walk you through this. Like, I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it. I'm going to guide you to do it well. Doing great, guys. Guys and gals. All right, look at that. Boom, look at that. More people getting in there, making their slides. Guess I should make a slide too, right? Let's make a slide. Be Tyler Tarver. What else? Janitor of Tarver Academy. Favorite social. YouTube. By the way, I showed y'all this earlier, but just in case you want to know the easiest way to insert a photo or a video, go here, search whoever you want a photo or whatever you want a photo of. Take that, click it, drag it up to the tab, drag it down, and drop it. It's the easiest way to add a photo in there. There you go. Good job. If you want this resource, if you want this, sorry. If you want to do this with your class, I have a template right here. You can click this link or tarveracademy.com/resources. It's put in your email and it's in there. It'll pop up. Okay. Great back to school activity you can do with your students. Great activity to do with your students. Give y'all about another minute or two, then we're going to keep rolling. All right, all right. Okay, good job, everybody. If you want that resource, it is yours. You can take it. It's also really good for principals. So I know some principals. Let me show you a little tip too. So some principals do this for like back to school. Thank you, Joseph. That's very, very kind of you to say to my face. I appreciate that quite a bit. Seriously. Thank you. Hope I can add you some value and give you some resources that help make your life easier. So here's the thing I know a lot of people will do when it comes to I'm sorry, I gotta get my head in the right space. So principals will do this back to school because you get new teachers in, and also there's some teachers like we've been working with them for 3 years, we don't know their first name. So a lot of principals will do this activity to help their teachers get comfortable in using Google Slides. So hopefully they start using it with their students. And they'll do this, and then what they'll do is during open house, which happens usually a couple days later, they'll actually run this as a slideshow. So it's like the teachers will put a picture of themselves, their name, what they teach, and then like their favorite quote. Okay. And then what they'll do is they'll go up here to File, and they'll go to, where is it? There, where is that little thing? Publish to the, I can't see because my camera. Share, publish to web. Okay, go to Share, publish to web. And what it does is that you can actually create a website that is a slideshow. And watch, I'm not touching anything. After 3 seconds, it should go to the next slide. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I could hit play on it. Auto play. There we go. Every 3 seconds on a loop. Go. Play. See what it'll do in 3 seconds. If not, maybe I need to refresh. There it is. So now every 3 seconds it'll go. So they'll put this on the TVs. Like they had TVs in the hallway, or they'll turn on the TV in the cafeteria, and they'll have this playing whenever parents are standing there, they're walking around, they'll get the chance to go and look at it. So whenever you do this, it is a great way for them to get to know their teachers before they go and see them. So that's publish to web. So Share, publish to web. Awesome. Okay, then you can also have autoplay. So if you ever want your videos to play automatically in like a presentation, say you present with Google Slides, and whenever you get to the video, you want it to automatically start playing, you can go to Format Options. So let me click that again. Click on the video and then go to Format Options. And then go to Play Automatically, On Click, or Manual, okay? So I always do automatically. That way I know it's about to start as soon as I go. Or I'll do on click. Like if I want to like say something first, then hit the next button, like to go to the next slide, it'll automatically start doing. You can also mute it. So like say you want to just show the visuals, but you want to talk over it, you can mute it. And here's another cool one. You can actually have it start and stop at specific times. So say I want to go start there at 30 seconds in, and I want to end it there. Boom. Do that. It's rolling. It's rolling. Okay, sweet. Next, let's talk about Google Sheets. Do I have a way to have each student create their own avatar? Avatar, you mean for Google? Like within their Google account? I haven't done, if that's what you're talking about, is with like your Google logo, like right here in the upper right where it's got like my face. I've never done that. I know they can, like, I know that some teachers, they've done Bitmoji. Some of them, they have it in their back to school stuff. They have them put their face on it so that they can connect with who they are. through there. I know others that'll do like AI and they'll have it generate something. So I've seen people do it, but I haven't done it, but I know a lot of people that do. Okay. Next, let's do Google Sheets. Okay. So yeah, because I know that can be like a lot of people are concerned about, what is it? Like not copyright, privacy issues if they have like their students' pictures in there. But I know our school, we had it to where we would autofill those with that. So let me do this real quick. Okay. So Google Sheets. Let me go to version history and I'm going to reset this. And then we're going to do activity. And I'm going to show you a couple things. There we go. Watch this. I'm in version history. I want to revert back to this. 3 dots, restore this version. Boom. It is back to what it is. Yes, middle schoolers do hate their pictures. Let me fix this real quick. No, not that. Data validation. Let me fix this. We had an issue with this last time. Removal. Okay, there. We're good. Okay, so you ready? I'm about to share this with you, and everybody's going to be able to edit it. I'm going to make it editable. Not edible, but editable. Copy. Done. Okay, so if you'll click on that on slide 71. See you soon. Thanks, Melissa. Later. Okay. So I just pasted a link in there. That is to a spreadsheet. I want you to just answer those 4 questions, okay? Answer those 4 questions. I'll be right back so we can fill this out. I'm going to put a little banner. So if I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, just in case. Fill out those 4 questions from the link. Okay? All right. Fill out those 4 questions. Do that real quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. See you in a second. All right. Y'all are doing great. Good job, everybody. Okay, I'm about to take away y'all's access, but it's not because you're not doing great. So I'll give you like another 30 seconds, then we're going to take away access. I'm going to show you some stuff you can do with Google Sheets. We just need some data. We just need some good, clean, fresh data. What we need. All right, y'all doing great. Doing really well. Doing really well. Okay. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Get your stats in. Well, you're cutting you off. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you pretty much what I recommend doing every time you are added to a thread. Okay. Every time you are added to a thread. This is what I recommend doing. Okay. Taking y'all's access. To take away your access, I'm going to go to share. And I'm going to go to anyone with the link. And I'm going to go to viewer. So now I'm telling you can all view. Done. Okay. So real quick. So first thing we want to do, first thing take off that green thing. I didn't mean to put that on there. Okay. So here is the first thing. If I wanted to sort you guys alphabetically, let's say I want to sort your names alphabetically. What's the problem with that? As soon as I go A to Z, what happens? Boom. Name is way down here. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to make it to where this sticks. We want it to stick there at the top. Here's how you do it. Okay. So watch my cursor. You see my cursor? It's right here. Do you see the little line right above the 1? Right above the 1. I'm going to click that. I'm going to drag it down underneath that first row. Boom. That creates, look at this. Now look at that top row. When I scroll, it stays right there. Stays right where it needs to be. Name always stays at the top. I know if you do your grade books through Google Classroom, it can be really frustrating where it scrolls over to the side and you lose it. So you can do the same thing there. Grab this line, drag it over the front. Boom. Look at that. There you go. Yeah, I know. Tara, I used to do it where I'd go to view, freeze, and then you do all this. And then I made a TikTok and some dude was like, bro, it's easier than that. And he told me this and I was like, this is incredible. Thank you so much. Oh man, so nice. Okay, so I'm going to click this. I'm going to take that. I'm also going to change the color because it looks pretty. Sorry. That's going to change. Now I'm going to sort A to Z. Sort A to Z. Okay, I'm going to refresh too. There we go. Cleaned it up a little bit. Okay. So now I've got you guys sorted. So that took away, there were a couple gaps in there. So it cleaned it up. I've got you sorted alphabetically. All right. Name, subject to teach, favorite social media, and then years experience. Okay. So this one, I didn't have it. So I'm going to put 13. I'm going to make this to where it's just a number and then 20 years. We'll put 20 then. And let's see if there's any others. Okay. So now those are all numbers. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you just a couple formulas. Okay. But before we do that, let's tighten it up. Do you guys ever slide over and you do this and you're like, where did all my stuff go? You don't know where you are. Here's one thing I love about Google Sheets. I can take this column, scroll over to the end, and then I'm going to hit Shift and I'm going to click again. Because when we click something and then you hit Shift and click something else, it selects everything in between. Then I'm going to just delete the columns. There you go. Then I'm going to, you know what? I don't like how far it scrolls. It scrolls down to 1,000. So I'm going to click that and I'm going to delete that. Boom. Now I've tightened it up. They can't scroll out of it. It stays tight. It's compact. It's in one spot. Okay. That's pretty much it. As far as cleaning it up aesthetically, I might do this. If say I'm trying to keep it tight, but I don't want it to run off. I'll select it and then I'll go to what's called wrapping text wrapping and click this. That way, if I go over, it'll wrap around and I don't lose that information. I can still see all that information. Okay. Okay. So you ready? Now I'm going to show you a couple other things, just a couple quick formulas that might help you. Okay. So let's say I want to add up everyone's years experience. Okay. I want to add all the years experience up. So I'll say total years. Okay. So I'm going to do that, I'm just going to select the top one. I'm going to drag down and to the bottom one. So I've highlighted all the numbers I want to deal with. Then I'm going to go over here to this symbol that I should know the name of that I forgot. Click this, and I'm just going to hit sum. Then I hit enter. Boom. It added up our total years experience, which is 480 3. Okay. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We added up all those years experience. Now, let's say I want to do average. I want to do it. What's our average? Average years. Okay. Average years of experience. Okay. Let's make that orange. All right. Now, here's the problem. I can't just do what I just did, right? I can't highlight all this and do average years experience because why? It'll add in the 483. Okay. Now, granted, it just noticed that I did that. And so it's, look at this. Google's trying to recommend that it only grabs those first ones. Google already knows. We're going to say no for the purpose of this. So it kind of messes up my year's experience. Okay. So what I can do, so to find like the sum or the average or do the formulas, you can highlight it all and then get your answer, or you can select where you want the answer to go and then go back and highlight everything. So I've clicked the one box I want the answer to go in, and then I can go to average, and then now I can go select all my boxes. I'm just going to highlight them all, highlight those, and hit enter. Boom. 16.65555. So we're just going to go down to just decimal. No decimal. 17 years, our average year's experience of the people in this hangout right now. Sigma. That's it. Sigma. Thank you, Perry. 10 points to Gryffindor. That's right. All right. All right. So that's it. That's pretty much it. I mean, there's a ton more. Like Google Sheets is as robust, or it's actually more robust than Excel. So if anybody's like, I don't like Sheets because it's not like Excel's got more to it. No, it doesn't. Because Google Sheets has so many more add-ons and extensions that do other things. They tried to put it all in there, and you don't need most of the stuff that Excel puts in there. And again, I'm not bad-mouthing Microsoft. I just don't like it because I think it's a waste of my time. There you go. X out of that because we are done with Google Sheets. If you want more on Google Sheets, if you go here, back up, I've got a video right here. I think it's like, 37-minute video where going through Google Sheets, doing a live training. So if you want more, you can. Here, these are all like little quick tutorials on stuff. So like that freezing rows and columns, boom, you can click that and go there. Change the cell and font color, wrap text and cells, convert sheets to Excel, using formulas and stuff, delete rows and columns. Those are all things you can do with Sheets. And I got Harry Styles throwing a sheet. So here's another one. Okay, question. In the comments, what does your district do when it comes to lesson plans or curriculum mapping? Let me know in the comments real quick. Let me know in the comments. What does your district do when it comes to curriculum maps or lesson plans? I'll wait. I'll be here all week. Okay. So whenever I moved into Map, Google Docs, okay, put them in a shared drive. Don't ask. I've been there. Some by sheets, lesson plans vary. We use a calendar with the links. Okay. So it's like, it's different, right? And what I've noticed with districts a lot of times, and it might not be your district, but a lot of times what I've noticed with districts is they do lesson plans, but it's almost like it's more compliance. Like we do, like teachers can do what they want. They just have to show something and then they have to email it to their principal. And their principal doesn't really have time to like critique it or go over it or anything like that. So what their principal ends up doing is just checking them off a list that they sent it for the week. And it's time consuming and it doesn't make anything better. That's what I've noticed. And so that first week, whenever I got in that role of curriculum instruction, I told the teachers, because it was different in every building in our district. And so I told the teachers, I said, look, guys, no more lesson plans. I proved it with the principals first, of course. I said, no more lesson plans. I said, what I want you to do is I want you to tell me at the end of each day what you just did. You don't have to tell me beforehand. Don't come up on a Sunday afternoon and plan out your week. I said, just go in and record what you did from 3:15 to 3:30 every day. Tell me what you just did and link to your resources. Okay. So the idea is this. And again, you can expand, delete, change, whatever. The way to do this is you go in and you have it. Every column is a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And at the bottom, you have the different weeks all the way up to 18 or 36, depending on how many weeks are in your school year. Okay. Now, follow school district curriculum and give tests and have meetings every 2 weeks after data collection. Okay, see, that's fine. If they're organized, cool. If not, this is a good way to go in and track what you're doing so that next year, and the reason is for next year, you're more organized. When I asked at the very beginning of this training, like what are some issues you have with Google, and somebody said organizing my classes throughout the year. This is what I would recommend first. You're just making a simple Google sheet that talks about objective standards, materials, and the reflection. Okay. And the idea is you just record it, make it quick, put quick links. And then I even color code it. So for color coding it, I actually did a drop down here. So it's like you could pick and choose, like lesson was dope, it was trash, update your resume. So I made drop downs there. You can do that too. But I said, make it quick and color code. So with color coding, red means bad. Yellow means, it was okay. And green is great. Okay. So, plan books, I've heard good things about plan book. Here's why I like sheets. One, I know I'm going to have access to it. Like if you use a program or a platform, if they get bought out or if your school doesn't fund it or whatever it is, you lose everything you've done. I like sheets because I'm going to have a sheet, Google Sheets forever, as long as I want. And so I'm going to have the option to go in and create change. I could take it with me to a new district. I can share it. The idea with us doing this, and we did this collaborative too. Somebody said they do collaborative stuff. We would take this and there were 3 geometry teachers. We'd share it with all 3 geometry teachers and they could all put their resources in. You don't have to use it all. You don't have to use it, but you have access to it if you want to use it. So we liked that because it gave people options. So our veteran teachers who they hoard their binders and their documents and their worksheets and all that. And then they retire and they take it with them because everybody else needs to do it themselves or whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like we could do a better job collaborating and helping set people up to win. One thing I found about a lot of my young teachers, their first year teaching, they were spending so much money on teachers pay teachers because they didn't want to ask their veteran teachers for help. This way, it's almost like you're guaranteeing you're collaborating. And then whenever we get a new teacher in, I can go in, I can just take my veteran teacher, take their spreadsheet, make a copy, and give it to the new teacher. And I'm like, here you go. Don't have to use all this, but if you want to use it, here it is. Okay. Airtable. Brooke said, does anybody use Airtable? I've been playing with it for curriculum planning, but haven't committed. If it's the same thing, if it's this, I use this. If you're talking about Airtable, I use this for video. There's a company that I just ended it with them. I used to pay to, they would edit some short videos for me. And I've used it. I don't think I'm using it to the level it should, if that's the same thing. Yeah. Yes. It's about, don't take all the good ideas and not want to share them. Why would we not collaborate, make better? That frustrates me when teachers don't collaborate or share or help each other. So there you go. Okay. So there's a curriculum app. If you want it, you can make a copy of it and use it. It's right there, or tarveracademy.com/resources. Now, here's the other thing. Does anybody have a bunch of Microsoft Word files, Excel files, or PowerPoints on their computer right now that they're like, I wish I had those on my Google Drive, but I'd have to upload them all. And then I'd have to right click, open with Google Docs. It's such a lot of work. There's a setting you can turn on in your drive that will convert them all automatically into docs, sheets, and slides. So you just go up to settings in the upper right-hand corner, go to settings in the upper right-hand corner, go to settings, the gear, settings, and then right here, convert uploads to Google Docs editor format. So what you could do is after you turn that on, just go to your drive, go to folder upload, and then literally drop everything you own into one folder and then upload that folder. Boom. It's going to start converting all your Word files to docs, all your sheets. It'll put in photos. It'll do everything. It'll convert everything. And honestly, the conversion's not bad. It's pretty close on Word, unless you have like a lot of photos or tables. Sometimes those have issues. There's with PowerPoint. I've seen some issues with PowerPoint. Issues with PowerPoint where like the formatting's off, because PowerPoint and Google have the rights to different fonts, like based on what they've purchased. And so Google can't use PowerPoint's font, so they have to like convert the font over, and sometimes it messes up the sizing. So it's pretty easy, it's an easiest way to do it. Like I was doing this. We had 7 kindergarten teachers, and like 3 of them were brand new teachers. 1 was brand new to our district, and the other 3 had been there for like 15 or 20 years. Okay. So I was like going around, I was helping some of the new teachers, and they were like, oh yeah, I don't have, like, I'm looking for their resources. They had like 2 things. For like 2 months into school, they had 2 things, and they was both stuff they bought off Teachers Pay Teachers. So I was like, okay, we need to do this better. And so I just told them, I said, we're going to be a school who shares and collaborates. If you don't want that, you can go somewhere else. Like, go work somewhere else. We want you here, but if you don't want to share and collaborate, we don't really have time for that. And so what I did was I went to all of the, I don't know what you mean by convert. What do you mean, Sarah? What do you mean by conversion? Do you mean how to create it all to where it automatically turns into it? So yes, Karen, you can access this later. So if you got the link to the YouTube video through my email or through my text message thing, you can click on that link and you'll have access. I'm going to make it unlisted so you can't find it. But yeah, there you go. Although, by the way, everybody, if you want to hit that red subscribe button, I would appreciate it. Subscribe or follow. To get to that conversion thing, click here. Go to the gear in the upper right. You're in Google Drive. Click on the gear. Click on settings, and then turn on convert uploads to Google Docs editor format. Okay. Now, yeah, you're on Facebook. Hey, head to my Eugenia. Head to my YouTube channel. It's just go to YouTube and search Tarver Academy. The same video is playing there, and so you can get the link there to YouTube if you're not on my email list. If you're on my email list, I just sent it to everybody. So, anyways, I sent it to everybody last night. I was like, surprise, free training. So thank y'all for showing up. So now, what was I saying? Oh, so I had those 7th grade. I had seven kindergarten teachers. And so what I started doing was I was like, we're sharing, we're collaborating. So I went into their rooms and I did it for them. I literally took all their stuff. I put it in a folder, named that folder their name. Okay. And then I went in here and I uploaded that. I uploaded it to a Google Drive folder for kindergarten. And so then they could literally search resources across each teacher's stuff. They could compile it. Like, everybody had access to everybody else's resources. The channel is Tarver Academy. Tarver Academy. Actually, I've got the video link here. I'll toss the video link to the video. This is quite the inception. I'm going to toss that in there. So if you're on Facebook, just click that link and it should take you to the YouTube video. And then you'll have the link for it. Or you just copy that link that I just gave you and you have it. Because I will make it for Lisa has to go. Thanks. Okay. Thank you so much, Lisa, for hanging out. Really enjoyed it. Thanks for sticking it out. 4+ hours to listen to one person. That's a long time. I respect you for hanging out. So that's how we convert uploads. All right. Next, let's Google Classroom this thing. Now, remember, if y'all have any questions about it or things you want to know, I'll try to help if I know how to do it. Okay. So I've got 2 walkthroughs. So if you really want to dive into Classroom, I've got an 1.5 walkthrough here. And then I think this is the one I did with y'all, Tammy. I think it's access to that. Yeah. It's like an hour long with Tammy. And that was crazy because like somebody in the comments thought like I had a real school named Tarver Academy and I expelled their kid. I was like, yo, this is a fake school. It's just a website. So why use Google Classroom? Why is Google Classroom relevant? Why should we care? It's easy to use. It's integrated with everything else that you use for Google. And it's easy communication. Good at communication. Okay. So I think most of us know how to generate classes. So you just go to classroom.google.com, just click the plus sign, and you're creating a class. See that? Create a class. Awesome. So it's pretty easy. If it only says join class and it doesn't say create class, then that means that you probably do not, you're set up as a student account. That's the problem. Okay. So next, in Classroom, you can go in and it will, if you have it turned on, it'll let you create a Google Meet link for your class. And I know a lot of us aren't virtual anymore, but it does give you access to where you can meet with parents, you can meet with students if it's an off day or whatever, or you can do like open office hours. I know a lot of people do that, office hours in their class during school. But if the students are in study hall, then they can come in and check in with it. So let's see. Let me see if I can turn that on for this one. Oh, okay. Okay, so apparently I'm not like the main teacher of this class, so I can't do it because I created it through my other account. And so, yeah, sorry, I'm not the person in charge of it. But you should be able to unless your district blocked that. Okay, Google Meet is the way to go, by the way. It's not Zoom. There's another way. Here's my biggest advice. Does anybody have trouble finding assignments like the next year that they assigned in Google Classroom? If you do, you've got to be organized when you assign classwork. So when you create an assignment, label it. I don't care how you do it. Chapter 1, week 1, whatever. 1.5, the Middle Ages. And then it's all in this title. So that way, any information about that. And so next year, whenever you do find it, you can go in and do it. You can go in and find it much easier than if you don't title it well. Okay, I have a question for you guys. Y'all ready? You're ready in the chat. So I got a question. These right here, these are categories for like how we organize our Google Classroom. So like bell ringers, chapter 1, all that quiz. Here's my question. Okay? Whenever you organize things in Classroom, are you team, chapter, or unit, or module? Do you label it by the chapter or the unit or the module? Or do you have like week 1, week 2, week 3, and then you organize it into weeks? How do you organize your Google Classroom? Please let me know. Okay, so Felicia does unit or module. Eugenia does chapter. Tracy does subject and topic, weekly, week. Label by weeks like July 10th through 12th. Okay, 10th through 14th. Yes. Units for work, 9 weeks for bell work. Okay. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Oh, so on yours, do you organize it in one classroom for the whole year, or do you create a new classroom for each quarter? I know a lot of people that do that just so the grades actually match up, because a lot of times if you carry on a semester, your grades are going to be a little wonky, or if you do like 2 semesters. So I'm going to be honest, I don't have a preference on this. So like if you're asking like, Tyler, which one do you recommend? Either. Like I don't think one is better than the other. I think it matters what helps you stay organized and helps your students stay organized. Okay. So that's what's going to be the most beneficial for them or for you. And just figure out what it is and then label everything that way. And here's why. Because whenever I go into create and I want to reuse a post, I can find it easily and I can pull posts from the previous year. I pull this Middle Ages, reuse. And they have a thing now. Oh, let me figure out how to do it. So I did it once, but I haven't done it. So let's say the end of the year, you're done with a class, but then you want to teach that same class the next year. There's a way. Let me find it. I know it's there. Hold on. Let me find it. Give me a second. I think they've got it. Let me try to archive this. Archiving the class costs to be archived for all participants and one linker says. Okay, let me see some. trying to remember. There was a way. How did we do it? I thought there was a way that you can import an entire class and it makes all of the stuff you've done as drafts. I can't remember how to do it. I thought there was a way to do it. Not reuse post. I thought there was a way you could take an entire class, and then there is. Michael, how do I do it? I know I've seen it before. I just can't remember. How do I do it? Oh, I could do this. Okay, let me see if it's copy. It might be this. So say I have this one right here. Oh, so yes, Samantha. Okay, good. That was right. So I had new geometry. So I've got this here, geometry third period. I want to copy, and this will be geometry fifth period. Section fifth, what I just said. Okay, copy. Okay. Okay, so everybody, it looks like it was right. It was copy. That's good. Good. There it is. Let's see what it looks like when we get done with that. I'm pretty sure they stick everything you've done in your drafts. So it creates the whole class. So you could create like a template class if you wanted to. I would assume you could do it out of archive. I'll check to make sure that in case you've archived your stuff already. But you could always just bring it out of archive. I know you can do that. Okay, so what does it look like? Announcements. Here it is. Look, it did it. So it's got your whole thing, and they're all drafts. So you can literally just go in and schedule these based on your timeline. So if you were able to keep like a track, like a running record in a spreadsheet of when you assign this stuff. So like I did it right here. See what it looks like? You could go in, do all that. Look at that. You could label what those are, and then boom, rolling with it. Rolling with it. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so that might be the move then. Are classes manually set up or are they populated by Elma? It depends. No, it wouldn't be, Tracy, your classes wouldn't be automatically populated by Google Classroom, but Google has given the ability to schools to where they can literally create the classes and populate it with students from their student information systems. So that is now optional for districts, but I don't know how many districts actually do that. Okay, so this is what you were talking about. Okay. Each quarter. Yeah, I know a lot of people, like I do that by quarter. That way the grades match up. Because if not, you guys know, we pull the grades from the first 9 weeks, and then we pull the grades from the second 9 weeks, and then we average those two together. We don't average everything together. Let me see if it copied from archive. Let's go find an archived class and see what that looks like. If say you've already archived it and you want to look. Archived classes, fake class, copy. Let's see if it brings it out into the open or if it stays in the archive. Come on, little buddy. Show us the magic. Jennifer said they want to control everything. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Look, so you can do it straight out of archive. So when you go to archives, let's see if the students rolled over. Let me check. Let's see if I have any students in here. Well, that's not a good example because I don't have students. Let's find out. I don't think I had. Let me see if I had students in there and I'll be able to tell you. See, these are all like fake classes. I don't have my account that actually has people in it. I can do this. Digital citizen. I know there's students in here. So let me make a copy of this digital citizenship class and see. So Thom, we'll find out. Okay, Samantha said the students didn't roll over. Oh, okay. That's good. That's what you want, right? Unless you're like, what you you wouldn't want to make a copy of like, say you did first 9 weeks. You wouldn't want to make a copy of that class for second 9 weeks. You would want the same students in it, but all the assignments would be different. So that makes sense. Okay, great. Look at us. We're working. This is teamwork right here, ladies and gentlemen. Teamwork makes all of dreams work. Okay, this right here, this is like my best individual feature in Google Classroom. And it is that you have the option to view the file, edit the file, or make a copy for each student, okay? So you can go in, and whenever I create an assignment, I can choose, and I think most of y'all probably know about this feature, but it's worth talking about just in case you aren't the person that has heard that. So whenever I go in and I want to tag something in Drive, let's say I want to add, I don't know, Google Sheet. Right here is where I have this option where they can all just look at it. They can all edit that. Like if I want to do those collaborative slides we did earlier, I would mark this. Students can edit the file. Or I can make a copy for each student. This is the best because you take that and now it makes a copy for everybody. Now everybody has a copy of it and they can edit their own copy. And it's just absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I love that feature so much. There's one other thing I want to show you guys before we moved on from this. Oh, yes. So I don't know. I didn't know that. So I guess I take for granted on this. So let me show you something. Let's say you've given an assignment and, 2/3 of your students did the assignment. The other didn't, but you want to say something to them directly. So you can go in to class, not this one. Let me find a class I got. Goodness gracious, Tyler. Let's do intro to YouTube. So I'm in here. I'm in this class. I've got these students. I can go to this assignment. So you can go to your assignment and I can see everybody that turned it in, everybody that didn't. Okay. What I can do is I can select everyone who did not turn the assignment in. There's turned in. Here are the ones that it's been assigned, but they haven't. I can click this and it selects every student who did not submit the assignment. Okay. Then I can go up here to this little envelope. Y'all see the envelope? I can click on that. What it does is it's creating an email for me. The title of the email will be whatever the assignment was. I think this one was titled Introduction or something like that. It puts every single person, see all these emails? Those are all under BCC. BCC. It titles this as Introduction. And then I can go in and I can say, hey, guys, you didn't turn in this assignment. Please send it in right now. We need to blah, blah, blah. We need to know this, and this. I'm not going to send this because these people do not want that. But it's a great way to communicate with all the students who didn't turn something in at once or all the students who did turn it in at once. So that's a really fun feature in case you didn't know that. And it can help populate that email for you. Organization's key. You got to be organized in what you're doing, okay? Or else you're going to be frustrating yourself in the future. In the chat. So this is one of my favorite resources that I have. So if you've ever going to talk about it, I'm sorry. I just love talking about it because it took a long time to do. And I want everybody to use it if they want it. So here's what I'd love. In the chat, tell me, what do you do for bell ringers in your classes? What do you use for bell ringers in your classrooms? Avoid them like the plague. Fair enough. Song of the day. Ask how many certain words versus all words is a ratio. Good one. Review question about yesterday's. Good. 5 minutes. Affix. Vocab words. Nice. Teach fifth grades. So teach them all day. Start with question of the day on Jamboard. I hate the way I do bell ringers on paper. First 5. Okay, so all these are good. All these are great. Have a race on the board going, and they have to come in and answer on a Google form who they think is going to win. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I've got here. So here's what I'm going to give you. I'm going to show you while I'm giving you this resource, I'm also going to show you an option for how you do what you already do. So you don't have to if you like what you do right now, cool, just keep doing it. But this is an idea for how to make those posts frequently. Okay. So So I created a bell ringer. It's called Quote of the Day. And the idea was that you're giving students like a quote from an impactful, historical figure, notable person. It's a quote, and I read the quote. It's like 2 minutes. I'm like, "Hey, welcome to Quote of the Day." I think I called it Rock the Quote. Welcome to Rock the Quote. This is where I read a quote, I give you my thoughts, and you give us your thoughts on this. And the idea would be that a teacher could take this and they could either play it on the screen, or every kid could come in, and as soon as the bell rings, they start like doing it on their Chromebook. They watch the video and then they answer the questions. So I've even got an example classroom post on here. So right here, I would take this, copy it, and then let's go into classroom. So I'll go here, copy a fake classwork. Now, let's say I want to create this bell ringer. I'm going to go to create assignment. Sorry. Let's see. Karen asked, what is the easiest way to get rid of copies of student work from Drive after the students have left your class? I wouldn't get rid of it, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, easy way, you could right click and delete it, but the whole folder, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. Let me do that in a second. Let me finish this and then remind me, and I'll show you what I'll give you my recommendation. Okay. But you didn't ask for, I don't know. I'm sorry for bringing that up. Let me finish this real quick because I'll have to X out of this. So let's say I want to do a bell ringer. So I would say bell ringer, week 1, Monday. Then you give me instructions. Hello, class. Watch today's video for Quote of the Day, and in the comments of the post, this post, give your thoughts on the quote and how it applies to you. Do you agree or disagree with Tyler? Make sure to reply at least to one classmate. Keep it in the comments. Okay. Then I have so these are all videos. These are all linked. It's like 100 something videos. Should be able to get you. I think I've got a couple more I need to do, but let's take this. I'm going to right click, copy the link, and then I'm just going to put the YouTube video on there. Got it. Winston Churchill. Boom. So I'm going to make it worth what? 5 points. Due date is, we'll make it Monday. So they have to do it that day. Topic is bell ringers. And then I want to schedule it to go live on Monday. I'm going to assign it. Say it's Monday morning. I'm going to hit assign. Boom. So now they could go in. They have the bell ringer. You got the video. I thought I had instructions on there. View instructions. I guess I didn't. Did I delete the instructions? I did. Sorry, guys. It makes it less fun. Let's do this. Put the instructions. Save. Okay. Why is it not saving my text? That's weird. That's real weird, y'all. Paste and match style, maybe. There we go. Okay, I guess it was the style. I don't know what that was. All right, so here it is. All the instructions. The students would do it. They would watch the video. It's 2 minutes. I'm giving my thoughts. I ask them to give their thoughts, and it starts a conversation. I think it's good because it allows students to have a voice, but then also they're able to give their opinions, because personal application is the best way to prevent cheating, because they have to tie it to themselves and what they think. All right, so here's the cool thing. If you're trying to plan these, how do you delete a topic? I think you can edit the topic. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Just write the 3 dots up here, click it, rename, and you can change the topic name. So that's how you do it. So now, here's the cool thing. Whenever you're creating these assignments, when you do reuse posts, very often we think of reuse post as like last year or previous years. You can do reuse post from something you just did. So like fake class, bell ringer, week 1, Monday. So reuse. I'm literally using everything I just did week 1. Now I just change it to Tuesday. Same instructions. And then I'm just going to go to the next video. You could, if you wanted to, you could probably take 30 minutes and do the every bell ringer for every day, auto post at 8 a.m. for your entire school year. If you have the bell ringers. And then you go in, due date would be Tuesday. No, what did I do? Tuesday. And then I want to assign it. I want to schedule it for that Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. So they can't do them all ahead of time and get finished. So it's scheduled, and I could schedule them for every day through the year to go live because I have the template. All right. So that's one way to do it. That's one way to do bell ringers. Now, granted, say you don't want to do quote of the day. Same thing. You could go in, be organized in your title. You could go in and find the questions or whatever you used last year and have them auto post every morning. You don't have to think about bell ringers again. It's automatically happening every day. Automatically happening. You could do that and have that plan out your whole week or your whole year for you if you want, or semester or whatever. Now, let's say you're like, Tyler, I don't want to go in and create those every single one. How do I make it up? It'll show that it's late. They can still do it, but it'll show that it's late. So they would go in and it would show that it's like expired or whatever. And then you could count off if you wanted to, based on being, which I guess we can count off for them being absent. I've also got these in notebooks, and I've got them. You can do them weekly notebooks or full semester. Or if you take this full semester and delete like half of them, you can do 9. So good question. So let's say you're like, I want to do bell ringers, but I don't even want to think about it. I want to do it one time and never think about them again. Cool. Guess what? This right here is an instructional video telling students how to fill these out. So this, I actually gave the instructions to students. They put their name in. It's got week. They can jump to whatever week it is. Boom, week 4. And I've got it built into a notebook. It's got the instructions on the side, a different video for every day. So that's the video where I'm wearing that hat, Indiana Jones hat. It's different quotes every single. Oh no, I'm actually not going every day. Oh my gosh. There we go. Different quotes every day. And then what they would do is they would go into the notebook. They do their notes. They rewrite the quote. They give their thoughts. And then right here on this line, it's how much do you agree or disagree with Tyler? They would drag the emoji. How much do you love or hate the thing? You do that. And there they go. They'd fill it out, give their thoughts, and then you can grade it every 9 weeks or once a week or once a semester. You can grade this. And remember, you could go in, edit. If you want, you're like, I don't like quote of the day. I want to do my own questions. Cool. Take my video, delete it. Put a new video in. Put a text box. Add a question. Put a screenshot. Like you can do whatever you want. Like it's a notebook for bell ringers that you can use any way you want. Now, we would do this. We'd go into classwork, create assignment, bell ringers for first semester. Fill out each page every day. Okay. And then I would go to my drive, and you've already made a copy of that notebook. Add the notebook in, and then we want it to be where make a copy for each student. So now every student has their own digital bell ringer notebook. We assign it right now. Due date would be, I guess, like December 15th. And then we could have it set up for the whole semester. Bell ringers notebook done. I'm done with bell ringers for the whole semester. Kids know what they're supposed to be doing. Assign it. Boom. They would start working on it. Again, you can do weekly. You can do every 9 weeks, whatever you want. Sorry. So there's another one. And again, you can adapt this. You can change it. You can make it whatever you want. But if you want it, I've got these on my website, but I've also got them linked in here. So I try to make it hard not to be able to find it. Now, since we're on the bandwagon of digital notebooks, in the chat, has anybody in here ever created a digital note or used a digital notebook? Thank you very much for saying that, Catherine. I'm really proud of that resource. One, it took a long time. And 2, I think it starts really good conversations, important conversations with your students. Talk about like right and wrong, things like that. So I'm just a big fan of students having to think about important things. So in the chat, have you ever used a digital interactive notebook? Yes. We got 1 yes. Do I have two yes? Digital slide, Google Slides for digital notebooks. Yep. Use it. Oh, yes. Unit studies. Okay. So a lot of you guys have used them. Awesome. Okay. So I got a couple templates if you want. Use one during remote learning. Fair. I know a lot of people are like, I don't want to use technology for like 10 years. Okay. So I've got a full semester or a weekly one. I'm taking a class on digital. Okay, Deborah. Dope. Well, here's some free ones if you want. Dialectical journal. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Okay, hold on. Let me switch Gmail. Okay, so if you want, I've got a full semester or I've got weekly. This one's pretty basic. It's pretty much like, and you can use it for yourself or you can give it and make a copy for all your students for them to stay organized. Again, it's got a navigation area. And then they would go in. They could do week at a glance, and then it's their to-do list. It's kind of like that PLC agenda that I gave you guys. So you could go in and be like, watch this video. Like they could put it in or you could. So this is whatever you want. How to find slope. Read this. Do this worksheet. Again, they could do it, you could do it. And then the cool thing is you have the boxes. So you click on the box and then you fill it in. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Where is it? No, there it is. Fill in the boxes. Done. Done. It's kind of fun to be able to like go in and do those. Done. And so they go in and fill in the boxes that they get done with. That box is bothering me now. Okay, so there's a digital notebook if you want it. Here's the other cool thing. Say you do this. One thing you could do, like say you don't want to give to your students. You're like, my students aren't organized. They'll never do it or whatever. What you could still do if you wanted to is you could go in and you can make these weekly and give them to post them online for parents to be able to see what you did that week, or send it to your students at the end of the week. It's like, hey, here's the week that we did. And you do that for 1 year at the end of the week. And then guess what you have at the beginning of the week next year? All these, and you can give to your students. Here's the cool thing too. I could go here and grab, like say this is my presentation where I taught on whatever. I could go in behind Monday and I can paste. And look, it adjusted them and made them into pages in this notebook. So you could take the presentation where you're teaching students and you can make it accessible for them to have access to that presentation. So pretty sweet way to kind of build out, stay organized. You could use this for the curriculum maps, the lesson plans. Think of an organization for yourself, for your parents, for their students. Yes, to-do list for kids on makeup work. That way that it's you cut out the confusion of what they're supposed to be doing. Like I remember, it's like I knew where everything was, what you're supposed to be doing, when, where, all the stuff. But it's like students, it's like they got to remember that for like 7 different classes, and they just don't care as much as we do. It's our job. It's not their job, whatever. So it's like they just don't. So it's an easy way for you to stay organized or have your students stay organized. So there's a digital notebook. If you want it, it's linked in there. Oh, here's another notebook. So I think somebody said in there for bell ringers. A digital writer's notebook. I love that. So a lot of you guys, what was it? Somebody earlier said that for their bell ringer, they have their students talk about the stuff they learned yesterday. Okay. Well, this notebook right here, this could be used as a bell ringer or end of class or whatever. You can use it for whatever you want for your students, but it is a daily student reflection journal. So the idea would be your students would go in, they'd put the date, July 13th, 2023. Then their next step is they drag this circle over how they feel. I feel great. Yay. All right. List 3 things you're thankful for today. I love this question because there's a ton of research studies that talk about how if you take time to reflect on the things you're thankful for, it changes your outlook throughout the day. It just changes it. It changes how you view the day. And I think that's super important for students to have to think because, they might have a lot going on. They might be discouraged, whatever it is. If you take time to think about what you're thankful for, it helps remind you there's at least 3 things in your life you're thankful for. How about this? That I'm breathing. I think most people can probably say that in there. My teacher, they care about me. Oh, so sweet. And then I'm also thankful for pizza, of course. Okay. Then the student would say, what's your favorite thing you learned yesterday? Which somebody said is one of their bell ringers that they do. Favorite thing you learned yesterday. So we talked about Chat GPT and that I'm not allowed to cheat with it, but it can proofread. What do you hope to accomplish today? Need to catch up on old assignments. Here we go. They're filling that notebook out every single day as they go through. And you can attach, I think I've got it set up as 9 weeks, which obviously you can delete them. If you want to make it weekly, delete 8 of the weeks. You've got a 9 weeks. You want to make it a full semester, just copy, paste, and double it. Okay. So this is one of my favorite notebooks that I have. And so there you go. Actually, I've been toying around with the idea of making that like a print, like a book, an actual book, and sending it off. I think I might do it. I might do it, guys. Kind of like that idea. Okay. I didn't answer the question earlier. Okay. What do you do about student classwork from previous classes? Here's what you do, in my opinion. Once you finish a class, let's say got here. So you're out here in your classes in Google Classroom. All right, I'm done with this class. Here's what you got. You have all those old student assignments, all that stuff that's created. It should, if you did it right and set it up right, it should all be in one folder. Anytime you create a new class in Google Classroom, where is it? It goes into here, Classroom, and it creates a folder for every class automatically. And then inside of those folders, there are folders for all of the stuff you do. Google Classroom automatically organizes a Google Drive folder for you. Now, a lot of people don't know that exists, or they don't know how to get there. They have it on the front page of Google Classroom. You ready? Anytime I look at these classes, I can go to the folder that is in the bottom right-hand corner. That's going to take me to that folder. So if you want, like if it's cluttering up your stuff, it may be because students have shared it with you or whatever. You're not doing it all through Classroom, because if you did, it would all be in here and you wouldn't be like, it's not everywhere, it's under Classroom. So you could start, if you're in Classroom, you could go to, if you really want to delete, which I don't recommend, you can remove and delete that entire class. You could also, start a folder called old classes or archived classes, whatever you want. I recommend keeping it, because from a teacher's perspective, if you have been teaching and you're sitting there reading some student's assignment, and you're like, this feels really familiar. I feel like I've read this before. This way you could copy something they wrote, paste it in here. And that way, if they're like, say a student from a previous year just copy pasted and gave them all their stuff, that way you could tell if that student had been cheating off of another student you've already had. It doesn't catch everybody, but it will catch some. So. All right, cool. That's what I recommend. All right, so we did daily student reflection journal. Now here's another one for digital lesson plans. I know we did the Google Sheet, but here they are if you want to do weekly or semester. And again, this is for you, or it could be for clarity for your students or parents or whoever. But you make a copy and you just track it as you go. Track it as you go. Got your weeks. We'll jump to week 7. Week at a glance. This was pretty basic. Objective, starter, main, recap, notes, and links. I kept this one pretty simple. And so I just requires we keep all our major writing assignments and tests for 5 years for every student. Well, there you go. Keep them in Drive so they don't take up shelf space, in my opinion. Here's another one. This one I think is geared more towards high school, but I like it better than the other one. And you could always adapt and adjust it if you wanted to. Here we go. Look at that. You got your week. This will be like, week 1. I drag this over the day. It'll be Monday. Course would be, geometry. Class period, 3. And you could even do 3, 5, 6. Unit, blah, blah, blah. Objective, standards, warm-up, presentation. Like you would link to, here it is. You would link to the presentation. That way, it's like it becomes that hub that we talked about with Google Sheets. Warm-up is a link to the warm-up. That could be a link to a bell ringer, whatever. Supplementary resources, what I did for assessment, would be a link to the form, doc, sheet, whatever. And then reflection. So there you go. There you go. Oh, just like that. And just like that. We already did this at the team agenda meeting. We already talked about it. Next one in the chat. Have you ever made a custom Google Classroom header for your classes? Let me know. Tracy said, can any of these be linked into a lesson plan platform like OnCourse? I'm not sure what OnCourse looks like, but if it allows links, yes. Because all these are that we're creating in here, these are all just links. So you could take that link, copy it, and paste it in anything you want that accepts links. So, okay, Mega Brit said, yes, you've done it using Canva. Me too. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, man. All right, I would stand up. I've got this desk moves to a standing up desk, but my cords don't reach for my mic and my camera, so I can't stand up. Can't stand up. Change weekly and on birthday. That is really good idea, Michelle. I like that. That's a really good idea. Yes, no, but you want to. Okay, awesome. I'm going to show you how to do it. Look, I'm going to show you how to do it, and we're actually going to create it together. And this is how I recommend teachers do it with their students. But actually, we're right at we got 1 hour left. Can we do like a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume? So we're going to do just like a 5-minute break if that's okay with you guys. And then we'll come right back. I'm going to go get one last 5-minute break, one last little restroom break, and then we'll end strong. Be right back. Okay, we're going to be back, and then we'll start creating some custom Google Classroom headers. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, and go. What up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing? Hey, everybody. All right. Sorry, I'm just catching up on your messages. Ooh, Canva. Yeah, Canva has a bunch of templates for you, and I'll show you what I like about it. And we'll do it together. Yeah, it's free. You get the premium for free if you're on there. I've got it linked on in my bio on Instagram or TikTok. I guess I have one on Facebook. But yeah, go to my link in bio and it goes straight to the educator one, the educator sign up. So check that out if you want. Okay, so let's create one together. That way you've done that once and then we'll roll through and I'll try to hit everything in this last 52 minutes that you would want to hit. Okay, so here we go. Let's go to Canva. Highly recommend. I love Canva. Okay, you ready? So, and I've got I'm doing a 6-hour Canva workshop virtually. So if you want to join that, it's at tarveracademy.com/shop, tarveracademy.com/shop, or I've got the link up there for honor roll. If you join the honor roll, you get access to it and everything else, everything for the honor roll goats. Okay, so here we go. We want to go to here. We're at Canva. So I want to just type in Google Classroom header. There it is. I click it. It's going to start off with a ton of templates. All right, which template do y'all like? Somebody give me one of these. Which one? Here's what I'm emulating. The first day of school, I recommend you let your students help pick. You're like, all right, guys, we got to create a header for our Google Classroom. Which ones do you guys want? And then you literally let them help create it. Help it, Mary. See you later. Have a good one. You did great. You did great. Reading. Where's that? I don't see the reading one. Let's see. Where you at, little buddy? Here it is right here. Boom. Reading. We're going to customize that template. Here's the cool thing with this. Canva gives you the exact dimensions you need. Okay. So now I'm going to go over to the left. I'm going to go to elements. All right. All right. Name anything that you guys want to put pictures of in here. Anything. Toss it in there. We'll call this, Dr. Tarver's class. I'm going to make that a little smaller. Okay. Well, it's not me. It's not about us. We'll call it English. All right. I'm going to put my name on there. Hey, llamas. Oh, great choice. Too many books. Get out of here, books. We're going to go to elements. We're going to search elements. We're going to search llamas. Let the students help pick it out. Look at this. This is a dope looking llama. Look at this thing. It looks grumpy but excited all at the same time. Okay. What else? Dogs. Dags. Yeah, I like dags. I like caravans more. Anybody know what that's from? Look at this. A little dog action right there. Well, hello there. What else? Verlamas. What's verlamas? The beach. There we go. Let's do this beach as the background. Nailed it. What else? And it's going to look ridiculous with whatever the kids pick because kids are crazy. They're going to pick all this wild stuff. You're good to go. Ooh, I want to show you another feature it has. So let me see. I think I have some uploads. Let's search. There we go. Bob Ross. We'll stick Bob Ross in there. Now watch this. This is cool. So that kind of looks janky because of the background. You can actually click on the image, go to edit image, and then go to background remover. And what it does, it's one of the best I've ever seen at removing the background. Boom. It's out. Done. You've got Bob Ross in there. We got a dog. We got a llama. We're killing it. I go to share, download, and I'm just going to download it as a PNG file. Boom. And I'm going to be able to put that in there. Now, here's the cool thing. You can actually go and get moving animated stuff in there. So like we could go to, I've already uploaded a couple, but you could always download some GIFs. There's Harry Potter being excited. Sorry, he's covering up the llama, so we'll make him smaller. Look, he's the head of the llama. There we go. That's the way he would have wanted it. There we go. So it looks like Harry Potter is the head of the llama. We got this little dog riding the scooter. So it's 2 dogs. There we go. We'll make him the eyeball of that dog. This looks ridiculous. And then we got, let's say it's math. So he's learning math back there. Layer, I'm going to push it to the back. Send to the back. There we go. All right, so we've got stuff in here. This is ridiculous. I'll make that bigger. There we go. Okay, so we've got ourselves animated. Now let's say, and we can actually go to elements too, and we could do beach, and then I could select that it is animated. Okay, go. What do we have here? I'm trying to find it. There it is right there. So we'll put this one as the beach background there. And look at that. It's got waves rolling over the back of Bob Ross's head. Beautiful. Okay. Now, earlier we downloaded the image as a PNG file. For this one, I want to download it as a, and I think Michelle said it in there. You want to download it as a GIF, GIF. Download. So let's let that download, and then we will toss. I'll show you how to toss these in Google Classroom. Like, let your students have a lot of opinion in this, because here's the cool thing. We talked about it, how important it is to build community. Anytime they sign into the Google Classroom, they're going to be reminded that they got a voice in creating this. They got a voice in what this classroom looks like. And it reminds them it's not just your class, it's their class as well. And I think that's really powerful and helpful for students. Let's see. Sorry, I got to heat up my coffee. Yo, anybody use these Ember things? They're awesome. Never mind, it was already heating up. All right, it's almost done. Downloading. I might have it too high because it's on an 8-second loop. I might need to shrink that loop. Time loading in classroom is time. They time out. Oh, that stinks, Tara. So after you've like loading up for the first time, or loading every time people sign in, like it has trouble loading whenever you're like creating it and putting it in there the first time. Let me know. I've seen that, and that's why I'm like, this one may be too big if it's taking this long to download, but we'll try it. We're going to try both. We'll try the GIF, and then PNGs are the safest bet because they're just an image. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. Everybody in the club said, let's go. It's almost done. It's almost done. Don't you quit me. You created it and try to put it in the first time. Yeah. Then that means the file size is too big. What I would recommend, Tara, is right now in the upper right, you see where it says 8.6 on my screen? You need to lower that and make it like 3 seconds. And I guess I have a longer GIF in there that's making it do that. I don't know which one it is. Do you need to save a specific way for viewing on an iPad versus Chromebooks? Not to my knowledge, Tracy. Not to my knowledge. We'll do audio in the header. You can do audio in there, Catherine. I've never tried to do audio. I don't know if you're asking Catherine or telling, but I've never heard it do audio. Like when they sign in, it would make a noise. I've just seen visual, just photo, or there it is. It's done. All right, let's see if this works, and we'll try to upload it. Okay, so let's go to our new fake class. All right, I'm in the class. I want to go to customize. Okay, so if I want to upload it, PNG file would be pretty simple. Let's see if the GIF works. Come on, little buddy. Oh, can you? No, you can't put audio in there, Catherine. To my knowledge, you cannot. And this might be having exactly what Tracy said happened, where it doesn't load because it's too big. Oh, it did it. Okay. Now, be sure to spread this out, because for some reason it crops those. I have no idea why, but it does. So we'll do that. We're going to hit select class theme. Let's see if we just made ourselves a moving motion header. And it's loading. So there you go. Oh, an embedded page at Google Drive says, sorry, we could not save your photo. Please try again. Dang, that stinks. All right, we might have to just do the photo if it wasn't. I would try to get the image like down to like 3 seconds. Let's just cancel. We'll just do the photo then. Take the PNG file, upload it. Should be a lot quicker. I put a lot of photos in that other one. Yeah, the smaller the file size, the better chance you have of everything being successful. There we go. Save. We just have a new custom Google Classroom header. Look at that. That's beautiful and terrifying. That dog is in my soul. Okay, there you go. Easy way to customize and help that do that. Okay. All right. A couple other classroom stuff. I've got links to some stuff if you really want to look at those. Click on their, breakdowns or tutorials. They might help. I don't know. Might not like them. Okay. Cool. Skipping all this. This is also right here. This is a Google Classroom Student Starter Kit. So these are all like things that you can, like these are all links to videos that students usually have issues with. So if you wanted to send this to students at the first of the year as like a resource or make these into like a little mini assignments you could do that. These are all Google Classroom help things. Okay. Stuff students say. That's a video we're not going to watch. Okay, YouTube. We're in the YouTube section. Now, if you have any questions about YouTube or any thoughts, let me know because this section is pretty big. So we don't really have time to do all of this. But if there's something that you care about or you want to know about, I can lean in on that and we can focus our time. So go ahead and look ahead if you want to and make sure that we talk about whatever you want to talk about. Okay. So whenever I became a principal, our school had a lot of waivers to where students could work like some of the students, their classes were at their own pace. So they could go, they're in a classroom with other students and with a teacher, but they're working online so they could work ahead. Now, here's the issue. The issue is if you're doing that kind of classroom, most students are used to the traditional classroom that is, I have a question, I raise my hand, the teacher sees me, I ask the question, and the teacher answers it. The teacher is the main, right. What is the short way to get rid of the ads? I'll show you that right now. Hold on. Let me finish this and then I'll show you the ads first. So the teacher in the past has been the primary source of information. Student raises their hand, the teacher tells them the answer. Whenever we were doing the school, we wanted to create these skill sets for students to where it's like real life. Because in real life, you don't always have a certified teacher in the room that can answer. If I'm in my office and I'm trying to put a shelf together, I can't just raise my hand and a certified IKEA shelf creator walks up and goes, "How may I serve you?" Like it's just not how life works. So what we could do is we could change and flip what that looks like. And so what we told students at our school was your number one resource, obviously, is the curriculum. Hopefully you just learn from the curriculum. But if you don't, if you have a question, the first thing we want you to do is we want you to ask another student. And you're like, "Well, Tyler, but then that would distract." How much more do you learn about your subject when you taught it versus when you were a student? If they ask a fellow student, what they're doing is they're allowing that student to understand it even deeper, on a deeper level than they did. So our goal was always, how do we build the capacity in these students to be able to learn and grow and build that capacity to help others and even get under better understanding of what they're doing. If nobody in the class could help or you feel comfortable, YouTube it. How do we learn anything here? How do we learn anything in the real world? We YouTube it. We search it. We watch a video. I cut my youngest son's hair a few years ago. I YouTubed it to learn how to do it. Like everything that we want to know how to do, we just watch a video and we walk through it. If you go through those steps, you don't understand from the curriculum, you've asked a classmate, and you can't find it on YouTube or in Google or ChatGPT now, then raise your hand and the teacher will help you. It's like you made it and you flipped it and made the teacher the last outlet, the last resource versus the very first one. And I think that can be super empowering, I think, for students because they don't have to just run to the teacher every time they have it. You're building that capacity for them to be able to go find their own answers. This right here, if you want to screenshot it or save it, this is a video lesson cheat sheet, depending on what you want students to do. If you just want them to get the information, do what I did and when I talked about previously, where I just sent them a playlist. I sent them a YouTube video. I said, watch this and take notes. I want to get the info. If I want to present the information, I can do YouTube Live via my phone. I can do my laptop. I can have my face. I can do Screencastify. Oh, that's next. I can StreamYard, all of it. Yes, East Initiative. Yes, that's exactly how East works, Amy. You want the students to figure it out and go do it. And then you as a teacher, a lot of times what you're battling is motivation. Like, how do I motivate them to keep pushing forward and not just stop because they had an issue, which I think is a powerful thing to teach young people. 3, if you want to pre-record it, YouTube Premiere, which is awesome, or Screencastify. Also, StreamYard is what we're using right now. That's how I'm able to talk to Facebook, LinkedIn, which looks like LinkedIn might have an issue. And that's probably because they have like a length issue, and I've gone like 6 hours. And then YouTube. Then you've got Google Meet if you want to have conversation or discussions. So you can also record it there too. Screencastify, Loom, and Canva. You can, like, if you want to do short videos and then like post them in there, all these do it. What I would encourage you to do is have your students help create a library of resources. So if you have a project, instead of them writing an essay, why don't you have them do like a 5-minute or less video of them explaining something? And that goes into a library, and then they can teach students years and years down the road as like little pieces of the lesson. Even troubleshooting. Hey, I hit an issue on my Chromebook. What do I do, Mr. Tarver? I'm like, well, I don't know. Does anyone else know? Oh, let me figure it out. Somebody looks at a tutorial, they figure out how to troubleshoot it. I was like, hey, can you make a quick Screencastify video and then send me the YouTube link? When you're doing that, you're empowering your students to be creators and help assist other students, whether now or in the future through the videos. I've got a couple YouTube channels. I just want to throw some fun facts about YouTube out there and why it's such a growing. This is from a few years ago. I bet it has increased since then. Every minute, over 300 hours of video is uploaded to YouTube. Every minute. That's how much content is being put out there and created in the world. It has over 1.3 billion users, which is over a third of the internet. You know what the number one searched website on the internet is? Google. You know what number 2 is? YouTube. And Google owns both. Number 3, I think, is Amazon, and number 4 is Facebook. Top creators earn over 20. That's probably closer to 30 to 40 million a year.
Do you want to know how many
Google, stop. Sorry. Like, my kids were searching. They watch this YouTuber called Unspeakable, and they were looking up. He was like, had a video or a podcast where he's talking about how much he made just from YouTube videos, not from any of his like brand deals or investments or anything else, speaking engagement, none of that. Just from YouTube AdSense, he made $28 million last year. And there's people that made way more. Like Mr. Beast makes he makes 60 to 100 grand a month on his worst channels every month on the worst channels. Like there, and you think like, we think that's overpaid. It's not. Like TV commercials, that's an $80 billion a year industry. When was the last time any of us watched a TV commercial? The Super Bowl? When was the time before that? The other Super Bowl? Like, we don't watch TV commercials. These people putting money into ads and brand deals and all this stuff with YouTube, it is the smartest thing they can do financially to market their business, because that is who has the culture's attention. Young people, they have their attention. They have the attention of people. These influence, Instagram, Facebook, all this stuff, they need to have money. They need to pour money into that, because that's who has influence on people's purchasing habits. Have you, in the chat, have you ever purchased something that you saw online, like an ad or a pop-up or a pre-roll or something that somebody that you like in fitness or in education or whatever promoted? If you signed up for the honor roll, there's a good chance we might not have met in real life, and you signed up for it and you went and got it because you saw value across online. Like, maybe I've given you some resources or tutorials or this or whatever, and you're like, that seems valuable. I'm okay with that. All the time, Karen. Like, it's just a thing. Like, we think it's ridiculous to us that these YouTubers make, tens of millions of dollars a year, but also they have the attention. Tracy said, Amazon will be the death of me. Me too. Literally, I got a package in while I was walking up from our last break. I was like, okay, cool. What did we order today? It's an underpaid area of attention, and I think it's going to keep going up. So when these kids you have in class are like, when I grow up, I want to be a YouTuber or a vlogger or whatever. Yeah, me too. But it's hard work. That's the thing. Like, these kids want to be this because they think it's just the fun part. It is so much work. As somebody who makes content for social media, it is so much work. And it's not what people think as far as the amount of work it is. And it's nonstop. It's a constant machine of you have to create and keep going. Over half of YouTube's users are on mobile. It reaches over, it reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than any cable network. It's not even close. And it's all thanks to Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. So apparently, like 20 years ago, there was like, I don't know, a little sporting event, and something happened during the halftime show, and everybody was talking about it. Well, this guy who had worked at PayPal in the early days, like he had stepped away from the TV, and it happened, and everybody's talking about it, but he couldn't he didn't know, he couldn't see what they were talking about. I don't know why he wanted to look, but he couldn't see what they were talking about. He tried searching the internet, and at the time, the only way you could have videos on the internet was if you paid someone to host your video on a server. So to go viral, it costs you money as the creator. And I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo. I can't do the voice. My voice is dead from 5 hours of talking. So he and a couple of his buddies created a place where people could upload videos. In 2006, a year later, it was purchased by Google, and the rest is history. YouTube has been the best video on the internet since it began, or since, yeah, pretty much since it started. So this is just the stuff about YouTube Premium. I'm a big fan of YouTube Premium. If you want, I can recommend people to YouTube Premium. If you want to sign up for YouTube Premium or YouTube TV, which I highly recommend, don't do DirecTV. Give me like an hour. I'm going to put the link in my bio. If you sign up for it, I get like $40 and it doesn't cost you anything extra. So sign up through my link if you want it. I love YouTube TV, and I share that with like 2 or 3 other people. And, I cannot confirm nor deny that they pay me like $12 to $15 a month to help pay for it. So it's great. I love it. It's how we watch our TV. The end. Okay. So I'm going to kind of bounce through and kind of pick and choose things on YouTube that I want to recommend, because we only got like 30 minutes left. And if there's anything you want me to focus on or talk about, or any questions you have about anything related to YouTube, throw it in the chat. I would love to answer it. I'd rather spend this rest of this time answering any questions, giving you resources, anything on there that you care about versus what I care about. So last 30 minutes, I'd love to be Q&A, but I'm going to keep going until you guys ask questions. So YouTube is owned by Google. To get a YouTube account, all you have to do is you have to sign in with your Gmail. I would assume, since most of you guys are watching on YouTube, that's exactly what you're doing. So that's cool. If you need to sign up, it's up in the upper right-hand corner. I do have teachers ask me, because I've made YouTube videos for education for like 15 years now. And some teachers want to go create their own videos, and they want to ask, should I do this connected to my school account or a personal Gmail account? My recommendation, and again, unless your admin says different, my recommendation, if you're going to create educational videos, do it under your personal Gmail account, okay? Because you cannot transfer that email. If say that gets popular, it's under your school account, and then you transfer schools, guess what? You've lost access to it. If you receive money through that, that could be an issue with your school later on down the road. So my recommendation is to go in and create them and upload them to a personal account. I did that, thankfully, when I started making math videos. Mainly because my school didn't know what YouTube was. But I started doing them in there in like 2007 and 8 for my students to watch math stuff. I still have full control over those, even though I'm 2 jobs removed from that. If you don't, it's not just that you can't keep them. Let's say you want to take them down. 10 years from now, you're like, I wish those would go away. You don't have the access to do it because that other school has access. I would recommend putting them under your own account. Let's see. Catherine asked a question on Canva. How do you shorten the length of it? Let me see if I can remember how to do that. So let's go here. I'm going to go here up to this. I wonder if I can, I thought it was that. I think you have to click the images. Let's see. Click the images. That's a rotation. No, not that. Crop, not crop. No. Give me a sec. I'm trying to figure out how to do it. I thought there was a way you could do it from here. I'd have to do some research. Sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me see. I'm trying to see which GIF it is that's making the issue. No, I don't see how to do it. And I would have to Google it. I'm sorry about that. Click animate. Okay, I'll click animate. Animate. No, maybe it's you click on it and then click animate. All I'm seeing is all these options. Oh, good question. Okay, so I'm just gonna answer questions, and then if you guys don't have any questions, I'll move on to the next slide. So y'all ask questions. If you want me to walk through a resource, anything, let me know. I want to use these last 25 minutes doing whatever it is you care about. Sarah said, should all my school docs be on a personal account so I never lose them? I wouldn't recommend starting there because then you're going to be annoyed with having to convert it over. My recommendation, create them all in your school account. And then whenever you leave that district or at the end of each year, I would download, take your folders, download all of those files. Because if you download them, just download the folder, it'll put it in like a zip drive and you'll have access to, all your Google Slides will turn into PowerPoints, your docs will turn into Word, and your sheets will turn into Excel files. So it'll convert them all back to what I picture in my head as like a hard copy with Microsoft. And then you can just re-upload that to your personal account. That way you do it one time a year instead of multiple times a year. That's what I would recommend. Good question. Thank you for asking. Remember, if you have any other questions, let me know and I'll answer it. Sorry, I couldn't figure out the Canva header length. I'm just going to do some research, Google around. So I'll keep going. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll talk about anything you want. Okay. Here, when you search YouTube, this is just like a little quick directory. If the picture is a circle, that's a channel, a profile. That's Tarver Academy. That's my channel. Crash Course, Mr. DeMayo. These are channels that either people or companies run that all their videos go under. All right. Then underneath that on video, if it's just a rectangle, click it. That's a single video. And then, and they've actually changed it since then. This is what the playlist used to look like. It would be shaded and it would have a number. Now, I think they've changed it to where you can't see it as easily. It's just numbered under it. So if I did American Revolution. Yeah, they did change it. So look, y'all see right here? Instead of it just being a rectangle, it says underneath it really lightly 14 videos. So they've changed the way a playlist looks. It's got the little shaded part underneath it. So they've changed it a little bit, but it's not a big change. Cool. All right. Just going to keep rolling. Monetization. People always ask about monetization, especially students. If a kid starts a YouTube channel, 10 minutes later, they're going to be like, all right, when do I get paid? Because they see YouTubers making money on there. You've got to get a lot of views to get money. And even then, it needs to be long form content, not short. I make mostly short form content, and I make from the amount of views I get on short form content. If I got all those views on long content, I would make probably close to 40 to 50 times what I make right now. I know that for a fact because I've seen people who do it. And I used to be more long-term, long form content. Now I do mostly short. They just haven't figured out how to monetize shorts yet. If you make long content, it's usually about a penny, 1 to 3 cents for every 1,000 views is where it is. Mostly okay. All right, let's, I'll go quick through this and we'll go to Google Forms and I'll show you a couple things. You want to know about Google quizzes, and somebody else asked about differentiation. So we'll jump to that too. Care folders in my personal drive, and I share that with my school account. That's, totally fine. If you want to create them in your personal and then share it, and then you can use that, absolutely. That's a good way to keep ownership. How can I eliminate ads on YouTube or limit kids to the one video or playlist so they can't click on the other videos? I'll show you right now. Thank you for asking. All right, so here's how you restrict some of that on the video. So let's say you want to show them this video right here. All right. What you do is up here in the address where the video title, like the address is, not the title, but the address, go right after the T. So the T just happened in YouTube. So it spells YouTube. The T happened. Click the dash right there. So it's YOUT dash UBE. Then hit enter. Watch what happens to my video. That video, oh no. Does that feature not work anymore? Yeah, I just hit refresh. So, oh gosh, that face. Okay, that's less disturbing. So look what it did. Whenever I sent that link, it made it full screen. It took off the sidebar and it got rid of ads. So the quickest way to get rid of it is put a T right after YOUT, put a dash UBE. That's what you should do. There you go. Do I run out of storage space? Yes, I do. Not on my school account. I don't run out, but I do run out on my personal account. I pay for like 2 or 5 terabytes of storage because I have a lot of videos in there and I share a lot of stuff with people. So there you go. Tracy, I hope that helped on eliminating that. All right. Subscriptions. By the way, if you want to hit the subscribe button, it's the red subscribe button under the video, or you see the red or white, but it should be like right under here. If you want to subscribe, that would be dope. There you go. Karen asked, what is the best way to increase the amount of space in your personal account? Video. Video takes up the most space. And so if you could go through and any videos that have been shared with you or that you have in your account, if you could get rid of those, if you don't need them anymore, that's going to be your best one. All right. So anything video wise, video is by far the biggest storage chew out of all of them. Okay. That's it. Docs take up almost no room. Like all that stuff doesn't take up hardly any room. Audio does a little bit more, but it's video. Video is the space eater. Okay. So cool. I'm going to keep going until y'all ask questions. We'll answer them. Please ask as many questions as you want. All right. Create playlists. That's super helpful. I think it's really important to have students make videos. I just think here's the template. If you want to make videos for your students, this is a video template. My dissertation for my doctorate was on how factors that predict viewer engagement with online educational YouTube videos. And this is a template I created out of that on how to essentially start with branding. Hey, what's up? It's Tyler from Tarver Academy. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a great day. Remember, in this video, we are going to be learning how to solve the Pythagorean theorem. I'm going to be helping you. If you want to subscribe, cool. If not, no worries. Remember to ask your teacher if you need help. Here we go. Pythagorean theorem. Let's do this. And then fun fact about you, helps them connect with you as a person. Then you hit all the rest of the stuff. So it's like a template for creating a video. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to keep asking questions. We got questions. Let's do them. Has AI been incorporated into most of the Google applications? Yes. Either Google has started incorporating it or there are extensions that are incorporating it. Merlin, Ghostwrite, they are incorporating it across all of those platforms. And Google will continue to integrate it, but they're doing more of like a rollout. I think they're trying to get better at Bard, and then they're going to do it because most of these extensions are using ChatGPT. And Google wants Bard to be better, and then it wants to start incorporating it. So, yes, I know that is a big push for Google. I actually talked to somebody from Google a couple of weeks ago at a conference, and they said their entire job is incorporating AI across these platforms. They're going to start incorporating AI into Google Classroom. I want to say they said it was already rolling out. I don't know if I haven't seen it, but they're creating it to where you have AI in this. I don't see anything on it, but they are rolling it out into Classroom integrated. So yes, it is a huge push for Google. On Gmail, I tried to look for Merlin once I added it, did not see the tool. I don't think it was anything I turned on for Merlin because this is Merlin down here. Again, I've used up all of mine for the month, but you would go here, create, reply, and thank them. Oh, see, I'm out. There you go. I can't use Merlin right now. So I'll use Ghostwrite until my Merlin stuff comes back. Super annoying. But yeah, it just kind of popped up for me. I don't remember turning anything on for it to integrate into the Gmail. Honestly, and I made a TikTok about this and I had to come back and apologize because I was wrong. I thought this down here in the purple, I thought that was Google rolling it out in Gmail. It isn't. That was Merlin. I didn't know that. It just started popping up in there. But Ghostwrite, if you can't get it Merlin to pop in there, I would download the extension Ghostwrite. It's free as well, and that would be a good one. Do you have any suggestions for free online video editing software? We pay for WeVideo now. Don't love it, and it costs per license per student. WeVideo would have been my suggestion, but again, I never use it. I edit on my MacBook, which has like iMovie's free for it. If they have iPads or iPhones, I recommend iMovie or CapCut. I don't think CapCut is a website. If it is, that would be a good one. And I bet most of the students are familiar because CapCut is pretty much any meme you see where it's like an overlay of a video on another thing. They're probably already doing it. Yeah, you can do it. Look, so you can download it or you can edit online. So use CapCut. I think it's pretty good. I think it's free to my knowledge. My daughter edits in it. She's like 11 now. I know my daughter's age. And so I think that CapCut will be a good one to try out. And they're probably, if the kids are making any TikToks, they're probably already using CapCut. So good question. Do I have any training for Google Photos and how to sync across devices? Really, I don't have any trainings for it, but I love Google Photos. If y'all aren't using Google Photos, you should, to back up everything on your phone, okay? Here's what I do, and this is how I back up all my photos on my phone, okay? Go in, download the Google Photos app. Then connect your Gmail account to it. I recommend personal, not your work Gmail. Connect your personal Gmail. Once you do that, then you can access all of your photos on here. I hope nothing inappropriate shows up. My kids take a lot of photos. Look, we went and played golf yesterday, and we did these old faces. So there you go. These are all photos. It saves it. It's like Google search. So it's got Google search. You can search for, red books or people wearing a purple shirt or pictures of Tyler and Amanda. And so it's going to go and search all of those to find that stuff that you want. Can I join Honor Roll in your personal account or your school account? It's whichever one you want. And thank you for wanting to join the Honor Roll. I really appreciate that. Either one. I'd probably recommend your personal account, unless you're going to just have your school pay for it. Then you might do your school account. So either one, it accepts either. I use Squarespace for it. It's like a membership area. I use Squarespace, which Squarespace is like $1 billion plus company. So they do all the technical side of it, but it works with any of it, school or personal account. I'd probably recommend personal and then just ask for reimbursement from your school. And it's under, if they're doing a reimbursement, it's to qualify for professional development because of all the PD trainings it has. So thank you, Diane, for asking. Tara said they're all on Chromebooks. Yeah, I would try CapCut, see if it works. It's the only one that I know. And I didn't know it even did that through a computer, which is awesome. What free Chrome extensions do you recommend that are good to have on hand? I mean, honestly, a lot of the AI stuff I recommend now. So like Merlin obviously has been my favorite extension with AI. Ghostwrite was really good until Merlin came out. Then let's see. So Ghostwrite. Let me see. I'm trying to think. Merlin, Ghostwrite. And then I have, hold on, I'll give you guys this. Where's that presentation? I did a training earlier this year. So if you really want me to go through all these, I actually did a 3-hour PD on this earlier in the year. And so if you're an honor roll, you have access to it. But if you want to just get this one training, I've got it on my shop. But here is the slideshow from it. So these are all the add-ons that I like right now. So I would have all these downloaded if I were you. And I've got links to them all. So like Grammarly, Google Keep, Screencastify, Scribe. Ooh, Scribe is awesome, you guys. Scribe is so good. And I know we don't have a ton of time because I usually like to end around 10 minutes till, so you guys have time to do the evaluation before 3. Scribe is awesome. What you do is you turn it on, and then you just do, like, you can click through and go through a website and whatever. And then as soon as you get done, it builds a PDF walkthrough with screenshots of that. It is awesome. It is an awesome, awesome, awesome thing. You joined with your school, but can you change your personal? Yes, you can. I don't think you can change that email like in maybe, I don't think. See, because Squarespace does it. If you can't, if it won't let you switch it in there, like in your account, what you can do is before it renews, cancel it, and then just sign it with the other account. So just set like a reminder from like, about a month before, whatever. And if you don't want to do that, you're like, no, I want to do it now, just email me and we can figure it out. Okay. We can like maybe cancel and then I'd create a code or something for you to get the first year covered. So just email me if you can't figure out a way to switch that or if you don't want to wait. So thank you for asking and thank you for joining the honor roll. That means a whole lot. If you sign up for the honor roll under the school, can you change to a person? No, that's what I was just saying with that. So I think I would just wait and then just cancel and then sign up again next year. Just set like a reminder so you don't forget. Does honor roll help with Google certification? Yes, it does. So let me show y'all. I mean, I guess we're near the end, so y'all ask about honor roll, so I don't feel as guilty showing you. So right here, so that's a link to all my presentations. So if you want to start presenting, you can use those as like make a copy and starter point. These are all the trainings I did this summer. So like I've got Canva, I've got where is it? ChatGPT, Google add-ons. That's all that stuff. So Google add-ons already happened. So you could go watch that video right now if you wanted to. Then let's see, we're going down here. So if you're wanting to be Google certified, these I've got I've got tons of, these are all Google trainings, Google add-ons, roundup, classroom, intermediate, docs, drives, sheets, all these. You can go the long one or you can rewatch something like this. I've also got access to my, where is it? What is it called? Certified Educator Checklist. You could watch this, do the walkthrough, do that. That's what I would. This is the best resource for being a certified educator, and that's free. But then I've got all the trainings on my website. Okay, sweet. Thank you. That's cool. That's totally fine too. Totally fine too. All right. Any more questions? And then I'm going to give you guys the sign out. I'm going to kind of scroll through these. That's the add-ons thing. I'm going to scroll through the last of these and just kind of let you know where it is in case you want to come back and find it later. Let's see. These are all different video styles. So if you do want to make videos or find videos, these are the different types. And I listed the pros and cons and gave some examples of them. If you want to click through those and see. Jamboard, if anybody in the chat, if anybody use Jamboard, Jamboard's awesome for collaborating. We've done it like for teams where you can do like projects, you can stick stuff and create new. It's essentially like a whiteboard that you can access online. So you can give students access to it and they can all go in there and collaborate. It's really cool. If you're a math teacher, I've got bell ringers for you just for math. So if you want those, they're on my website or I've linked them here in the slideshow. There we go. I used to do daily announcements as a principal through video, and that's really fun. You can do it on your phone, walking into your classroom if you want, just like 2 minutes. Start conversations with your students. That's really fun. Then I've got other links to different examples, different videos. I think these are all fun. When you upload a video, this is important. When you upload a video, when you upload a video, there's 3 options. Public, which means everybody can see it. Private, which means no one can see it. Or unlisted. Unlisted means you can only watch it if you have the exact link to that. So Tracy asked a question. Tracy said, was this entire presentation recorded? I lost internet for the part. Okay. So yes. So I'm using StreamYard and it's premiering through Facebook and YouTube right now. And Facebook, I'll probably take it off here in a little while. I'll probably give it a little bit just so you guys can have it. But on YouTube, it has the YouTube link. That link will stay a link where you can watch this and scrub it or scrub through it, do the bullet points, all that stuff. Or you want to prove, hey, I promise I was in there, principal. Look at the chat. You can show the chat later, or don't show the chat if you weren't very active in the chat. But yes, it stays recorded. It stays on YouTube. And for those of you on Facebook, here's the link to the YouTube video. I'm going to toss it in there. Deborah uses Jamboard. I love Jamboard. It's underrated. I don't use it enough. I'll say that. I don't use Jamboard enough. So on Facebook, you should have just gotten the YouTube link. That's the link. Copy it. Keep that. That way you can watch this later. You guys are here. I respect that. So I'm not going to like X you off of it, but I'm going to take it off of public. And so people can buy it for like, I think it's like 30 something bucks on my website. You guys have it now for free. And so you're good to go. And on a roll, you have access to everything. So you the goats. StreamYard's what I'm using right now. I love StreamYard. For cameras, your phone is an awesome camera. I would just use that. I got some storytelling stuff in here that's really fun if you really want to lean into video and work on your storytelling. Different examples of what people like right now with video on YouTube. Got some links to some setups. If you got money, you got the budget, go for it. Stephanie said they use ClassKick. I never used ClassKick, but it's not tied into Google, which oh, that stinks. Yeah, Jamboard's owned by Google. Google like bought it, and they were like, yeah, this is good. We'll take it. So I like anything integrated with stuff I already use. Oh, here's a good website if you want to use it. It's an AI website, app.twee.com. This is on slide 193. You can generate questions from YouTube videos. So you could take the video, copy the link, and it will generate. I'm going to show you real quick. This is awesome. So you go, you find, let's say you find a YouTube video right here. I'm going to take, I don't know, here's one on Google Forms. I'll take that link right there and I post it right there. I can create, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'll go here, create questions for a YouTube video. Tweet is awesome. Then it's, but only has like a 5-minute section. So you'd have to pick 5 minutes. So we'll just grab like 5 minutes right there. Okay. Open questions, true or false, or a multiple choice. Do the magic. Look at this. Look at this. It's creating this from scratch for me. And it goes into a PDF. I think I've got another link to another one. So that's a good one. Twee is great. Highly recommend it. Let's keep going. Different things on creating video. Quick tips for YouTube. There's YouTube channels that I like. If you want to go and check that out. Google Forms. I know somebody at the very beginning wanted to know how to differentiate on forms. It is slide number 225 right here. If you go here, I have a video walking you through how to do that. Okay. So I know I didn't get to talk about it now, but you can watch that at your own pace and you can have it where it differentiates based on the answers students do. So highly recommend that. I've also got a template that you can just literally just plug and play that would save you some time on creating. You don't have to start from scratch. It's linked in there. So slide 225 is good if you want to learn to differentiate with Google Forms. All right. There's a classroom discipline form template. There's a positive actions form template. Student reported discipline form. Yeah. Jay Rain said, nice hair. I usually, whenever I do this training, I make a joke about like how when you make videos from 15 years ago, you can regret your hair choices. It was ridiculous. I'm sorry. Oh, check this out. Conquer.ai. Y'all, this is awesome. Go in here. Say you want to look. It has World War II. Let's say you want to generate a Google quiz. Generate it, and you can customize it, make it more specific. You just pick the topic right here, or you can copy paste your notes and generate it from that. So what it's doing is it's reading. It's literally searching whatever that topic is, and it's going to create questions, multiple choice questions. See? Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Oh, wow. Multiple choice. What am I going to do with that? Export to Google Forms. Thought I was logged in with Google. Just leave me logged in. Continue. Export Google Forms. Conquer will create a Google form that already has the correct answers selected from this. Stephanie, oh, you were Spark Summit. That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm actually going back to Indiana for, what is it? Next week, I'm doing something. Can't remember what it, Quigley. I'm going to be there. Open the quiz and forms. Look at this. It created a Google form for me with the correct answers already selected. So great way to create like little mini quizzes if you want from Conquer. And that one was Twee. Those are both awesome for creating stuff. I love anything that creates those because nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. Admin, if you got any admin, you can send this to them and pretend like you made it and be like, hey, I made this for you because I love you. AutoCraft, amazing for saving time. It's more for administrators, I think, than teachers. There's an add-on for Google Forms. Google Voice is great. You can create a free phone number that you can call parents from. And then if they get annoying or weird, you can delete the number and get a new one. And it's all through your phone. The best one is, the best feature, if they call you through that, it calls to your personal phone, but it's through their number, the number you got from Google. You can hit the number 4 and a voice will come on and say, this call is now being recorded. It'll record the whole conversation. And then when you hang up, it emails you the audio file. It's pretty awesome for like having your own back if parents say you said something. So really good. Google Keep is great. Event Merge, also recommend those. Meet sites. If you want to create a teacher website, I like Solo. It's on slide 254. And you can click create one. It's awesome. They have free ones. It's great. Here's a digital citizenship lesson plan if you want it. It's got videos, personal application questions and discussion questions. Just copy paste it and you're good to go. Cheat sheet is there. More resources. And ladies and gentlemen, we've done it with 3 minutes to spare. To get a certificate for this training, scan this QR code with your phone. Scan it with your phone, and there's like a quick eval. Just fill it out, and then it'll email you a certificate. It's time stamped. It says how many hours you did, how many hours, I don't know how many hours you watched, if you were all 6 hours, or if you did 2 or 3 hours, whatever. This will give you your certificate so you can get credit for this, okay? Where's the Google Slides presentation? It's I've got it linked in the chat, but I'll also put the link in here. Google is fun. bit.ly/Google is fun. If you want this presentation with all the links, take it. I've got tutorials through this. If I was like, Tyler, you talk too fast, or whatever, I got you. Okay. So there you go. Thank you guys so much for joining. I know this is like a last minute surprise free training, but for those of you that showed up, I thought it was great. I had a good time. It flowed. It's nice having people here. And yeah, I know it can get old listening to one dude talk for 6 hours, but it's also kind of cool because you can sit on your couch, eat chips, and wear your PJs, and nobody has to see you. So thank you so much, Rad History. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all were awesome. If you have any questions, throw it at me. Remember, scan this so you can get your certificate, fill out that Google form, and you're good to go. Link for the certificate. Madison. So Madison, if you scan this QR code, once you fill out the Google form, it's going to automatically email you the certificate. Okay? So fill that out. If you don't have a QR code scanner, just type in tarveracademy.com/done. Go there, fill out the form. It'll email you a certificate. It'll fill your name in, the name of this session, and it'll give you the amount of hours. So what you put in that form is what it emails. You're on your phone, so you can't scan it. Okay, that's fine, Madison. Go to tarveracademy.com/done, DONE. All right, you'll click it and it'll take you to the form. So tarveracademy.com/done. Thank you guys. Thank y'all. Y'all were awesome. Which session is it? I don't know. Let's find out. Just pick one of the good. It's like a Google workshop. So whichever one the Google workshop was. Just generic Google workshop. Click here to get certificate. I'd say for this one, I would probably pick. Did I take you to the? Did I mess up? Did I take this to the editing one? I think I did. That's my bad. Let me fix that. I don't think you guys have. Whenever you click on the certificate, does it take you? Does it take you to where you can fill it out? Okay. Can we scan the QR code? Are you back and watch it later? Yes, you can, Karen. Yes, you can. As soon as you scan it, and this is for people watching this 10 years from now. If you have access, you can scan that code. Unless I've lost access to my website, it'll work. No, what? Did it work? Nissy, are you answering my question? Does that? Yes. Okay, good. As long as it worked, we're good. I just accidentally put the edit one there. My bad. Okay, cool. I'm glad it worked. Great. I must have copied it from my editing and not from the preview. That's on me. That's on me, fam. Sweet. And those of you that joined the honor roll today, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It helps me do this, do all the stuff I do for free, and then you get access to way more. So I love it. Appreciate you guys. Y'all are awesome. Good. Okay, sweet. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Thank y'all for clarifying, and I'm sorry for panicking a little bit. I just hate that, you guys know, you toss links in, and you're like, oh, you get a hurry, or you don't copy it when you think you copied it. Yeah, I'm just always afraid that I'm going to jack that up. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Thom, I appreciate it. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you, Jay Rains. Discount code, if you want it, it cuts the year in half. It's premium. Type in premium. They said that's the one I used a couple years ago. I guess I never turned it off. So premium. I appreciate it. Thank you, Tara. You're awesome. Y'all have been super cool. Yeah, Jay Rains tossed it in there. It's premium. So that should get you it'll cut it in half. I think it's 92 if you do the full year for honor roll. For you have access to all the presentations. If you want to start presenting, you can make a copy of my presentations and then edit it and make it your own. You have access to I think it's around 150 hours of professional development. You can join live. I've done I think I've done 3 or 4 already live. You have access to watch those, watch this. And then I'm doing 3 or 4 more in the next couple weeks. Canva, personalize, stuff like that. You'll have access to join live there. Okay. So appreciate you. Thank you, Missy. I appreciate you. And thanks for sharing it. And I hope they count this for PD. I don't see why they shouldn't. They can go back and watch it and see if it's valuable PD. You're giving them every bit of evidence, and you can show you participated. You can show them your notes. You can show them everything. So I would hope that they would. If not, they're probably villains in the story if they don't accept it. So you guys are awesome. I'm going to turn this thing off. If you are still trying to scan that QR code, maybe screenshot this so you can type in the website. But how long is the code good for? Until I turn it off. Talking about premium, should be good. Rat History, thank you for joining. Let's go. Thank you so much. And I've got a ton of trainings on there already. I've got like 130 hours on there already. If you want to go in, I'll show y'all. So if you go to the honor roll, I'll use it as Tarver Academy. Remember, if you want to go ahead and sign out, and I moved your QR code, it's tarveracademy.com/done. Okay. So there you go. You could go here. These are all, look at these. These are all trainings. Minimum 3 hours. Some of them are 12 hours. So you can get your PD. YouTube creator. You got students? Say you have students and they want to be YouTube creators. This was 6 hours. Yeah, if you were with me the whole time, this was 6 hours. If you have any students that want to be YouTube creators and you sign up for the honor roll, there's a 3-hour training right here. And I give everything about being a YouTube creator. I give videos. I analyze, talk about storytelling. This would be great for your students if they want to learn how to be YouTube creators. So this is the stuff I skip through really fast. On the other one, I go through it in more depth. So there you go. YouTube creator. There it is. Okay. I'm going to get out of there. Thank y'all so much. Y'all were awesome. I appreciate you guys. I'm about to turn this video off. Link will be available. Just go to the original link because I'm going to have to turn it as unlisted instead of public. So that original link should still work. Thank you guys so much. Stay sweet and never stop learning. Y'all be good. Later. Bye. Bye.